Spring has sprung, and yet with it comes another Calling All Heroes tournament. We are here with our spring season playoffs, our top 8 teams in the Challengers division, looking to take our second title of the season so far. I'm, of course, Tiny Shiny, joined by Twin Salty. We have so much action to get into over these next 3 weeks. How are we feeling heading into it?
Well, other than my camera, I guess, not being ready for broadcast all of a sudden, feeling great. Obviously, a whole lot of new faces this time around, new lot of orgs coming in. And Roster Mania was absolutely crazy, even after, Radiant and Academy 101. So excited to see how everything falls here now that we're in playoffs.
You brought up a very good point. We got a lot of new faces that are coming into this tournament, and a lot of old ones too that have since either moved up, continued to play in OWCS, which has been incredible to see, and even some faces that are coming from our Rising division so far. But before we get more specifically into our teams, let's talk about this format as a whole. So, as we mentioned, the spring cam here is going to be the same format as what you've seen in previous season, where we have had our stage 1, these playoffs, or excuse me, the Swiss stage that is leading into these playoffs. It was a 6-round Swiss stage where our top 8 teams then qualified into our double elimination playoff bracket.
Yeah, so now that we are down to those 8, obviously a lot of teams fighting it out in Swiss. Now we get to see what everyone's really made of. And obviously Freya getting thrown into the mix this season. We've seen her a ton, whether it be in OWCS or in Calling Our Heroes. So I'm excited to see how Freya makes her mark in this tournament. Yes, it should be an exciting 3 weeks, though, to see who is our first champion now of this season.
Yeah, with the spring season getting underway, of course, we got some goodies to go along with it. We're talking about Freya, all the bounties, but how about the bounties that these players can actually manage to take home, assuming their victory? Lots of money on the line, 3,500 for that first place, and of course, a chance to continue competing in these later events. We've seen a rise in the amount of teams who have entered, and all of them, I know they want a shot at this cash money, but Jesse, it's going to be pretty challenging, especially as, we started to look over what these rosters are and how there seems to be a bit of a tier gap between some of our teams.
Yeah, you could tell, at least when you and I were going through our prep, on paper, and I will put that and a giant asterisk by that because anything can happen in these tournaments, but it does feel like the top 3 teams going into this tournament is the Dilcox as well as Exo Sakura and Avidity Kittens. And then you have a little bit of break and everybody else. And I'm curious to see how all of that shakes up. We obviously have a lot of time to figure that out, where everybody sits, but we could at least get an early impression of what we have in store for us tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it now. I have a pick. We're gonna talk about that when we get more into the bracket, of course, because this is also, we get the hero bands in this tournament too, which is another kind of level of strategy that we've seen implemented across various levels of Overwatch esports. But one of the first times that we get to continue to have it here in Calling All Heroes, it's been something that the players have really enjoyed, and it adds a lot more depth into the decisions that you're making outside of the game, along with the maps that we have heading into this, which we were also talking about the map pool too. It's quite interesting because a lot of the fan favorite maps that we're kind of used to seeing aren't exactly here.
Yes, like we obviously have King's Row. I feel like it can't be a tournament without King's Row. But Control, you will see a glaring omission, which I think could be for the better in at least seeing some diversity in comps. No Lijiang Tower available for Control. We got Busan, Ilios, Oasis. To me, that screams maybe more dive-orientated Control maps instead of a lot of the rush. But also, you get over to Escort. We've seen Circuit Royale. A whole bunch of new looks recently in OWCS. It's not just Sigma, Double Sniper. These hero bands really bring out different comps in these maps. We've seen a lot more rush over on Circuit Royale. So I'm curious, as we move on with this event, how our team's going to try to adapt, because you can't go through a 3-week playoff like this without having changes to make sure you're on the top of your game.
As we've seen, hero bands can literally make or break your game, and with how this map pool in particular, it tends to lean towards specific compositions. With the current state of Overwatch, like it's these decisions that are outside of the game that are going to be very helpful. And speaking of what you can get done from outside of the game, let me tell you, viewers, you're not here just to enjoy some wonderful Calling All Heroes Overwatch. I hear that we have some viewer incentives for us to actually go over here. And I know, Jesse, you and I were kind of talking about these a little bit earlier, too. Look at that! I like this plant theme. I love the cactus, by the way. I've always seen that, and I'm like, it looks so huggable, but it's really not.
It's really
like,
not.
If there's only a non, like, spiky cactus, like, you'd see me up there, like, full-on bear hugging that thing.
Yeah, I love the plant pot. I have to find a way, we're here like, is there a way the casters can get it? Because that would be mine for eternity. The cactus is great. I will love our finals banner. Nice little summer theme. Now we're really getting into summer. Memorial Day weekend has passed. That is just the perfect summer vibes banner. But yes, we got the drops all 3 weeks of this. So make sure you got everything set up. You got your account connected, however you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, to get all these free drops.
Yep, and you got it for 3 days, people, this Wednesday
3.
and the next 2. So make sure you're hanging around and you can go ahead and get your hands on this. But it's not just this that we have, Twin Salty. We also have a bit of a giveaway that will be going on later due to our sponsorship with Pura Vida. I'm super excited to get to talking about that. So make sure that we're sticking around and we can get a full glimpse of what we all have to offer here at the spring season. As we got to see, we know what you guys are going to get. We know what the players are out to get. Let's go ahead, scope back in towards this tournament in particular. We have our top 8 teams that are going to be ready, starting their playoff bracket today. It is a double elimination, of course. You have that little cushion if you want it, but it's going to depend who is actually going to need it. Jesse, we kind of talked about it a lot already. These top 3 teams are looking strong, and we're expecting them to make some deep runs into this bracket.
Yeah, as we get a look at the bracket, I do think, obviously some glaring things here. The potential for Avidity versus Exo Sakura in upper semis. That has the potential to be an unreal game. But that may be one later tonight we get to look at. Also, Dilcox, they are perfect through Swiss. They have a route over to the grand finals, but they have to make sure they get the job done. They were nearly flawless. I believe it was 15-3. During their time in 18-3, I should say, only dropping 2 maps to EXO and 1 map to Fable. So they are the favorites on paper going in, but we talked about it earlier. We do think any of those 3 teams, I'd say, have pretty decent chances of running this thing, but you never know. A team like Fable, they always seem to go on these runs, and maybe they're getting ready for another one here today.
Fable, certainly a time-held name here in Calling All Heroes, but for our first match, we're actually going to talk about some newer ones that are coming around. For our match number 1, it will be our 4th and our 5th seed heading it off. Moth's Genesis first made their appearance back in the LCQ of our 24-25 circuit, and they'll be facing off against Quick Nova from Quick Esports, if you're familiar with that name. So seeing these players kind of come up, a lot of I'd say new people, right? New competitors that are looking to come in and make a name for themselves, and being that 4th and 5th seed match is very exciting for us to see how they can do that here on the broadcast today.
Yeah, the fact that it is, 4 versus 5, on paper, the best game of this first round. And even though, yes, you look over back at Swiss stage, it was a 3-0 for Moth's Genesis. But I do think this Quick Nova team, they are a little bit on the younger side, not as experienced in Calling Out Heroes. But I would love to see them to try and figure out, hey, did they fix some of the mistakes? But first, going over to Moth Genesis, the number 4 seed in this tournament. Going to be some names that you recognize, especially for me, it's the backline. It's Juno and Jazzy, who are the 2 real standouts that have been playing together for a long time. And I'm ready to see that backline, do it once again.
Yeah, Moth's Genesis, it's been around for a couple months, and Juno and Jazzy have been on this squad for the longest, which is actually kind of cool. And no, this is not Juno the hero. This is Juno the player. She's really cool, by the way, and does represent the Ana on the flex support side. So that backline, incredibly solid. We've seen him in the past. Amidi kind of had a run back on Yas previously as a Wrecking Ball player, or just more of a dive player in general. So Moth's Genesis, highly likely to go in that direction. Of course, my standout is going to be our CEO of Venture, Jeremy87, is coming back into this lineup. Has been doing a lot more Pharah lately, so we'll have to ask them if they have since changed their title from the CEO of Venture. But for now, that's what we're going to go ahead and look with. They will be playing the DPS. Amidi is the tank player, despite what those rules might say. One question mark on this team, of course, is going to be Paul. This is a newer face for pretty much all of us. I haven't seen what Paul is capable of, but if Moth's Genesis have made it here as a 4th seed, I'm very, very much looking forward to what this player can offer.
Yeah, Paul, very much a wild card going into this. Like you said, we know Jeremy, we know what they can do, especially on the Venture and the Pharah. This backline is very well known. Paul is the one that we've kind of all sort of what are they going to be able to pull out of their sleeve this event, and maybe continue to catch Quick Nova off guard if they have any different looks from their game that was just 18 days ago. But now going over to the other side of this matchup, Quick Nova, the all-European team, ready to show out here for Europe. And you know, you look at this roster, you have a lot of players that are kind of relative unknowns. Laser on tank, they went up from the rising seat, now here on the main stage. And I think, you know, that's been one of the best stories we've had in Unlucky Main. A lot of experience as well in the backline.
Unlucky Main, by far the biggest star player, at least in terms of longevity for this scene, and we're kind of expecting them to be a lot of the kind of the communication and guidance given that factor. I do want to shout out Laser though. I played with her when she was still in Rising and Timeless Aurora a while back. We had so much fun just running it down on Wrecking Ball Tracer, which is why this could get all the more interesting if she is still on the hamster arc here. If we get to see that, Pingu is teasing the Tracer after all, so perhaps some rodent on rodent warfare to come from this series. But it's been amazing seeing so many Rising players kind of take that leap into Challengers and find such great success with it.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, seeing the players who do well in Rising. Obviously, Laser, they were in Champs, I believe, late last year. Didn't have the greatest results, but obviously still was able to play in Champs after playing in Rising. So the fact that, hey, she's continued this arc, and now she really has a place to shine here up on the main stage, looking to pull the upset over Genesis.
It's gonna be tough though. We don't have too much insight onto what happened in this previous series other than it was a 3-0. So Quick Nova, clearly some things to be taken away from that game in particular. Has been a couple of weeks since that has happened, so of course time to adjust, time to learn. I would say there were significant changes, but unless you're counting the 0.5 second nerf to the quick dash there out of Freya, not really, I guess. So we're basically seeing the same game that we have for the majority of the Swiss stage, which I don't all think is a terrible thing considering how flexible this meta has looked in many roles.
Yeah, especially with the hero bans in play. Like, everything has become much more flexible. You can't just be a one-trick team anymore. Like, we've seen it in the past, like, hey, whether it be a Collegiate, OWCS, OWL, like, you could have those teams that are basically just in one comp. That's all they're going to run unless it is a complete map disadvantage for it. And now we're in this era to where you just physically can't, because the other team can just ban one critical part of that comp, and you really can't run it. You have to be more flexible. We've seen more teams really build up their bench in case of that fact. So I really want to see here how the bans are going to go, and if Quick Nova fall in map 1 like they did last time, are their bans going to be different? How are they wanting to approach it differently to not fall in that same 0-3 hole?
You bring up a good point too, is in terms of roster size, like, for the most part, a lot of these teams have like 7+ players, which is kind of crazy to think about. These rosters of Quick Nova and Moth's Genesis are some of the smaller ones that we have. Only one substitute between the both of them, and that's for Quick Nova, if I'm not mistaken. So just looking at that factor in particular, that flexibility, is going to play all the more into it. Of course, I want to see where this tank matchup's going to go. I want to see where, is Jeremy going to pull out the Venture? I mean, I'm a little bit of a Venture.
Well, of course you're going to be like,
you
oh, I
know
want
this,
the
okay?
Venture.
I love this hero, my Rock Muncher.
Oh,
It's
I
so,
know.
they're so cute, and it's so fun. It might not be fun to play against them. I think if I play a hero, that's the one I'm going to get cursed out on the most, but I think that's just another reason to play it, honestly. Like, that's where it's fun. I think Jeremy has understood that. But
the mental warfare.
all that being said, exactly, it's the mental warfare of it. And honestly, I think that's where Moth Genesis have kind of come up as this sneaky 4th seed team that we haven't exactly expected to see. But we do have something to show you guys, actually. I just heard that we have our map and our hero bands ready to go. Ilios will be the selection, I believe, of our higher seed Moth Genesis and Juno Freya for the bands.
All right, so the Freya ban already gone for Quick Nova,
Wow.
maybe thinking that they can play Freya later on, especially Ruins. Freya can be very oppressive. It is such a long sight line to where it can be really hard to put pressure on the Freya, so little bit of a target ban over against Moth's Genesis. The Juno ban, I think it's fine. Like, I think for them, they know for Moth's Genesis, they don't need to run a lot of the Juno, especially if they're running more of this kind of chaos comp. The Juno doesn't really fit into that very well, so you might as well take that ability away from Quick Esports, considering you're probably not going to play it a whole lot.
I mean, that does make me think, too, because a lot of times on Ilios, we see either an Ana break backline or, like, the Juno Lucio. But in this case, does it mean we're getting a Lucio Kiriko then, potentially, instead if we're going fast pace?
Probably leaning to more of, like, yeah, that either be the, Ana Brig if they want to go more, like, traditional dive route, or if they want to go kind of the way faster backline to keep up with the chaos up in front. Yeah, I could easily see the Lucio Kiriko being dragged out.
Or hear me out, Lifeweaver.
Well, we have seen Lifeweaver a little bit in OWCS.
We have. What's stopping him? What's stopping him?
I don't know if it's going to happen. We'll see. But considering it's actually been played and won in OWCS, I could see it here, especially from Quick Nova if they want to pull something pretty random out of the bag that probably isn't scrimmed against very often.
I don't think we've ever had a Lifeweaver, and at least from what I can remember in Calling All Heroes. So
yeah,
I mean, this could be some like record-breaking stuff if we really want to get silly. I think honestly, if a team's going to do it, it might be one of these two.
It's gonna be these, yeah.
I feel like it's just gonna be these two. Both of them historically have showed that we like to play our little hamsters, kind of more dive compositions. That is where Lifeweaver actually does pretty well at, especially if you need to get your tank out of danger. Relatively survivable. He had a buff to his Thorn Volley damage too. Like that was the other thing on this patch that we had, is Lifeweaver got that. So I don't know. We could go ahead and see if that is an option for these teams, but will likely depend on which mini map we end up starting out on here. So as we get into that, us Genesis and Quick Nova got our 4th and 5th seed, and we're gonna start on, I believe this is Lighthouse. Kick us off. 2 variations of like a brawl / dive composition from each side.
Yeah, definitely. Well, the SimTP, assuming Paul will just swap over to the Tracer. Yes, it's going to be Jeremy on the Pharah. Shocker. I do think it's going to have a little bit of resistance. Obviously, Laser can shift a lot of her attention over to the Pharah, but it's not like it's the easiest for weather. Sojourn can often have issues trying to shoot Pharah out of the sky unless they're really good with that alternate fire. But if Quick Nova can deal with the Pharah, I do think their comp on a base level is maybe a little bit better.
They got the speed, and I'm always somebody to favor the speed aspect of this. The Bionades from Juno, I think, are another thing that can influence this fight. If she's able to hit them, it's going to be difficult. How mobile everyone is, the Suzu, the defense matrix, but the potential for it is always there. The Tracers, we're going to go ahead a little skirmish for the objective, but Moth Genesis, at least with the hazard of a little bit more frontline pressure, you could say. For Quick Nova, Pingu doesn't have a recall here, so they're going to have to start moving more towards this objective before Moth Genesis takes it, but recall or not, it'll be Pingu winning out the 1v1, but it doesn't matter. There was the sleep out of Juno. The problem is, even with these supports standing up here, it's all been Jeremy just zoning off Quick Nova entirely.
Yeah, Natnif couldn't help half of their team, you know, getting blown up by German because of the fact that they were left. They were just chilling up on high ground. There's nothing they can do, and they had to use the Suzu on themselves. So a great first fight there for Moth's Genesis. The question now I have for Quick Nova is, how are you actually going to build pressure onto Juno and Jazzy? Because they're just chilling up on that high ground, and you have to take a lot of commitment to actually get there.
Yeah, and they have our knight in shining armor Jeremy over here that's not going to let you get anywhere near them. Like, the pressure that those rockets are providing, Quick Nova, they can't get an organized team fight between Paul and Amity winning their own individual skirmishes. Nice little melee there, too. And Moth Genesis have a very solid chokehold on this objective.
Yeah, already 40% in counting for Moth Genesis, and already you can see Paul has the pulse bomb in hand, ready to go, and I can see them especially maybe trying to bait out a Suzu with a Bionade from Juno so they can confirm the stick going down. But even if you want to use the Pulse Bomb as the bait, then you have a free barrage. So either way, this should be a pretty easy fight for Moth Genesis if it's not shut down.
And the one thing you got going for it, Quick Nova, I see a Kitsune Rush for Nat. I don't think that they're in a position that they can actually use it effectively. Quick Nova are just struggling against this rocket pressure, the threat of Juno and Jazzy on this high ground too. Eventually, they're going to use it just to move over to the objective, and we'll get Paul as a reward for their troubles. Amity, though, thought that they were in trouble, but nope. Ends up getting the kill onto Unlucky Main before falling themselves. Moth Genesis, though, not going to be exactly sticking your on point, but why not the Pharah? That sounds great. Get a couple more percentage off of that, and Quick Nova will get a quick flip.
Yeah, 87% from Moth Genesis, still one fight territory, but Quick Nova, they realize that, hey, we can just, if we can force Amity into an awkward position, the support as well as the position Juno and Jazzy has, there's nothing they can do. Like, Amity was completely stuck, even with the nano. Pulse Bomb goes down and forces everything to shut down, and now Weather swapped over to the
Whoa, Jeremy! Oh, Jeremy will get at least the trade off of the barrage with this sound barrier. Oh, it's so much for Amity to handle, but I mean, Hazard, you can survive all that damage with just the right click too. That spike guard taking away all of that frontal pressure, and even here, chasing down Unlucky Man. Can they get back on the map? No! The poop goes over to the Hazard. Amity having the time of her life right now on this tank. D-Max laser, and it's looking like Moth Genesis will get themselves back in control.
Paul does die by Weather, but right now this Dada is usually
oh no, not again.
Defensive position, and it's
oh no!
Jericho dies.
Unlucky Main gets their revenge. That's crazy. Just all right, Amity. You went to take a cliff dive. I got you. Unlucky Main actually gets a second final blow off of that. The Lucio from the spawn. I guarantee they had a rollout doing that.
Oh, 1,000%. Like, Unlucky Man of all the Lucios out there definitely had the rollout on lock. As Quick Nova surprisingly flipped that back very easily, didn't have to use an ultimate, and now they still have two to back off of, but they will have the rally.
Oh, Pingu!
Slap. Oh, good Suzu.
The Suzu! Oh, perfect timing from Natnif. Kinda like read Juno's mind there when she was gonna throw that Bionade. The Nanaboost can't really do much to stop. Pharah in a small room. Oh, Jeremy! It's Pingu. Survives the Pulse Bomb, and Moth Genesis now in control of the point. Laser's got to move that way, but it's going to have no mech to work with, so no touch come in. Moth Genesis claim light amps.
A little bit messy, but that's kind of what we expected from these two teams, right? They're two teams that thrive on the chaos, they thrive on the dives, and it was just a matter of fact that Moth Genesis, their comp was built a little bit better to go into that kind of style once they were set up. Like, Quick Nova were fine, kind of once they had point. They had some pretty good fights because Juno and Jazzy really couldn't get into those ideal positions, but when the on a break and just chill on high ground, it's fine. There's a little bit of banter going back and forth already from Moth's Genesis, but now as we head over to Ruins, you could think maybe a little bit of a switch. It's more of a longer range map. This is where the Freya ban really comes into play. You're not going to see it. Instead, Paul over on the Widow against the Weather Soge.
Okay. Wasn't the Auto Lucio here? That's a newer one. I don't feel like we see that a whole lot these days. Like instead
like
of the
2021?
Kiriko. Yeah, that's a flashback and a half. I mean, you're just so diveable. Like, Juno has to play very far back to avoid getting jumped on, but so does Paul. I mean, Moth Genesis, they're waiting for either a Bionade or someone to hit a shot or just for Laser to get blown up out of a mech by what I assume was a Bionade there too. So a very nice coordination, collapsing on the tank. Losing Widowmaker, not the end of the world. Immunity is a big, strong Winton and is completely able to handle herself and hopefully get a cap. Just jumps on the Kiriko with 50 health. I don't know if I should have said that immediately, but Immunity, you know, she thought she could get in there. Not that much, and I guess the Battle of the Lucios will eventually be won, so Moth Genesis are, you know, buying some time here for their tank to get back with Laser in a full mech and Suzu out onto her. It's going to be difficult now to debunk it, but actually Moth Genesis ended up getting the cap while this happened.
Yeah, they end up flipping. They stall it out for a while. Still the flip, though, goes over to Moth Genesis. Now they'll try and stall the cell. Amity, though, dies early as Weather. Just chilling on high ground. Nobody contesting.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue here. The Widowmaker's great for the one-shots, but with the amount of just damage output that Weather has, like, there's not too much that you can do about it unless you're always jumping on top.
Yeah, that's going to be the issue here. Is, you know, Paul does have Infrasight already online. Could scout out how this fight's going to begin. That's a dangerous game. I don't know if I believe, but hey, it worked out that time.
No. She knew. She had the ego there. She had the ego dip. Peak ended up working out. The Kitsune rush helps Quick Nova stabilize more than anything. Moth Genesis fully able to kite away from that burst. And didn't think it make anything work. Pingu very low here. I'm gonna grab the health pack, and it's okay to go another day. I'm assuming Juno's looking for a nano onto this Winston eventually, but another Bionade sneaks it under Laser's defense matrix. The tank is in trouble, but so is the Juno. Fancy footwork from the Grandma, and she'll live to see another day. And they're still holding on to this nano rather passively. Hasn't found the opening for it. Onto the Winston. There you go, but more so to save herself from Pingu, who's been harassing her in this backline. Jeremy, though, blows the door wide open for Moth Genesis. The pulse bomb stick and the supports aren't faring too well with Immunity's pressure on the front line. It's all Jeremy in this kill feed so far for Moth Genesis. If they're going to win a fight, it's off the back of them, but even then, Quick Nova, they're trading this even back and forth. Jeremy literally got 4 final blows. Jesse, that's what it took to get a flip.
Jeremy's the one that wins the fight, because even though Lucky Mane and Natnev are dealing with Amity in the backline, there's nothing neither of them can do. The fact that still the rest of Quick Nova able to get a few picks until Jeremy decides, hey, no, this is my fight. And from there on, Moth Genesis able to cap, but still 61% already for Quick Nova. And they're going to have both support ultimates online for this fight and the overclock. This could be rough, and Amity's forced to use Primal early.
And she's going for the ulting Sojourn here, which at least won't be dying towards the punching damage, but at least put them through the blender. My goodness, the juggling for Mitty. It looks good. Yeah, do they get the Weather? No, the boop. Wonderful misposition from Unlucky Mane. We acknowledge the experience of this Lucio player so much, but it's micro plays like that that Quick Nova actually ended up completely flipping the point off of.
Yeah, that was a great boop, just to make sure that they can confirm the kill and also save their Soj. Laser went a little bit deep trying to force the staggers, and they get punished. It's not the worst thing in the world here for Quick Nova, but it is going to be a little rough as the pulse bomb from Pingu fails.
Yeah, like if you're Moth Genesis, you know there's no pulse, there's no tank for a couple of seconds. You should just send it. But the swap over to the Sombra, just pop that up out of Paul. Had enough with the Widowmaker. Wants to take a more active role in this fight, and it's gonna zone out these players. But Weather is still hitting these shots on the Sojourn, rather uncontested with the flip back over. Moth Genesis start to panic. Get another nano boost from Juno. It doesn't get all that much value. You gotta turn to Jeremy. He's gone from 0 to hero for at least 4 or 5 fights now, and that's gonna do it for Moth Genesis.
Now, how long can they pull out the stagger on Laser?
Nade!
In a while. What a nade to finish. Not able to get back in mech, and no, Moth Genesis, they understand, hey, if we get 1 or 2 more, this map could be done, and they find one, they find 2, Molly!
That sounds illegal. That was illegal, Jeremy. You should not be allowed to kill the Kiriko in front of the spawn rooms, but it just happened, and Quick Nova got a scramble to touch.
Yeah, it'll be a very quick scramble. Unlucky Mane, they're almost going to have beat, but they also may have to be the person that has to touch here for Quick Nova.
And it's not going to be easy. The Primal Rage is here for a minute, so she's going to be completely fine. Unlucky Mane is stuck in the spawn. She has the sound barrier, yeah, but there's no team near them. And no, the juggle mid-air does the Lucio in. Very little support remaining. It's on to Weather now to make it happen, but no. Jazzy returns sound barrier of her own, and Moth Genesis should be able to go ahead and clean house. They'll destruct last-ditch effort here out of Laser, buy some space and time with no DPS, little support to come back. I mean, eventually Unlucky Main, yeah, you got the sound barrier, but that's chewed through like wet paper. The accuracy of Jeremy, just a laser when it comes to this Tracer against the D.Va. Pulse Bomb into play. Goodbye, the D.Va, and Moss Genesis will go ahead and take Helios 2-0.
Whew, that was what a map that was, especially on the Ruins. Definitely felt like a little bit more of the comfort for Quick Nova, but it's just not enough, and a very familiar start to this series as it was over in the Swiss stage. And Moss Genesis, I will say, this Hazard comp was incredibly clean over on Lighthouse. Felt like there was just nothing that Quick Esports were able to do throughout the entirety of that round, but now the pressure goes back over to Quick Nova. What will be the map? It is any map type, any map they can go to except Control, at least from our set map pool. So a lot of power now in the hands of Quick Nova.
Yeah, but how do they use that power, I think is the question. Jeremy's got to be stopped, okay? That Tracer should not have been able to get away with as much as they did, and Jeremy kind of made it happen, and that's what you notice, too. If Moss Genesis are winning fight, Jeremy was getting at least half of those final blows. So whether it's on the Tracer, the Pharah, whatever that might be, I think that's something that needs to come into consideration, whether it's in terms of a ban or a pick for a map pick that we have, because the pool is wide open. You can pick from anything that's available right now, Jesse.
Yeah, as long as you don't pick a control map, like, you are free to do anything. So hybrid, flashpoint, escort, push. You have so many options for what you want to run. I would assume they're probably not wanting the Hazard, because that seemed to be a really comfortable spot for Moss Genesis, unless they want to use their one Hazard ban early on a map 2. But I would say maybe they're leaning more towards a super rush style. So I would guess maybe Suravasa. We've seen a lot more like the Orisa and the Ramatra on that map as of late. So maybe that's where they kind of want to pivot, especially now that also Juno, is open. They don't have to worry about a Juno ban the rest of this series, at least coming from the other side.
The same thing goes with Freya. Having Weather had a pretty good performance on the Sojourn, all things considered, especially with the amount of times I just saw a 10-ton gorilla just leaping right on top of him. So with that, having Weather on a Freya, a very mobile character that has high amounts of burst damage, is that something that, Quick Nova are considering when they take into this ban? Because Freya has been a pretty mainstay across all levels of competitive Overwatch since the Heroes release, and, perhaps it's even something, too, that could help with the issue that has been Jeremy so far.
Yeah, Jeremy, they were just everywhere on the Tracer, especially on Ruins, just pulling fights out of nowhere for Moss Genesis. And you have to eventually find that compromise. And it is the downside of running that Lucio Kiri. As much as you love having the speed, you love having the cleanse, you don't necessarily have a set counter to when the Tracer's in your backline. You don't have a sleep, you don't have a nade or a flail or anything. Gibraltar. Okay. So this is maybe wanting just to get it out of the way. Maybe hey, throw another dive out there, but ban the Hazard if they want to go more of a Wrecking Ball or D.Va. I think is where I'm getting at here, but it really depends on the ban here for Quick Nova.
I think if you're Quick Nova, you have to ban a tank. Laser is much more comfortable on the D.Va than the Winston. You don't want to risk the D.Va getting banned, so I feel like a tank has to go bye-bye, regardless of what that may be. But on terms of the other side, I'm thinking support-wise, for the most part, Juno and Jazzy, great positioning on a brig. The nades were landing around the D.Va Matrix, which is something that's very difficult to do. Juno had a very standout performance on the Ana in particular, and given this map, unless Ana is banned, we're going to see that kind of route continue here. So it's a bit of a head-scratcher for me as to why Gibraltar was the primary choice. The only reason I can go to is that, we've seen this team stick on dive comps in the past, very confident in their D.Va style. Gibraltar will be the one map that is in this pool that you can guarantee run it every single point.
Yeah, the D.Va is perfect on this map, and like you said, that's probably where they're trying to lean to in this one. Last time around, they actually did go Suravasa. It was Suravasa and then Circuit Royale to finish out. So maybe they realize, hey, Circuit just isn't our map. They lost 1-0, and they lost 3-0 on Suravasa when they played over on May 10th. So that might just be them realizing that, hey, as much as those are kind of like the easy picks to try and pivot and go to a rush, it didn't work out last time. So them trying more than likely what pull, I would say, oh, there it is. Initial ban on the Winston. So the Hazard's still in play, but the Kiriko is banned. So back-to-back support bans coming in from Moth's Genesis.
Yeah, it was. I'm not exactly expecting a Hazard here. For the most part, I feel like the verticality and just protection of the Winston D.Va makes more sense. The Winston ban was a must. We talked about that. It's great. You get to protect your D.Va. That laser can go on, and I'm assuming that's what we'll see mirrored on the other side, unless they get a little adventurous. Kiriko, I mean, it's a support. It makes sense. You don't want to get your Ana or Brig banned because those looked really, really good. So I guess negate the worry of the Suzu at all. So if you hit land and aid, it becomes even more lethal for this team. So I'm very interested to see where this attack goes because, I mean, the D.Va playing around this dive is a must. But of course, I'm assuming Jeremy's likely going to post up on a Tracer here. Like,
yeah, I would assume.
How is that 1v1 go? Because this is a very heavy Tracer 1v1 map for that payload.
Yeah, no, I think this is still a very good position for Moth's Genesis, depending on what they want to run on tank. Because Juno, like you said, the Ana, especially with the Kiriko gone now, unless the D.Va eats it, those bio nades are going to be absolutely free. There is no cleanse to negate all of the util and all of, you know, the power that kind of play can bring if you can time it right. And Jeremy was just an absolute menace over on Ruin, so this is still a fantastic spot if you're Moth's Genesis. Maybe not exactly where you thought you were going to go over on map 2, considering the previous matchup in Swiss, but I don't think it's one that Moth's Genesis are really going to be that mad about. And if you're on the other side, if you're Quick Nova, yes, there's things that worked, there's things that really didn't. This is a map that you see more of the Ana Brig played, which is something that Moth's Genesis played a lot of. So I'm curious how Unlucky Main and Natnif really are going to change how they're playing. Because the Ana, like you said, as much as the D.Va is essential, it feels like the Ana Brig is almost needed in this map, at least in the first 2 phases.
And with Kiriko banned too, unless you're gonna run like a Lucio Juno, which I don't think is that likely.
No.
Like you kind of just gotta do the Ana Brig here. Like I'm also thinking too, like, do we get a Freya? Is Freya still that good on this map, like compared to something like a Widowmaker that we're more used to seeing? I'm assuming yes.
Yeah, from what I've seen, the Freya can definitely be played. I'd say she's definitely better first and third phases. Second phase can get a little up close and personal. The Tracer has a lot of different routes to put pressure onto the Freya unless they play top ship, but then you also have the other side of that coin is that the tank can just go up there, force the Freya off high ground and into the lap of the Tracer, just waiting for them to drop. So I do think the Freya, just because of the raw output that can come out from the Freya, especially, you know, they had the half-second nerf of the updraft. Oh, whoopsie-doo. Like, it's not really going to do a whole lot. She's still going to get played a ton. So I do think here for Freya is going to be a lot of play, unless it is purely just a comfort thing. Because, you know, she still is a new hero. Not everyone's going to be comfortable yet, but we have had a little bit of time to play her more and more. So I do believe we'll probably see her, especially on defense.
I'm going to take a look here onto our map setup. It will be Moth's Genesis opting to defend first. That's the privilege they got for winning the map there. Yeah, it does seem that we are going to get that Freya. But Jeremy, I gotta say, I was expecting Paul to pick that up and Jeremy to stay on the Tracer. Huh.
Yeah, that's not what I
Jeremy's expanded their hero pool.
Yeah.
Again.
Hey, look at that. Only took a new hero going into the game, but honestly, Jeremy, like, hey, you play really well on the heroes you play, so it's fair enough.
Maybe
so yeah, it will be Moth's Genesis. Yes, this is pretty much exactly what we thought. The only question mark was really the D.Va, but they are running the Ana Brig backline. So again, just like map 1, can Quick Nova put pressure on that backline? You could argue it's a little bit easier, but slightly more choreographed on this map, because you know exactly where they are going to be sitting, and a little bit of a TP stride here to go up and around the high ground. I like it.
Okay. I'm used to seeing them just TP straight to the high ground, but I guess they didn't want to risk like a nade from Juno, which I don't blame them. I've seen that happen way too many times. It's not fun. So, yeah, Quick Nova get their supports where they want them as Jeremy and Weather go ahead and shoot some shots at them with the little crossbows there. Like, I mean, kind of considering whether, you know, do I like being in this room? Do I like taking shots from Jeremy? Yeah, eventually we'll go in the room there. So, I'm more interested in where these tracers are, because that's where the payload pressure is going to come in. We saw Pingu push it just kind of right to where this tunnel's supposed to start. Laser will eventually drop down to help out their DPS line here, and Quick Nova should start to force some positioning as the supports battle it out. On the Aggron, a little bit of assist from Jeremy. Both Briggs hit the deck, and Quick Nova seems to be hurting a little bit more after all these exchanges.
They do have the spawn advantage though, so Jazzy, even though yes, they spawn at the same
Minnie's
time,
in there.
Lucky Main, they still have a little bit of advantage as long as, well, if that didn't happen, Nova just gets cleaned up on the outside by Coast, and that will now be a full reset. Or Quick Nova. I had to jinx it, didn't I? Just had to.
It was the drive-by from a Minnie, just fly straight up in the window. It was like, oh, hey, Natnif, didn't see you here.
Hello.
Boing. Oh, man, that's just unlucky, honestly. But, yeah, you get a good start. Oh, Jeremy, playing with fire here. Oh, Jeremy, Paul was shooting! Paul, what are you doing? You gotta help your Freya, buddy.
Oh, that's rough.
That's funny.
So rough. He's sitting there so proud. It's like, oh, no. It's actually a nice little eat there last second on the Bionade, but still guaranteed progress here for Quick Nova. At least start getting under the archway, but still a lot of pressure to do up on high ground to move Juno.
Juno's flanking as an Ana, and it's great actually because it allows him not only to take away this bola shot, but Juno! No one expected to see the Ana behind them, between the nades, the sleep. She's been so on point when it comes to this hero. She single-handedly saved that fight.
I know her name is Juno, but can we just change to Ana?
We should. We should just change it.
She is unreal so far in this series, and now Jeremy with the bola shot, just hiding, waiting to see if they can get maybe a little bit of a cheeky ult onto the backline or onto their counterpart, but just not able to get it off.
No, I don't even know if they'll get the bola shot off. I mean, Juno's dead. That was a stick from Pingu at the end of it, so there's no supports right now for Moss Genesis. They had 4 ults, and now 2 of them aren't even an option. Yet a minute somehow gets a pancake kill on a Pingu. What is happening? What is happening, Jesse?
On paper, like, oh, Quick Nova should be pushing. They got both supports, but I guess not. Not when Moth Genesis exists, and they will all get out from this, which on paper shouldn't happen, but they're able to get out. Paul's able to get a pick as the supports come back in, and this is, now you're getting to crunch time. If you're Quick Nova, less than a minute, you've only got this cart 44 meters.
And they're trying to pressure it, but Paul's doing the tracer thing and just kind of chilling like a troll under the bridge, and they're not letting anything get past this little teleporter. And essentially a bola shot from both teams exchanged, but Jeremy has a nano boost behind it. It's enough to take out Weather and has to drop down in order to stay alive. But the Tracer has the perk and see the crit targets through walls. Pingu is down, and surely the auto will follow. There's a mini to back up the bounty hunter. Wonderful little 1-2 punch there on a Moss Genesis. We're looking at a full hold right now.
Yeah, it's not even a full hold where you necessarily see it most of the time. You see it usually right at the end of first phase, but Moss Genesis not even allowing Quick Nova to get to that point, not through Arch, 5 seconds left, and the rallies pop just to get out of spawn, and they're still gonna die.
Oh, the nano from that is just a little bit too late, and it's last-ditch efforts now for Quick Nova. They have 2 down and denying the remake on Midi. There is a chance to get some real progress going, but I think Moss Genesis get a solid recontest here, Jesse, just with how far back this payload is.
Well, they'll get easily a recontest, and Paul stalls it out a little bit longer as well, but they did use a lot that previous fight. Obviously, self-destruct, Paul's trying to get out. Well, that nade will deter any aggression from Pingu. It's going to be Jeremy once again. Can they find an early pick? Can they find something from the bola shot? Pingu will be trying to shut it down with this pulse.
Oh, the sleep dart! Oh no, Weather's in trouble! Wow. The sleep dart from above! Juno peeks out for just a second to hit the bullet that changes the game. The Bionade 2 into Natnif! This Paul and Juno tag team is disgusting to watch. Oh, Moss Genesis, they're gonna go ahead and stabilize this and get a full stop here on Gibraltar first hold.
Oh my god. I know we said, like, hey, this is a 4-5. Quick Nova could be bringing it up in the upset, but man, Moss Genesis shutting down all the doubts right now. Looking like a team that could be one to challenge that top 3. And what a hold from Moss Genesis. Wherever you look, they were just making individual plays. It felt like Quick Nova they would go into these fights with some sort of plan of, hey, we're going to try and force like recall early out of Paul and then trying to punish. Or if a midi tries to go deep in the back line, try and go with the counter dive like Moth Genesis did over on Ruins. But it just never worked. Quick Nova were always hit by the early punch from Moth's Genesis and just messed up every single plan every single time. Natnif was just harassed in the back line, even from Juno. So it's just a super rough attack, and it's not even like Quick Nova were doing that many things wrong. It was just Moth Genesis' plan of trying to disrupt everything going on went perfectly.
The follow-up that they have for everything the supports are opening for them, like they're grabbing every opportunity that Juno is giving Moth Genesis, and it was very impressive to watch. And I can't even discredit Quick Nova too much for that. They seemed a little bit scattered in terms of their push, but it wasn't really up to them. It is very difficult to move through this first point and claiming the high ground, so I do want to see how Quick Nova approach this. Roadhog Lifeweaver, we're getting that little hook TP off. It goes by. It's just it's one of our usual strats that you know we usually get. So it was fun to look at the Doomfist though. Okay.
I think that was their way of like, hey, quick recontest for everyone trying to sit up on high ground. Weather almost gets punished early. And if you're Quick Nova, you cannot afford to get first blood. Like, you have to hold strong, but play a little safe.
Oh, Juno. Juno's okay. The loving arms of Jazzy are there to give her a hug and pat on the head and say, it's okay, I got you. Weather, though, has to be cautious and peeking against Jeremy, who seems to want to just throw any shot that they can possibly get at the opposing Freya, and eventually Bingo will be in there for the punish. At the time, ended up sacrificing some of that payload progress for it, so with it being under the tunnel, the positioning for Quick Nova on the defense, it's going to change.
Yes, you have to play just a little bit more safe, because now it is one fight territory. Like, if they win this, maybe a recontest comes in from Quick Nova, but overall, this is one full fight away from Moth's Genesis, so you have to play this smart if you're Quick Nova. You have the defensive positioning, but you can't afford to let that happen.
All right, Jeremy. Yeah, we knew it was coming. Like, you saw how much they were just peeking out against the Freya there, and yeah, okay, eventually Laser will make a pay for it. So, Moth's Genesis, 1-for-1 trade, which you do favor the attackers a bit, but the overstays their welcome, kind of split off from where Immunity was playing, and Moth's Genesis, they're just gonna have to be okay with holding this high ground, waiting for reinforcements.
Yeah, you just have to be content with this right now. You have Nano in hand from Natnif. She can just throw it onto the D.Va if needed, but Jeremy again finds Weather.
Yeah, this is a classic Jeremy decides to do things moment. Natnif, almost got a goodbye present from the pulse spawn, but able to be okay, which is much needed because this nano boost has to come out onto Unlucky Main to relent some of this pressure, but Unlucky Main, nah. I'm not a defense support, I am an attack support. Swings the mace around a couple of times, and that brawl room, that turns south real fast.
When you're looking at the raid boss right there, rally popped Nano on the rallying brig. It is so hard to take them out. And all right, 90 seconds left. This all of a sudden is not impossible here for Quick Nova. They have a great position. The counter dives have been great, but Laser already low with the bio. They need to survive, and they barely do for now.
And Moth Genesis, they've been saving up all of their ults for one push. I mean, Weather knows that they have to take initiative, which is great. And you'll actually, that trade onto Juno, huge here. And that's a lot of initiating power gone, and Jazzy still ends up committing. With Jeremy having this power position on the high ground, I think Quick Nova, they're understanding how scary of a spot they're actually in. Listen, he drops the nuke on Laser's face, and there's nothing that Quick Nova can do about it. Jeremy's still on the high ground. Couple more shots with the crossbow will do it, and that's match point for the Moths.
Oh, it was all looking so good. It was all looking so good for maybe Quick Nova to bring it to one apiece, but all of a sudden this self-destruct at the end of the game changed everything. Actually, it wasn't. Wow, okay, I thought. No, this is the drive-by. All right, it's the drive-by. But the self-destruct from Midi changes everything. The Bola shot as well to finish off the brig. A great little counter there. As soon as Moth Genesis started to feel like, hey, maybe this is really getting out of reach and out of control, they're able to snag it back just with a few Qs. And all of a sudden, Moth Genesis on match point here in upper bracket quarterfinals.
Yeah, this dive composition has been wonderful to watch from
So good.
both of these teams, but these supports. Oh my goodness, these supports. Juno and Jazzy together, they know what they're doing. On the Ana Brig, you know, I understand why this map was a choice for Quick Nova. It's a dive composition, you're comfortable with that, but we're now at the point that now you're starting to consider, is this dive composition really what we want to do moving forwards? You have a lot of agency, again, so many options for you when it comes to both the map type that are available. We're still with, what, Push, Flashpoint, and Hybrid left in the pool?
Yeah, Push, Flashpoint, and Escort all available. So, again, do they maybe go to Saravasa like they did in the previous series? Granted, it did not go well. They lost 0-3. But if they want to go back to it, the only 2 push maps in the map pool are Caliseo and Runasapi. So if, I doubt you want to play the long range game right now with how that last one went with Jeremy on Freya.
Yeah.
So if you would go push, I'd assume Runasapi because you can kind of run the dive there. And over on Hybrid, you know, you could always go Kings Row, right? Like you could always go Kings Row if you want to run it down. Blizzard World and Hollywood are both kind of dive-ish hybrid maps. So if you want to try something different, I'd say either Kings Row, Saravasa, or Runasapi. But honestly, I don't blame them if they want to stick to the dive because it did look good there for like the last 3 minutes until a self-destruct and Ebola shot just changed everything.
A bomb quite literally went off, like multiple.
Quite literally went off.
The thing, you do stick to this dive, right? You're limited on your hero bans. You have to ban a tank from here on out. Laser's not going to play the Winston. You could play the Wrecking Ball, but if she hasn't done it on Ilios, I don't think she's going to do it on another map that we still have. So banning a tank is a must, which taking the hazard away, I wouldn't necessarily hate. But if we're looking towards Quick Nova, since you're locked into that tank ban, like, you're leaving this DPS pool so... I mean, Paul looked great on that map, too, when it came to the Tracer, which was really nice to see. And Pingu as well. I mean, Pingu and Weather have looked solid, but I think it's a lot more... What I'm seeing for Quick Nova is we're skirmishing, and we're seeing who comes out on top of that, whereas this is, like, straight out, I'm going to execute this player team. You better be there to jump on it. Like, that's what Juno's telling Moth's Genesis. That's kind of the 2 different paces that I'm noticing from these teams.
It's like, yeah, Juno is just sitting there like, hey, they're on the hit list. Take them out. Like, I'm setting everything up for you. You just need to put on the finishing touches. And a lot of the time, it's been Jeremy has been the one to do that for Moth's Genesis. And everything right now is just looking so good for the number 4 seed. And, you know, I would say Paul did pretty well in the Tracer mirror. Like, yes, we didn't see them pop off as much. It was a lot more, you know, Amity and Juno and Jeremy over on Ilios, but they, you know, they held their own, even though they weren't on the Tracer to start off this series. So everybody from Moth's Genesis playing really well. Still waiting to see here what our map pick and the bans are going to be for this potential final map of this series. But it is a lot of pressure over on the Quick Nova to figure out what is the pivot. Do you want to go full 180 and go rush? Do you want to just try a different impression of the dive that hasn't worked already? It's a really difficult decision. But like we said, this is a younger team in terms of experience. Not everybody, like Pingu, from what we could tell, didn't have much experience going into this. Weather has had some experience over in the British collegiate scene, which is a little different than the North American scene. It still needs a little bit fleshing out, but still, you know, top 2 over in the British side. And, you know, Unlucky Man, they were on Absolution, who has been a phenomenal team for a while. So this is a team that obviously they have the pieces. It just feels like there's been a wrench thrown into their plans a lot of the time tonight.
Well, it does appear that they are missing a piece currently. Unlucky Main's network has crashed, so we're taking a little bit of time to get them back in and working on things. But it does appear we have a little bit more content. Kings Row. I would say typically, oh, we're going to go back to a brawl style, but this map can mean a lot of different things, Jesse.
We have seen more dive recently, especially like a lot of Winston, a lot of Hazard as of late. Formerly Nightmare, now GK have played a lot of this, but I think that might also just be Kuffa's comfort on that hero. But we've seen it a little bit more in OWCS, that kind of springing up. I still would probably want to see the Hazard ban if I was Quick Nova. just because you want to shut that down.
You
It was so good for Moss Genesis on Ilios. You cannot allow them to run it. For Moss Genesis, I'm not sure what they go here because obviously Juno's gone, Kiriko's gone. So unless you want to ban maybe like a Mei, or if you want to ban the Diva, I don't think it's a horrible idea. You force them maybe into a full-on rush. But I think it's a lot of options available for Moss Genesis.
It's not terrible. Quick Nova, again, I think the Diva just always being available is a good thing for them.
Yeah.
Especially, you're on reverse sweep territory. You're not going to get a first ban from here on out, assuming you win King's Row. So you might as well either protect it now while you still can. And that should be the good option. Hazard in particular is very good on this map. Laser also is not a one-trick Diva player. She's very good at it, but does have some other things up her sleeve that she could pull out, such as that, like, Mauga. I'm not encouraging Mauga gameplay, but she has
Please.
it. A Ramattra as well. Like, there are options for this team, but, I mean... Yeah, okay. See, that's what I was talking about. You don't ban the Diva. You got to... You're gonna get it banned yourself. The Ana ban... They're realizing how much of an issue Juno is, and honestly, dare I say that is more necessary than protecting a tank on this map.
Yeah, it's like it had to either be Hazard or Juno, and the Ana ban onto Juno, because so many of these fights have been set up either with a sleep to force out cooldowns, or the Bionade, just to set up a kill, and Jeremy's been there every single time, it feels like, to finish it off for Moss Genesis. So I do think, yeah, the Ana ban is really good. This is a map that has very long sight lines. There's a lot of great Bionade lineups, especially if you do the Ricochet, that you can really be aggressive with it. So I do like the ban. But we now have to see Quick Nova go off the Diva. For the first time this series, they can't, go on that for Laser on their comfort pick. They're going to have to show something else. So I wonder if we're going more towards the Ramattra side of things, or if they're going to find a hardcore counter for the Hazard, which in that case, Orisa might be a little bit better if you're wanting to more counter what Moss Genesis are doing.
The mentality of Quick Nova seems countery. You're going to take out the Ana, that was a problem, you remove it entirely. So starting from that ban, that kind of tells me where their heads are at, but I mean, there's always so many options that you can go with, assuming Moss Genesis are going to opt to start on the defense once again here for King's Row as we start to get in. I do wonder what their mascot is named. I've been seeing that every time. I'm like, that's adorable. It's like the cross between like an Eevee and like that scuttle crab thing.
Yeah.
You know, like it's
Yeah.
adorable. I gotta ask what the name of that is. I'm so curious.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head, but hey, Chad, if you can let us know, like
do know,
some
that'd be sick.
Ahmad will pick it up. And I'm very curious on that. So Juno will now go on to another aggressive flex
Oh, this is
support.
gonna be confusing.
They will go on to the Kiriko when Jazzy's on. Oh, this is going to be. Why do you do this? Why do you do this, Moss Genesis?
I feel like
But
this
they
should
will
be
go
like
the
a reroll.
Hazard. This should be like borderline, like just not acceptable. But for the memes and the culture, I respect it. Like I think this is hilarious. But they will go the Hazard with the Sombra, which for whatever reason, Sombra's like banned 80% of the time, I guess, in ranked play right now. I don't think Sombra's the best, but in organized play, she is better. And they are really going to be looking for Unlucky Main in the back to try and deny some of that movement, especially with Pingu and Leather.
Yeah, I mean, when we did get to see this from Paul like a tad bit back on Helios, and it wasn't great, but Nova were quick to shut it down. Oh my god.
Oh, what a
Sherman!
shot.
What in the world? He's just flanking, running it down with Juno. Doesn't matter if she's on the grandma. And in fact, I think she's happier to be on a more mobile hero. She can just walk it down with this Freya. My goodness, they just put them in a death sandwich, and Moss Genesis have eaten for days after that one.
Yeah, the explosive crossbow shots, they just always
we-
hit them. Like, are they just taking a moment of silence for that fight? I'm not sure.
Was that
I'm not sure
BM?
what was going on. That might have. I don't know. That was BM. We're like, hey, all right, everything good on Lucky Main? Like, is the internet fine? Already swaps though coming in from Quick Nova. They watch you go into Lucio. This is now just full on rush basically. Whether on the Cassidy, they will try and deal with anything in the backline, whether it be Paul or Juno, while the rest of the team tries to find that opening thing.
Quick Nova, gotta be a quick collapse from assuming. I mean, jeez, Jeremy
Oh my
just does
God.
not miss, and it takes the effort of both supports to make that happen. But because everyone's looking at the prey up top, then no one's there to help Laser. So that was a very good split attention play, knowing how much power Jeremy had in that fight. Eventually, Pingu will deal with them, and it might even be an opportunity for Quick Nova to return fast.
Yeah, as long as Pingu can get out, which it seems like they
Swap it
have
again.
been. Zen, hey,
Oh!
we're doing mystery
Ow!
here. What a whoa!
What was that?
Track from Weather, and that's just to get out of spawn. Now they go back over to the Cassidy, and Quick Nova can make their way over to point. And now, granted, no ultimates, which could be the issue here with the Bola shot on the way.
I mean, it's a Bola shot. I'm not as concerned. It's like a pulse bomb for me. Not too concerning, especially with how fast it builds and how hard it is to hit. Jeremy likely won't even be able to chance to shoot it off. No! Goes into the skies, dares someone from Quick Nova to go. But again, both the supports are chasing down Jeremy. Laser is on an island by herself. And Quick Nova is like, uh-oh, we can't help our tank. She's just been stomped into the pancake orb and lost Genesis. And they got a very nice return because the amount of tension that Jeremy is demanding from the attackers.
And Lucky Main's still here. She's just running around. And I'm like, yo, all right, what up? Try to hop all the way around, trying to get
Still
back
going.
to their team.
Oh.
Don't use speed. Don't use speed. Don't use. Oh, they get cleansed?
No,
Oh my
we're
God, they're
using
gonna
beat.
do it.
Oh, okay, we're running down. This is an unlucky main beat if I've ever seen it. But I mean, getting a mid that's huge, actually. And for Quick Nova, Lost Genesis don't have a firm way back onto this point, and unless you're just gonna EMP like orbital
EMP
ray.
orbital?
But that's a massive
Yeah.
investment without a tank. I don't like the risk for it, but I mean, they're hanging around. They're definitely thinking
doing
about
it.
it. There it is. EMP orbital ray. Paul gets the first one. Who else is to go? Blazer, not Lucky Main. Not a ton of health left to
works.
work with, and with the Moody back in the fight, there you go. Huge investment, huge reward.
That is gutsy. Like, that is an incredibly gutsy play call from Lost Genesis, but it works. They're able to get the immediate pickoff onto Weather. That helps so much with the aggression. They don't have to worry about a random flashbang and fan the hammer into their face. And now Quick Nova, they only have 25 seconds using the emote to get a little bit of scouting around the corner. Well, Quick Nova, they have the downfall and the rush to move in with.
I mean, honestly, Lost Genesis using your two big ultimates there is really good for Quick Nova. But Laser's gotta lock somebody in. It does grab Juno by the looks of the health bars, but she's perfectly fine. Jeremy just dealing with this Lucio's been all over them, and that's not much of a concern any longer. Avidity picks off the tank, and Quick Nova seem to have found themselves at yet another roadblock. They saw what the issue was. They knew that Jeremy was a problem. Perhaps they looked a little bit too much into that factors. They just gotta chuck bodies and hope someone can get an elimination off Pingu. They're on the Tracer, and having tank presence is not bad for Quick Nova.
This isn't done yet, Molly.
I mean, it's not done, but I mean, you got a Kitsune rush, there's a downpour for Avidity. I'm calling it over in my head unless some sort of miracle happens. And Jazzy's like still on this high ground. Of only now is she actually taking any sort of shot. And yeah, I mean, Laser out of support, LOS. No tank presence. Finally, point remains uncontested, and Lost Genesis not too much further, looking away from their first victory in the playoffs.
It looked winnable for half a second
It
there. Like, oh,
did.
maybe like the downfall didn't really get much, and then it's like, oh, but the hazard's still very low, and the hazard's dead. All right, fight over very quickly. You see the scoreboard here. It just, yeah, absolute annihilation. Jazzy never died.
Wow.
Like Jazzy just never died. She's just chilling, going on a vacation in Britain.
Juno is more damage than healing. She's putting in work, I'm telling you.
I'm not surprised, and I don't even
No.
say that in a bad way. Like sometimes, like if I'm talking to
Oh my God,
Reds
unlucky man.
teammates, oh my God, and, like I see that is like
That's different.
I'll get flamed for that. Like if I do that in ranked, I get flamed. But it's been working for Juno, and honestly, Unlucky Man, they created a lot of opportunities.
Yeah.
It was awkward because it was also Natnif going in with them and Pingu. So like you said, like Laser would just get left. They just get abandoned over on point. And Moth Genesis would realize that, take out the hazard, and there's no staying power remaining for
Yeah.
Quick Nova. So even though I didn't mind the aggression, it was just countered extremely well by Moth Genesis. Quick Nova now, they're just going to run it back. Why not stay the same? The Doom is getting teased, but I don't know,
Again?
they've actually ran it a little bit earlier. So let's see if it's just for a rollout or if it's long term.
Knowing Moody here, I wouldn't be too shocked, but okay, back to the hazard. We do, Rissa, okay, I like this and more of a kind of counterplay thing by the looks of it. So we get the first look at that, and Paul is gonna do the Widowmaker, a late swap. See if anyone's expecting it. Weather's in a dangerous spot. No, not a shot. Took a body shot, and it's Jeremy there to finish them off. These sneaky Widow plays from spawns apparently can go in both directions. Quick Nova now 4v5. You have to stay alive. Going down here is the end of the series for them, but a lucky Neo takes a scope shot out of Jeremy and brings the damage back to the team. Juno finds herself in a small room, cleans them up with a couple kunai, and just like that, Moth Genesis, they got 2 ticks. Weather will not get towards the points, and it'll be Moth Genesis moving on in our playoffs.
Upper bracket semifinals confirmed for Moth Genesis, and top 6 confirmed. Is what a way to show, like, hey, we are a team that could play as the dark horse during this spring playoffs. And man, everybody played extremely well. Jeremy especially. Like, some of these take aim shots with the explosive crossbow arrow was unreal. Every single time this team needed a pop off, regardless of who it was, somebody was able to fill the gap. In Moth's Genesis, a great start here to their playoff campaign.
I mean, I can really understand hey, unlucky main, Natnif, you're now DPS, go kill Jeremy. Like, that was so needed, just watching how they were playing this entire series. But even then, that wasn't enough for this team. And I think Moth Genesis, it's weird. They're like in a weird bubble spot, Jesse. Like, I think they're significantly better than our 5th through 8th seed, but aren't quite reaching up to that 1 through 3 just yet. And I mean, perhaps after some momentum on a win like this, we can really start to see them put some serious threat up there. Again, underestimated dark horse potential, but it's going to take a lot to reach that point.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot, because more than likely they are going to play Dilcox in the semifinal, upper bracket semifinals. I believe that's getting played out right now. So we don't know the result for that one quite yet, but more than likely who they are playing against, the #1 overall seed in this playoff. So that is going to be the real test for Moth's Genesis. Is like, hey, even if you take a map or 2 off of them, it's not the worst thing in the world. I'm looking right now. They did play them at the end of Swiss, and it was a 3-0 sweep for Dill. So they have played them recently. It didn't go their way, but we could maybe, even if it is just one map, if we see that constant progression from Moth Genesis, maybe this is a team that could steal a podium spot come a few weeks.
Yeah, well, I'm very excited to hear from actually Moth Genesis themselves on what their thoughts on the current performance is in the Calling All Heroes Spring Playoffs. We're going to go ahead actually and get an interview set up for y'all before we come back in for the remainder of our gameplay today. Send you to a quick break. See you back in a few. Welcome back to day one of the Calling All Heroes Spring Playoffs. Just wrapped up our first streamed game of our top 8 matchups, and it was a Moss Genesis 3-0 to take it away. And, you know, we were talking a little bit, you know, before we went to break. At Moss Genesis, they're in quite an interesting spot with these teams that I'd say you're pretty far above the teams that are currently seated below you, but it seems like getting towards that top 3 is a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, it's really going to depend on how they can play these next few games because, yes, they have that 3-0 now. Great start to their bracket play, and it was a pretty convincing 3-0, especially, you know, map 3. It was just all Moth Genesis, but they do play Dill potentially in that upper semifinal, and that's a very hard team to go against, right? It's one of the top teams in this tournament. It's part of that big 3. And you look at some of the players on Dill, you know, Peace, Santana, Sniper, Cinnabar, Z. Like, it is an unreal team based off of players that have been around Ka for a long time. So that is going to be a real test for Moss Genesis.
And if I'm not mistaken, when Moss Genesis actually had to play them, it was a forfeit match. So it'll be a potentially new matchup, okay, assuming that's what the result is. But you can hear us yap about what Moss Genesis want to do all you want. What better way than to hear it from the players themselves? We have Jeremy joining us on the desk here for a winner's interview. Jeremy, it's great to have you back up here. I know last time we saw you were talking about CEO of Venture, all of that, but you've since expanded your hero pool and find yourself in the upper semifinals for Calling All Heroes Spring Playoffs. How's it been going with everything lately?
Are like one trick now? I have 3 one tricks essentially.
Oh, you have 3 one tricks?
Yeah, I'm just adding to my one trick list essentially.
Okay. I'm so sorry, you kind of cut out when you were saying that. What were those 3 one tricks?
Freya, Venture, Pharah. I'm just adding
Freya,
to
Venture,
it.
Pharah. Okay. But what about the Tracer? You were playing Tracer earlier today and looking great on that. Is that like a half trick?
Yeah, it's getting there. My Tracer's okay.
Okay.
All right, but it honestly felt like you guys were just going on all cylinders today. It felt like regardless of the composition being played, you all had one answer to whatever they were running. How are you guys feeling going into this series against a team that you just played just a few weeks ago?
We were feeling pretty confident. I knew that I had basically the back pocket Venture pick if I needed it. I had a little birdie tell me that this team was not that confident against Venture, and so if Freya didn't work out, I knew I could just lock that.
Okay, and now you potentially, we're still waiting to hear on when results come in, but potentially a upper semifinal result in game against Dill. Obviously, you know, you guys are seated below them, and they've been a pretty hot team, but how would you feel if that is the team you are playing later tonight?
I think we can beat them. I think we can do it. I don't see why we can't beat them.
It's going to take the Venture to do it? Do we think we get some Venture gameplay in that?
No, I think I just play Freya all day and win.
So how have you been feeling on that new hero? Because I know that's, you know, we've only really seen the OWCS gameplay on it so far. Like, what's your take on Freya kind of in this current meta?
I love Freya Overwatch so much. I have like 60 hours on my character in ranked. I play her. Yeah, I just play her every day. I love Freya. I knew that I was going to play her when she was like announced, and then I played her in the free weekend for like 7 hours, and I'm like, yeah, I just love this character. She's my favorite character in any game I've ever played. I just want to play Freya all day.
That's awesome. I mean, clearly it's a big win condition for your team too, and it was really fun to watch there, especially on that last moment on Kings Row. We were kind of losing our minds up here. I'm like, oh, Jeremy, what was that? It was really great to see. So I'm hoping that we can continue to watch y'all in the later matches down the line, but it does sound like we are going to go ahead and get ready for our next series here in just a little bit. Before we head off, Jeremy, any final words, shout-outs that you'd like to say here on the desk?
I've got so much more to prove on Freya. I didn't play that well. I can do better than that. Just wait.
You can do better. All right,
Okay.
I'll believe it when I see it. But you know what, Jeremy? I have faith in you. I've seen you pop off, and I bet we're going to continue to watch the Jeremy domination with Moth's Genesis. Thank you so much for taking the time for the interview, and best of luck on your next matchup.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me.
Can it get better than that? Can it get better
Very
than that?
confident, very confident. And the fact that they're
Ooh,
saying
I like it.
oh, like this is not the best you will see from me, I'd be a little scared if I was Dill. Even though I guess Dill has played very well, that is a player right now that is just exuding confidence and is not scared of anything. So I'm very curious to see now if that is the matchup in upper semis, what Jeremy and the rest of Moth's Genesis are able to do.
Hey, it's the Jeremy with 3-1 tricks. I mean, what really could go wrong with that? Like, let's be totally honest here. So, in Moth's Genesis have been doing great. They'll be moving on and one step closer to getting their hands on some wonderful prizes. But speaking of getting our hands on some stuff, let's take a moment here. I'm very excited about this to talk about our sponsor, Pura Vida, for this event. Just look at how pretty they are. Pura Vida, they're a boutique that sells handcrafted bracelets and jewelry from local artisans in Costa Rica and has collaborated with Calling All Heroes to create several hero-inspired bracelet-style packs based on some of Overwatch's most iconic heroes. You can also use their custom jewelry tool to create your own designs and rep your favorite hero. You go ahead and check out the Calling All Heroes collection on their site by typing !Pura Vida in chat or by scanning the QR code that you see here on your screen. And, you know, Jesse, you and I, we kind of had some fun with this when we first got told about this sponsors. We kind of experimented with all that Pura Vida has to offer, and I gotta say, I am loving what we've got right now.
Yeah, it was a very fun experiment to kind of go through everything. We'll be able to show off. I'm not going to throw it out quite yet, but, you know, later on we'll show off what we created. But it was a lot of fun, honestly. It was a lot of fun creating the little custom sets, and it was, you know, the quality is fantastic too. So definitely check it out. Pura Vida, all one word in chat. That'll send you over because it's honestly a great company. Honestly, the bracelets are fantastic.
Absolutely love them. I can't wait to see what y'all end up creating with that. And speaking of that, we are going to go ahead and head ourselves off to another break here as we get set for our upper semifinals match of the evening. Don't go anywhere. Calling All Heroes. We'll be back in a bit. continue our path forwards here for our Calling All Heroes spring season playoffs as we head to our upper semifinals match. Well, at least one of them that is going on. And Jesse, we've kind of been discussing a little bit that while it is our second and third place teams, because of how close the competition is between our top three, this very well could be a potential preview of our top three matches later on.
Yeah, this easily could be a grand finals preview between Avidity Ka and Exo Sakura, two teams that have across the roster a ton of success, whether it be last season, even in Academy, Exo Sakura winning Academy 101 just recently over a lot of the players on Avidity who were on Rad at that point in time. So this is a great matchup. It is, obviously, DK over versus Moth's Genesis. Let's see if Moth's Genesis, they can ride the high. Let's see if Jeremy is, speaking the truth and they can pull the upset up there. But this is a game that could easily go either way.
Yeah, especially, Avidity and Exo Sakura, they've played each other once in the Swiss, It was 3-0 for Avidity. Rather unexpected, when I saw that result, because I look at these teams on paper. Exo Sakura won our Radiant Academy 101 just about a month ago, and then Exo Sakura also and Avidity were both all of their players together made up like the top three teams in our 24-25 Calling All Heroes season here. So in my head, it makes sense that these teams are a lot closer than that 3-0 result tells. So them meeting here in this upper semis makes a ton of sense.
No, it makes a lot of sense. Exo Sakura, they lost 3-2 to DK. Avidity got swept by DK. So it's like, it's like that graph you always see on social media, right? Of like, this team beats this team, but this team has a great result against Team B, and Team B loses to Team C. It's so weird. Like, it's just a mess in top three. I won't lie. It's an absolute mess. But I do think this could easily be, like we said, like a grand finals preview, because we know how good both of these teams can be. It is now who gets that extra leg up and potentially a winner's final spot compared to having to battle your way all the way through lowers.
Yeah, I mean, we get to look at these rosters too. I mean, Avidity in particular. They're the second seed, and honestly, if you just gave me this tournament bracket with me not knowing anything about the seeds, this is the team I would pick to win the entire spring season, because they are stacked from top to bottom when it comes to talent. And holy cow, like, where do I even start with this roster? I think Tori is a good place, and the Tori, Bun, Nenwai, Z's, all of them won the 24-25 Calling All Heroes season, not to mention are currently playing in OWCS as well. Like, there's just so much to be talked about when it comes to these 5 players and the talent that they have, the flexibility. I think Ivory is kind of the one who's been, kind of back and forth between a substitute role and the main roster, but has slotted in very well next to the likes of Bun.
Oh, this has been a team that, like, I would always circle and be like, yo, this is an insane roster. Especially, like you said, they have the OWCS experience with Extinction for Hitori, Scuffed, and Nenwai. They've been getting those tier 1 reps when NA right now is incredibly competitive. So this is a great team that have a lot of experience all around. But again, a few members of this team just lost to Exo Sakura in Academy 101. You talk about Scuffed was on that roster, Senna was on that roster, and I believe, Ivory was also there. So 3 out of 5 of these members just lost to Sakura not that long ago. These games really matter here in the knockout bracket. Guaranteed top 3 placement on the line.
It was a disappointing result for these players. They're split 50-50 between 3rd and 4th place finishes. They said, you know what? Friendship is power. Let's team up for our next Calling All Heroes spring season, and so far have been doing very well. But again, Exo Sakura, a very strong team for a reason, even if they're in here as the 3rd seed. I mean, look at this roster. First of all, the largest one that you're going to have, I believe, with 8 players, if I can count properly. Yes, 8 players on the Exo Sakura roster here. And substitutes options. They are there mostly in the DPS line, but also in the tank department if needed. And Winter, Phone, that's the DPS line from Amplify back at Stage 1 OWCS. Regime being over on Shikigami, Proto on the current Sakura for OWCS. Like, there is talent from top to bottom on this roster as well. So it's very clear as to why they were able to win that first Radiant Academy, but have had a couple of stumbles when it came to this Swiss stage, which leaves me a little uncertain about how their performance is going to be for our spring playoffs.
Yeah, this Swiss stage is, I don't know if it's growing pains after Academy. Maybe they had to, shift around some of these comps, getting figured out, but they drop them after Yes. They drop them after Moth Genesis. Again, they lose to Dill 2-3, and they get swept by Avidity. So this is a team that has not had a perfect Swiss stage by any means. But now you basically just wipe that clean. Those games, yes, they give you this seed now, but they don't matter the rest of this tournament. This is when it really is going to start here for Exo Sakura. And yes, a lot of pressure to get it done. This is a team that has a lot of experience, a lot of success behind it. They are our reigning champs here in Calling All Heroes, but they are going to have a lot of work to do if they want to change the result from Swiss.
I think it's going to start and end with this DPS line. I think that's where I see the biggest... I don't want to say, like, gaps. I'd say more inconsistencies. Winter and Phone are very good at each of their own rights, but I think their hero pools are a little smaller than the likes of Bun and Ivory, and that scares me when we come to hero bans and very specific map pools. And speaking of maps, we do have those up and ready to go for you. It will be, again, an Ilios first map pick. Not too shocking. Between Hitori and Mari here, I think these are the best two tanks that we have right now in Calling All Heroes. Could totally stand corrected, but going off of past instances, these two are flexible, can play pretty much anything except Wrecking Ball, from what I can understand. So a map like Ilios really sets this kind of dive space that it seems that Avidity wants to lean towards.
And yeah, Avidity, they will have the initial ban. They ban out Freya, so taking that away from Winter, maybe forcing a little bit more of the Sojourn action over on Hitscan. And then on the other side, it is the Brig ban from Exo Sakura, which it's a little different. We don't typically see the Brig ban unless we go to like a Watchpoint Gibraltar. Ilios, yes, is a map that the dive can work really well. It's probably the control you would see this ban the most. Maybe this or Oasis. But I do think it's still a pretty confident pick. Overall, each team can still run, a lot of the Lucio with Ana or throw in some Juno and Kiriko, but I do think we'll see more of the Lucio Kiriko now that the Brig is out of the picture. It'd be a lot harder to defend the Ana if you were leading that direction.
Yeah, I mean, the Brig ban effectively just goes for two heroes. That's just how it goes. And also denies Brig Juno comps, which are pretty strong Raleigh types, although I don't think that is going to exactly happen. Winston is what I'm expecting from Hitori. Maybe some Hazard too. Oh my goodness, Hitori's Hazards is just gross. And if we got to see that on this map, I would be a very happy camper. On the other hand though, Exo Sakura, I think Mari can play the Winston, prefers the Diva when it comes to those more dive-ish matchups. Again, my doubt is not in these tanks. My eyes are on these DPS players. Bun, incredibly flexible when it comes to the Genji, the Tracer, the Pharah, anything that is basically relevant right now. So they'll be there to back up whatever these tanks decide to do. So we get to go ahead into game Lighthouse once more, where we will be starting. Exo Sakura seem to be teasing that Diva, and of course, how did we get this far, Jesse, without talking about Phone Sombra?
Yeah, how did we? Like, Phone Sombra was one of the main reasons why Amplify went on the run in Face It. Were able to qualify into OWCS. And yes, they were eventually relegated out of OWCS, but the fact that they got there was the key success for this team. So the fact that, yes, Phone is now over. Once again, onto the Sombra, it is going to make life in the backline of Avidity a little bit more difficult, but Hitori, we saw this over in our first match of the day. It went the way of the Hazard comp. Let's see if Exo can flip it around.
Let's see, Mage is Bun, by the way, playing the Genji just under the name of Mage. Menwai, though, actually collapsed onto Winter, by far the most diveable part of this composition, so it makes sense that that was able to come out. And the hacks so far have been warded at least for a little bit. You force so many resources out of Regime and Proto who are struggling to run away from Exo Sakura. I mean, that Brig ban here is going to do a lot if you play against the Hacker.
Yeah, and already some changes coming out from Exo Sakura. Regime now going over to the Lucio. We've seen it a lot from them, whether it be in OWCS, whether it be in Collegiate with Blinn. We've seen it all over the place, and Proto over onto the Juno. So very fast-paced still, but they won't have the cleanses available like Avidity does with Scuf, but it doesn't seem to matter. It's already a 2v1 trade.
Avidity's comp is just so fast. I mean, you're not dragging any dead weight with you. Everyone has a get out of jail free card, although you don't have a lot of healing to really put next to it. So Regime and Winter are trading out these eliminations pretty darn well, and it gets Exo Sakura on the objective for a little bit. Saw the out there, actually from Nenwai, but oh my goodness, just actually smacks Regime down in the Lucio 1v1. Avidity should be able to regain control after this, since Mari isn't really near this fight.
Yeah, there must be a little bit of poke going on. His phone off the Sombra. Really hard to get value against it. Wow, what a hit from Scuf. The Florida on paper is a really good counter against this comp, but already shut down.
It's shocking to see how quickly these swaps are coming through, but
that's
I mean, this Kitsune rush too. Avidity, they are pushing this pace so fast that Exo Sakura, they haven't had a chance to fully regroup yet, and yeah, you'll get the elimination once more. Regime is down, sure, but that doesn't mean anything with how much Tori is putting in onto this Hazard, forces TPs left, right, and center, and Exo Sakura are slowly making their way closer towards the point with the tank going down. Foe now on her third hero of this game will finally find success.
And finally, something goes the way of Exo Sakura. Phone's able to find 3 on the fight, and Avidity will have to reset. And the thing there for Exo, you don't have, well, granted, you didn't have any ultimates to really use, but you don't have to use any late bloomers, so you have that sound barrier available for this looming Dragon Blade from Bud, who's been critical so far, but now has the other Genji to deal with.
Oh, it's a Beat Saber coming on out, and Mage looking to work some magic. The boot, though, sends Regime flying. Mage doesn't get any of the final blows for herself. It'll instead be the team cleaning up with a combo of ults. Did Regime Ajax? Please tell me Regime did not Ajax
no, they didn't.
that.
They got up early.
Okay, it got on. Okay. I didn't hear it, but I just wanted to double check.
We have a little bit of PTSD.
A little bit. It's happened before.
It happens way too often. Enough for Exo. Who can even touch? Regime is low. They're going to be taken out by a blood. That is disgusting.
You gotta give it to Regime. They had to give it a shot there. Unfortunately, Mage will survive with 11 HP, and Exo Sakura fighting for their lives on this objective. Rhoda laid out the blue carpet for the team, but they didn't actually get done with it. I mean, Tori's just holding on to this downpour for as long as she needs it. Regime is sliced in two, and suddenly it's not looking so great for Exo Sakura on this objective. Tori, leaps to safety, but not for long. Winter is still alive and kicking, and with this couple of players left, it'll be Air 3 shutting down Phone's Blade, and there you go. Avidity, claim round 1.
And again, it's Hazard Comps 2, Diva 0 so far in day 1. And I think that's just how it's been a lot recently. These Hazard Comps, even though, yes, we've seen a lot more of the Freya, which is shifting more to other compositions, it's still a fantastic, one of the best tanks out there right now. And we will go over to Ruins for the second round, but overall you can see just absolute mayhem across the board. Double-digit elims for both DPS and the tank for Avidity. Even Nenwai getting 9 for themselves. Actually just more damage than heals. And now Exo Sakura, why not? Throw another tank into the mix. It's the one that would probably work the best for this JQ as Mari swaps over to really get in the face now of Tori. Well, that's unlucky.
It happens.
It happens. It's earlier. Nobody saw it.
Definitely not.
Scratch that from the replay.
Mari, though, on her favorite tank hero. So Exo Sakura have the factor of comfort. Same with Phone. Over the Sombra, but Avidity did such a good job shutting this down before. It's against Regime, who falls to Tori, overextending a little bit. I mean, Regime's great at the Lucio, don't get me wrong, but they're like in there. Like they're playing Tracer, but as Lucio.
They are all gas, no brakes, 24/7, 365. Like, it's great when it works, and we've seen it work a lot. but it is so easily punished if you know how to do it in Avidity. It just seems like Hattori is almost saving that jump and slash for when Regime moves in.
Like, they're just all in. Like, again, it works great against less coordinated teams, but like, I mean, that one was less of a yikes because you were just going for one player and weren't exactly expecting Mage to do that. But at the same time, Exosakura, you gotta reset yourselves here because right now, all Avidity has done is just take out the stragglers, the one piece that isn't necessarily attached to the main part of the composition.
You just need a clean fight. Like, they haven't had a clean fight since maybe the first fight or two over on Lighthouse. It has been very just erratic from there on. Here we go, another quick fight here from Avidity.
Ooh, Scuff, though, is no Suzu, and there's Mari sneaking around the corner, slices them down. Tori, though, guess what? Finds Regime's head again. I mean, this is becoming a thing right now. Regime's definitely gonna make something about it, but Mari says, okay, that's enough. I'm on my Junker Queen. I want to look at while I'm doing it. What a knife stick, too, on the Mage. And yeah, there we go, Exosakura. They'll win the fight and hopefully get to the flip. They're so far away. Avidity may contest.
I don't think they'll contest, no. Even though,
well,
actually, Nenwai going for it. Well, gotta save another team. Push back in, they have blade if they want to, Molly.
And the Nenwai sacrifice has given Avidity life on this point, but they seem to be facing death a lot faster. Getting the Kitsune Rush out of Proto, honestly, I'd call that a winning situation for this team.
And Bud is able to get two.
Yeah.
Like, Bud's able to get both Proto and Phone. Granted, it's two heroes that can both get back relatively quickly, but the fact that oh my god, the hunt!
Oh, the sound barrier comes in, Regime! Make sure Winter won't die, but that's not where you want to use the sound barrier whatsoever. Thankfully, you whip right around and get Nenwai caught doing whatever Regime's been trying to cook up throughout this game, so it's okay, but man, that looked risky there for a minute.
Oh, I don't blame Avidity there. Why not? Throw in the downfall. It's not an ult that typically gets a whole lot done. So throw it in there, force the sound barrier out from Regime, and now no support ults for Exosakura. Avidity will have at least the beat to go with the Beat Saber in this potential fight, and unless it's a massive rampage, it could be all over.
Yeah, I mean, Phone, Pulse Bomb, it sticks on Hattori, but with a sound barrier and another Phone empowered blade, it's not looking too hot for Exosakura. Rampage only lands on Hattori. That's quickly resolved thanks to Scuff's protection. Suzu, and suddenly this is getting a lot more scary. It's on to Winter and Mori to go ahead and clutch it up. But if there's anything we've learned from Exosakura, Jesse, is that they like these scrappy fights. They like when it gets down and dirty, just like this, but without any real way onto the objective. You're forced to take a quick reset for a final recontest, but it doesn't seem they're going to do it perfectly well. Placed out of Hattori. No one can retreat. Mori is on the brink of death here. I don't know how she's managed to stay alive for this long. It's only thanks to Proto and Regime, but they can't get the touch! No! Tragedy strikes Exosakura. They did so good staying alive, but they forget the thing that matters the most. Avidity, they're gonna take them out.
So speaking of that PTSD we were talking about, oh, it's so painful. Like, they were all just trying to heal up. Everybody was so low for Exosakura because it was Proto who was the last one to go back into that fight. So yes, as much as Regime is probably amping up the heals, there's only so much a Lucio can do in that case. So a rough end there for Exosakura, but a little bit more life shown at least over on Ruins than we saw on Lighthouse, but still remains a 2-0 on the map and a 1-0 star for Avidity.
With the way EXO are playing, that tells me the vibes are high. You know, with how confident they are in some of the plays we're going for Regime. But at the end of it, though, I think we saw the second half of Ruins. So, like, okay, we need to reel it in. This is a serious team. This isn't like anything else that we've done in the Swiss stage, even if they thought it was more of an easy run. And it's starting to make sense to me now, how Exosakura have dropped some weird maps here and there. They're very reliant on their own individual skill, which is totally fair, because you look at any of these players at a 1v1 level, I wouldn't want to. I don't want to frighten them. They're probably going to win like every other 1v1 except against these top 3 teams.
Yeah, when you go against teams like Avidity, against DK, you really need to kind of put the pieces together. Like, hey, we can't just trust the 1v1s. Like, you cannot consistently rely on it. And that's when we saw Avidity. They really bounced on like, hey, the coordination with the hazard walls, a lot of them were great. Especially that last one, Mari trying to go grab the Mega, has to pivot away. They were probably going to be one of the touch options if they grab that Mega health pack, because they would at least have enough to, hey, touch for a second, go out, or maybe touch for a second, and then, you know, TP, Suzu from Proto would have kept that fight going a little bit longer. But instead, they have to fully reset. There's no way for them to go back into the fight. And it's just that team play from Avidity shining through. But now we will see where Exo Sakura want to go here for this map 2. Obviously, their pick just can't go to a control. The rest is their option here. So, Molly, if you had to pick, what are you feeling here? Maybe not necessarily a dive, or I guess, okay. Murasaki, I think can work. Yeah, I like that.
That's great, because I didn't have a good guess. So, Murasaki, woohoo, here we go. I don't really hate any map pick, to be honest. If from Exo Sakura, it seems like a team issue, not a, this hero is a problem or I want to play this hero. Both these teams are very flexible, so I don't think that'll be a case at all throughout any of this series. I said Freya will become unbanned, which is, I think, big thing to note number 1. Big thing to note number 2, what happens with the tank department? Hazard here, it was great from Hitori. I think that was the one big standout for me. Between how the walls were being placed. I'm calling them cactus because jagged wall, sure, it's fun, but it's a big purple cactus, okay? That's a lot more fun to say. The placement was incredible. Punishing regime when he was just flying on in. So it's kind of, what can we see to show that this team cohesion, like we know it is possible from Exo Sakura, can return on this map.
And I do think having the Freya available now maybe does open up a lot more options for Exo Sakura. Because if they want to lean on those pop-off plays, Freya is the best hero right now in the meta to do it. So there it is. Initial ban onto the hazard, not a shock whatsoever. And that is a very targeted ban from Avidity, telling Phone you were not allowed to play your signature hero as the Sombra is out. So I'd say maybe some Ramattra or Orisa gameplay coming out. I could also easily see Exo Sakura, you know, putting Mara back on the JQ that we saw just for a little bit over on Oasis. Not Oasis, Ilios.
Yeah, two very different maps.
Map's hard. just a little bit.
You know what? That's fair. I mean, if you see a JQ from Mari, I'd forget what map it is too, because I'd just be so focused on the amazing things she's able to do. It's not a great hero right now in comparison to some of the others, but in her hands, I would trust it any day of the week. Murasaki, though, Freya is available, so I'm assuming we're going to see somebody pick that up. I don't know whether it's going to be Bun or Ivory, though. Like, that's the part that's the most interesting to me, because Ivory was playing the Tracer for most of that. Bun has played Hitscan in the past, because she's just that flexible, but I mean, who does what there? I think we'll also determine how that impacts Exo Sakura, because I'm assuming we're going to see Winter pull that angle, and Phone will have to dip into her hero pool a little bit more, presumably towards the Genji again on this point. It didn't look bad when it was mashed, but it's really hard to look good when Bun is on the other side.
Yeah, when you have Bun on the other side, it's just so daunting. Like, I could easily see Phone go over to the Genji. It's a pretty consistent hero for them. We've seen it a little bit here and there, or even the Mei. I wouldn't mind a Mei pick here, honestly. It's one to where if you're running more, let's say a Maga or a Ramattra, Orisa, you can really isolate the tank and in some good spots, or even block off heals in some of these very narrow doorways on the sides. So maybe if they want to pull out the Mei, pull out something a little bit cheeky, I could see it work here for Exo Sakura, but overall, it is still Avidity's to lose right now. And that's honestly the overall feeling as we get into the game. Let's see here what these teams are cooking up.
Okay, I don't think this is the bias in me. It might be. I don't know.
Maybe.
I just kind of want to wipe map 1 from my memory for Exo Sakura, because they didn't seem that locked, okay? I don't think they're locked. Map 2, you've had a break, you've started to figure out at the end. I think they're locked now. If you mess up here, I'm gonna judge. But I'm willing to, like, half wipe the slate off here. We'll see how that ends up changing.
If this works.
If this works. You know, I'm just gonna eat my words. It will be a Phone Pharah, actually.
Okay.
Partnered with this team. But, I mean, the mirroring of Risas, I gotta say, not something I expected to see all of that much lately.
Okay, I was about to say, Nenwai teased
cool.
the Life Weaver for a second. Not ending up going with it. There's mirrors across the board except for Flex DPS. So Major getting back, granted they're going against a Brig backline, which is always a little bit more difficult. We could also argue Fowen could have a little bit of fun in going against a lot of damage coming in from a Tori and Scuff and Ivory.
The whole team. Just list the whole team at that point, Jesse.
Yeah. It's not Ned White. It could be a little rough for Ned White.
Ooh, it is Ivory though. Nice shot there on the phone. Taking out the Pharah, which Freya is capable of doing, is not very easily. So this DPS line out of Avidity that we mentioned at the beginning of the series has been pretty standout so far.
Yeah, this is a very quick fight. You think, hey, Fowen has to pop off on the far already, just writing that off as an option. We didn't see it, Bun. Don't worry, we didn't see it. As Fowen will go over now to the Genji, so maybe not feeling as comfortable in the Tracer 1v1. Granted, I would either. I would get absolutely smoked by Bun in a 1v1.
Oh,
the Tracer is already almost catching Proto, but they'll more focus, I think, on getting some damage onto Ivory and Tori instead.
Ivory kind of burned all the quick dashes there. It is in the middle of the team. A whip shot from Regime sends Ivory reeling. Wonderful play from the Brig. Seems a lot more comfortable when it comes to the mace-wielding hero than the DJ there.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit more of an escape button and like, hey, just go away as well as Boop is. But no, Regime maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable on the Brig, at least against the style of Avidity. Now Proto just looking around, making sure Bun isn't lurking anywhere, not trying to be done twice, but instead it's the pulse.
Yeah, there was a lot of explosives kind of stuck in Proto there. Not much that they could have done about it. Mimari still attempting to push forward and actually getting the trade for Scuff. This is suddenly a very winnable fight now that you look at it. Regime helping the team rally, but suddenly they're the tank and he doesn't want anything to do with that, understandably. Ivory continues to land those shots as we know it, and yeah, Regime just gonna get staggered a little bit here alongside the rest of the team. At least you would think. They're heavily outnumbered, but they're still opting for control of the bot. The rally is in the back. Tori had to retreat completely because of how low her health bar ended up dropping, but there we go. Pick on the phone will finally send Exos Kura to the reset.
And they force out the rally. Granted, you're going to have that extra little bit of health for a little bit, but you force out a rally from Avidity. They only have Orisa and Juno ults to work with going to this next over. That orbital ray, if they pop it before Proto, could be a massive issue in earning them that tank. Or just killing Witcher early. That works too.
Avidity keep just getting these early pickoffs, like before the team fights start. Like it's not nearly as like jarring as it was on Ilios, but I mean things like that, it's gonna lose you checkpoints here. Avidity have the forward spawns unlocked, and Ivory's been holding on to this bola shot for a hot minute, waiting for someone to peek out.
That's gonna be the orbital ray from Proto to start this off. Exos Sakura knowing that they have to find a counter, but there we go, 3 ults.
Oh, there we go, it's both of the orbital rays, but Ivory's had the damage amplification on it. Regime and Winter blow into a bajillion pieces, and there you go. Massive ult commitment from both sides there, holy.
Yeah, massive. Yeah, Mari, Proto both pop theirs, but it's Avidity's. Just with that extra bola shot, able to find 2, cleaning up a few of those kills, pulled in from the Terra Surge, and now Avidity almost to 100 meters and counting and in push. This kind of bleed can just be so difficult to try and push back from. For now, Exos Sakura has to take it one fight at a time. Rally Code needs to find something from the blade.
Ooh, goes up into the skies with a couple of armor packs there, and the whip shot send a phone just wide. And then why playing the hero for their support in Scuffed. Love seeing those two work together. Regime, though, helping the rest of the team rally on forward, knowing it's important for EXO to close it out, but, I mean, they just can't, man. Muddy just in there getting these dash resets, and she just can't be stopped, and no matter how many targets Regime seems to hit, it's only now behind the safety clutches of Mari here that EXO Sakura can stabilize.
It's like 5 minutes to go, but it feels like a mountain to climb if you're Exo Sakura. Phone is over on the Torm.
Oh,
we have a Torm spotting and calling all heroes. And this is like, hey, yo, Bun, you need to relax. That is basically what that means. But also, especially with the rally, if they pop the multi-core with it, it can really deny a lot of that aggression.
Well, it's going to be a while before that happens, especially judging by the ultimate bank that Avidity has to work with. I thought a Tori would be in trouble, but instead NY just flings the mace in desperation, cleans up too. I mean, Ivory is looking so good when it comes to this Freya.
Yeah, this is domination from Ivory. You can understand why it was banned in the first map. You know, it was banned from Avidity, so they were the team that wasn't super confident in it. But hey, it's Ivory is just lighting it up. There's been no answers from Exo Sakura. Winter tries to pop the overclock, gets immediately shut down, and Nenwai is on the Moira now, just to run it down a little bit with the orbs. But it's not like Infinity need to play this super aggressive. They can just play, win a fight, lose a fight the rest of the time.
Yeah, well, you know, Jesse, they shouldn't have tried to push that at all, because Nenwai and Scuff both died at the end of that fight. They didn't have support, still went in, lost Mage, and now we're committing some of the biggest ults in the game, because why not? Hitori is just her. Okay, I see you now. Mari has full health still, got to battle this out, but with fortified Orisa, she's going to let her backline deal with the mess that is this tank, and apparently Nenwai running it down on the Moira. Eventually, Exo Sakura find themselves, it's only me. So Mari will be sent back to the spawn, and eventually here, we're kind of getting to the point, Jesse, that you got to start winning some consecutive fights if this is done.
Yeah, I was talking about the win-lose, win-lose, a little bit of a dance party going on. But you typically, like, hey, you lose the fight near the opposition spawn, you win the fight towards mid, and you sometimes get into that doom cycle. But now Avidity, they're just chilling. They can wait for Hitori to get back into this. Takes a little bit for the horse to get over there. But they don't need to play this aggressive. It's Exo who really need to find something here. But already the bring in trouble.
Oh dear, the rally popped. Regime desperately attempted to kill 11. Yes! Mage will go down after being sent flying into the sky out of the whip shot. Regime. Whew. Another rally here that ends up saving and winning a fight for Exo Sakura, but may not be done just yet. With that pick onto Proto, it really only leaves one support, and Avidity may want to re-engage faster than they thought. I think Winter gave him a little bit more stable ground, but with how messy this is, I don't know how far they're going to get, Jesse.
Well, they just have to. They can't play scared at this point, Molly, because of the fact they are down 100 meters with 3 minutes left. They have to win maybe 3-4 consecutive fights, and now the Blade is already going to shut that down.
Yeah, it seems to only get one, though. Mage ended up clipping that little, like, newsstand there, so the dash got canceled. Doesn't seem to matter in the long scheme of things, other than a forward spawn cancel, so perhaps Scuffed will be left in the dust. Mage along with it. Wait a minute, Mori seems to be clutching this up. Doesn't really have anyone with her, though. Pop, what are we doing? Enemy pop the coalescence. Okay, why not? Why not at this point? Oh boy, this hurts my head.
Just throw everything out there. And just a little bit of a bot move here. I believe that's Foe. And yeah, Foe just trying to get some extra percentage, take off some of the pressure here to give the rest of their team a little bit of space going into the next fight. But regardless of space, yes, you get 4 meters. You got a lot to go still here. Exo Sakura, they are just not allowed to relax.
Nope, not at all. Although Hitori will be relaxing for a while because she's currently dead thanks to Winter's overclock. And yeah, Avidity did the classic divide and conquer. I'll take out your back line, you take out my front line. So we're back to another 2v3 skirmish, one with a tank, one without, and Winter, whew, nasty shots coming across from her.
Yeah, and this is, hey, at least a relief now. That is a full fight win for Exo Sakura for the first time. God, this whole map, maybe the first fight or two. So a great spot, even though Nenwai is still back here, eventually dealt with by Phone and Winter. But now at least Exo Sakura, they can get towards this pick. Yes, you have to do with an orbital ray and the bola shot from Avidity. Nenwai back over to the bring now, locking back in. But Exo Sakura, they have both support ultimates and Pulse to deal with, and now a few picks.
Okay, that was a little cocky out of Scuff, not gonna lie. Just kind of flying into danger, 2v1 like that as a Juno. But if you're Exo Sakura, you take what you can get. This should be forward spawns capped here, and they have a ton of ults to work with, Jesse.
Yeah, they have plenty to work with. The comeback is on? Question mark?
Maybe?
I'm not gonna fully say it yet because I have a history of curses, and I'd rather not curse this, but Phone, what a stick on a Nenwai, just chilling.
Yeah, see, there you go. But maybe you should have said something, because it's just empowered Phone, clearly. Without Nenwai here, I don't think Scuff's gonna pop that orbital ray. Oh, we're using the... I don't know about that. I feel like you're already up 2. It's not really necessary for Exo Sakura. I mean, I don't like it, but you got 13 seconds. It's an OT push.
Yeah, they're gonna regret that, because Scuffed has theirs.
That's
so the fact that, Scuffed can pop the orbital ray, that just gives them so much free reign. The Ram is the swap, full counter swap to deal with Mari. Yes, self-destruct is there for a little bit more of a stall. The only real aggressive ult they have is the overclock in 10.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just a rally to help them keep alive, but I mean, only Regime can do so much against the Dragon Blade of Mage. Way too much damage to handle the Orbital Ray overwhelming Exo Sakura. Give us some signs of life there at the end, but Avidity, pure discipline and ult economy will end up winning them. Map number 2.
That's the thing with push. If you get to that egregious of a lead, it is just so hard to battle back. And it's late on, they're like, okay, we can just counter swap. Go over to the Ramattra. You can easily deal with the Brig and the D.Va, knowing that they have to play around point. They can't play super flank heavy because they have to force overtime. And this is just a brilliant play from Scuff. Gets a ton of assists, able to get a few with the torpedoes as well. And it is just all Avidity in the kill feed right now. A better second half of the map from Exo Sakura, but now they will need the reverse sweep to earn that top 3 guarantee.
Yeah, what I'm seeing too is Avidity, their ability with when they combo ults, when they decide a fight is winnable or not, it feels very clean. You know, there's I don't think there's been an instance actually where I'm like, okay, maybe we shouldn't have done that or getting a little too cray-cray with it. If they have gotten cray-cray, it's because, you know, they started it. It was Exo Sakura's fault and pointing at them. And you know, Exo Sakura, it worked for them to a degree. And, you know, for that first part of the map, they really struggled to get their bearings together because of how often they were losing a player before they could have that full team fight. It's been the main theme of this matchup so far. But if they get these full team fights, Jesse, it's very back and forth.
Yeah, that's just been the thing. Like, Avidity love creating those awkward situation with their team play, or whether it be Bun on the flank. It was Bun a lot of the time. But whenever she can create those situations, or if they can find that early pick, it just seems like EXO don't know what to do. And they're like, oh my god, what's happening? And it's probably mixed calls going on, trying to be a little frantic, find that early counter pick. But instead it creates more of a snowball effect where Avidity are able to just very cleanly pick off maybe one person who's not on the same wavelength as the rest of the team. A lot of the time it's been, you know, Regime or Mari. If Mari's kind of off in no man's land because the rest of the team is peeling, it has just been a little bit of a catch-22 for Exo Sakura so far, and they need to find some sort of answer. Obviously, escorts, hybrid, and flashpoint all available here as map type options, but they don't have that hazard ban anymore. So I have a feeling that complicates it a lot for their map selection, knowing that it can get pulled back out.
I was about to say too, I mean, I think the one hero that Mari doesn't feel confident matching Hitori on is that hazard.
Is the hazard. Yeah.
So she can play anything, but that hazard, Hitori is just too good, okay? She is just her. Like, there's not much that can be said other than that, and I don't think that there's a map in the pool that you're like, okay, I don't want to play Hazard, just because of how flexible that hero is between dive and brawl. Suravasa, that's going to be the point of choice. This Flashpoint map has been leaning more towards dive compositions in the past, so that means we're looking more towards what we saw back on Ilios. It appears that Exo Sakura, they feel a lot more comfortable on that side of things.
Yeah, they want to run down with the rush, even though, yes, the snowball effect really got the best of them over on push. They still feel, whether it be, hey, you want to run the D.Va, but just more of a rush style. We've seen it work from time to time. Or if you want to go just full-on Ram. Like, you could just go full-on Ramattra, full-on Orisa, and just really try and punish the front. We'll see what the bans are here in a moment. Obviously, first ban goes the way of Exo Sakura. Obviously, you can't ban the Brig. You can't ban the Hazard. So you're really slimming down your options. Maybe you want to get rid of the Tracer with how good Bun has been on that, or even the Genji, but obviously that limits what you can do. But now Phone has the ability just to lock the Sombra. Like, you don't need to throw Phone onto a Genji or like a rotating flex DPS set. You can really just put them on the Sombra to shine.
But here's the thing, Jesse, I don't feel like Phone's had the chance to shine on the Sombra.
No, not at all.
It's just been shut down. It's nothing new for Avidity to deal with, and they haven't really had a problem with Phone Sombra so far. I think it's an annoyance, if anything, but it wasn't really game changing. I mean, okay, we need to get like a hero counter going for Phone. I think they swapped like 5 times.
A ton.
In that map. Like, that's crazy. And we're not counting map 1. That was 4 heroes we saw in map 1. So, Phone Phone has swapped heroes a total of 9 times in 2 maps so far. Like, that really shows you that, you know, Avidity is throwing them off. While the hero pools are deep, yes, Bun, Ivory, I mean, these two have been so strong when it comes to the specific teams that, you know, what exactly can you do? Like, if it's not a hero pool issue, it has to come back to the style. You gotta be able to take these team fights, and hopefully Soravosa, with the way it's structured, can allow them to do it.
Yeah, we'll see. We're still waiting on the bans here, which a lot of contemplation, like, obviously for Exo Sakura, you need to start a reverse sweep, so, well, A, you take away Flashpoint, so it's going to be, if needed, later in the series, both Escort and Hybrid, the potential choices to Avidity, which maybe Exo, they don't feel super confident on it, but confident enough to kind of leave it towards the latter half of the series. But again, you just need to find some sort of spark, because it feels like at the beginning of both of these maps, and it's even in both of the beginning rounds of Ilios, Avidity were always the team to punch first. Like, they were always the team to go in first. They get that opening kill. They win the first fight. And then from that point on, they just ride the wave. They ride the momentum all the way through the rest of the map. For Exo Sakura, you have to win this first fight, for my opinion, because even then you start building it a little bit. Ooh. And here we go. Freya actually banned. I don't blame them, considering how Ivory played over on Murasame, but it is the Orisa ban on the other side. So maybe either like dealing with, hey, we know Orisa is a very good hazard counter, so you get rid of that if you're Avidity, and it leaves a giant question mark for Exo Sakura for tank.
Yeah, and that was kind of it was kind of a lose-lose situation. Which one is worse? It's, are we going to deal with Ivory's Freya again for a whole map? Or are we worried about our potential tank counter to the hazard going away? Yeah, picked the more of 2 evils in that sense. It was Ivory. You can't blame him in the slightest, because, oh boy, I don't think I saw Ivory miss that much when it came to that particular hero. It does again show that, all right, we're going to have to see a new composition from Exo Sakura. Are you going to match the dive? Are you going to attempt to match this hazard that inevitably Avidity are going to pull out? I mean, the hero's just so good on this particular map too. You had to have known it when you picked it.
Oh, you had to. Like, you know what you're playing into. I will say, like, yes, the hazard is really good here. The Ramattra historically is really good. But also, Chunker Queen has had her time in the sun in this map. Like, granted, ever since hazard got thrown in, not as much. So I wonder if that's a worry here for Exo Sakura. Like, the hazard can really shut down these JQ comps, because they can find somebody who's maybe just like a half a second late on the rush in to try and engage on whatever target is knifed forward. So that can be a worry for Exo Sakura. But regardless, like, they need to have a quick start, because if they don't, it's joke. Like, you have to find an early pickoff. You have to win this first flashpoint, in my mind, if you want to at least start reversing this momentum that has just been all Avidity this entire series.
It's got a completely 182, because we're looking at a reverse sweep of the series, and that's not something that many teams are able to do, let alone against an Avidity who has looked as strong team-wise as they have. Avidity sticking to their guns, but it does seem Mari will attempt to match Hattori on this hazard after all.
Okay. I don't mind. At this point, like, you just have to throw something else out there. Like, they've tried almost everything this series, and yes, challenging Hattori as good as she is great, but okay, the Bun Somber. All right, I see you. Let's see how this works.
That's not normal.
Not normal at all.
The Bun Zero pool. I'm not complaining, although you got to imagine Exo Sakura a little bit more practiced on this particular regime. Oh boy, back to their old antics there. Will manage to live. Nope, never mind. Hattori saved the slash just for them. Phone and Mari, though, didn't get the backline of Avidity Cobb. While this happened, Hattori doesn't have nearly as much health left. And, I mean, even with Ivory, the work that you're putting in, having a tank here is just kind of a trump card for Exo.
Yeah, you need the tank here as much as, you know, Bun and Ivory want to push in. There's just no way they can. And that's when Mari jumps in onto Ivory, finishes him off, and Regime, why not? Get aggressive, Regime. We know you love it. But that is, again, first fight Exo. That is what they needed in this series to at least start getting things going. But Avidity, like you said, we don't see one on this on Summer a lot. But as both Sombra is just all right. Both Sombra's done.
I was about to say, I don't know if I want to see more fun on the Sombra, but like, Toad also died, so I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. Hitora getting blown up, that's another concern. I think Winter being on the Sojourn here, very happy place for her. By far her best hero.
Yeah, by far they're no Ivory's done a great job. They're by far ahead on the ult bank wise, but it doesn't matter. Mario double kill.
Holy
with the
cactus.
Wall. Yeah, that is unreal.
That's unreal.
And you know, we had our fears of, I don't want to say fears, but our hesitancy of the Mari hazard, but so far so good.
Yeah, I mean, apparently Avidity loved to hug cactuses. I can't blame him,
right.
I guess. This is great. All right, XO, I see you right now. Complete 180 has been accomplished for 1 point. Hey, you got 2 more that you have to go to, and it seems Palace will be there next, and fell a little cut off from the team, but you're Sombra, so you're fine. Unless you do that.
Well, they have to at least like chill for a second. Yep, dip out. There you go. Downfall already used, but hacked.
Oh, Mari.
Uh-oh, they're just stuck.
Mari.
They're stuck. They're stuck.
Well, Mari did that to herself, I believe.
No, that was Tori's, I believe.
Was it? I don't know. There's too many purple spike. You think the one was spike, I guess. Kitsune Rush, though, out of Exo Sakura, attempting to stabilize. I mean, they do have a sound barrier out of Regime, but until Mari gets back, I don't think it's worth investing at all. And Winter, too, has been kind of the main standout for EXO. You gotta say, there she goes again. Another final blow onto Ivory. It's just not enough. Hitori having unmatched tank presence for as long as she has will get Infinity over the edge and the first half of the map.
Yeah, there's no reason for Mari to play that anymore. She can just back up, reset with the rest of the team. The EMP, just a nice touch, because it was getting a little out of hand, that fight. It felt like it was a team deathmatch, basically, for like 5-10 seconds. So the fact that Bud goes in, pops EMP, finishes it off, it's great. But now you gotta worry about this.
Oh, but the EMP, it's out, but it didn't do enough to stop Regime's sound barrier. Everyone is able to stabilize, but that's only for a little while. Tori, oh, she's back in there, and there's a lot of slashing going on in this small room. All right, that's more like it from Avidity, calling all heroes at the cold water splash on their face, and they are waking up, ready to go, saying, hey, this is our hazard comp.
I know, like, I'm a little bit of a critic of Downfall. It can be very make or break, right? Like, it can either get nothing or absolutely everything. It's not great. But Tori, she just doesn't care. Like, all right, you know, it kills Regime with the ult itself, able to get the quick follow-up. And all of a sudden, Avidity in a brilliant spot to even us up at 1 apiece.
Well, the overclock out of Winter, again, popping off with the Sojourn so far. Buys space and actually burns Hitori. That's huge. We're getting a contest going on this objective. Have to finish off these final blows, and Winter, not a problem doing just that. Sliding back into the point, even if Ivory will get a little bit of a goodbye shot.
And just a little bit of a, hey, you know, I'm still around. Like, you're the doppelganger, at least for now. Even though Infinity, yeah, they're in a fine spot. They have no ultimates going into this next fight, but neither do Exo Sakura. But they will have that Downfall and the Kitsune Rush soon. If you're Exo Sakura, if you can only use one, I think you set yourself up in a great position for the following fight, but you obviously can't be greedy.
Yeah, but you also don't want to underspend. I feel like that's more of a concern right now with Hitori and Ivory just kind of sitting on the back line. So, yeah, that went from bad to worse real fast. Exo Sakura, usually they've been doing a great job initiating, but they're caught completely off guard by Avidity. Palace will go over to them on our flashpoint map. All tied up.
They just get ran over. Like, just, especially when you're the team that has the Kitsune Rush, you're usually the team that, hey, very quick pacing, try and catch somebody off guard. Usually the tank just gets ran over or one of the forward-facing supports. That time, they use it when Avidity's already, like, on point, trying to push backline. So, yeah, it's cool you get your abilities faster, but you're not running away. They're already in your face, so great aggression there from Avidity. They've been doing it all day long, and now one already has that EMP, even though it's both.
Oh, but the EMP response is a bit late. It's a 3v2 favoring Exo Sakura here. I mean, Mari still is the down 4, and both supports are alive. So, and honestly, this looks like an Exo Sakura cap, unless you do anything that's on the sillier side. I mean, I feel like they could just go ahead and walk it. Yeah, no, you wait, please. Thank you.
Yeah, no go.
Stop it.
Red lights, do not pass go. Do not collect the kill. Like, don't do it. But now Dumpball already just onto a Tori.
Now you can go. Okay, two hazards that are just stuck next to each other, whether they like it or not. Either way, each team is down a DPS, but that hack on Amari will go ahead and do her in. The value of the Sombras, who can disrupt the tank more. And so far, it's been made to do just that. And Sakura aren't going to be lasting too much longer on this point, although they're going to see how much percentage that they can get.
Yeah, 52% for Exosakura isn't the worst, and Phone is at least able to get out. Not a nasty stagger. But, I mean, these fights are just chaos, Holly. They're just all over the place. Both downfalls used. The Phone does get staggered. Oh, that's so rough.
Yeah, I can't do that. No, thank you.
Can't do it.
That's problem. Exosakura, pump the brakes once more, please. Get your Sombra back in the picture. I mean, Avidity, look how far up that they're holding right now. Even if they win this fight, like, it's another 10% on the point if they do it. Eventually, hey, we're taking a little too much damage, and they don't even get Hitori off. That was Mari just put a giant wall at her back. She couldn't run away anymore. And the Kitsune Rush, just the cherry on top, Exosakura ensuring that they can get a flip over.
Yeah, that was, maybe a little bit of greed from Avidity, I won't lie. Like, hey, we can get another stagger. Like, oh. Like, that is a great wall from Mari. Shuts everything down, does not allow Hitori to get out, because if they do, they maybe pop ult late on, but again, it's Phone, and you really were wanting that EMP late fight. But now it's a lot of pressure on the Winter to get value out of this overclock.
Yeah, she's gonna try. Did it before. See if she can replicate it. The shot in the scuff was enough for Mari to follow up. And wait a minute. Winter popping off, slides out of the way, out of the downpour, and the point has gone over. Avidity just didn't even bother to contest. Knew they didn't have a support line, and, just reset for that next objective.
Yeah, going over now to next. Even though.
What?
They're going to get a few in the back. Granted, it doesn't mean anything, but just a little bit of extra ult charge and maybe just an ego buff going into the next fight is only two of them will actually have the very quick rotation over, and that could be trouble for Mari.
Ooh, dear. Protection, Suzu, leap on out. Okay, deep breaths, everybody. Mari is alive. Winter and Mage, though, can't quite say the same for. Exosakura want to continue pushing up. EMP onto both Scuffed and Hitori. And Exosakura don't really want to invest any more in this fight, despite Hitori holding on, Mari holding on to the downpour here. Kind of wish he would have used it based on the position, or predicament rather, Mari is currently in. It seems she'll manage to live though and start moving towards this point. Her team has it. Avidity have enough. They attempt to go for the EMP, but I don't think that it only landed on to Mari there at the end. And yet the hero has arrived. Regime came back from the spawns in just at the nick of time. Enough to keep Mari alive for the downpour with a hit, but there's zero damage follow-up on the ultimate. All that chaos come through, and it's only 38% an Avidity flip.
What a fight. It's what a fight. Everybody is throwing haymakers. 3 ults from Avidity, 3 ults from EXO. Both Sombras having a little bit of a check-in. Alpha Mari is able to find fun, and that's just a fantastic opener here for Exosakura to get a quick flip over.
We're playing Overwatch 1 Sombra. That's what's happening.
Yep.
Okay? We're in Overwatch 2 Sombra. Tori just found that out because she got hacked while invisible. Exosakura, though, haven't really been able to turn much out of this Kitsune Rush other than some bot space and a guarantee that their soldier hangs on for dear life. Rhoda pumping the healing into their Ivory, and even that was barely enough there. Winter kind of struggling here against this team has been incredibly impressive. We saw her pop off in the first couple of points. Hasn't been able to do it. And you lose Mari throughout all of that. That sounds like it shouldn't have happened at all, considering these points. These fights are so scrappy. Winter and Ivory are usually the ones at the final say, but Tori's back. That's not looking too hot. Avidity, they got to burn Tori down ASAP, but no, there you go. 99%. We get a 5th point on Flash. It's looking a lot better, and it's just got 3.
Back and forth and back and forth. My God, it just seems like the fight that would never end. It's a Tori who's able to clean it up. And near the end, she's able to find a few, but now we rush over to the final flashpoint of the map. A lot of stakes here. Exosakura looking to bring us to map 4. Avidity looking to finish it off in a top 3 placement guarantee. Rally already online for Avidity just to open it up. A Phone could shut it all down.
And this EMP here from Phone. It's gotta be massive. It hits onto 3. And that opens the door wide for Winter to just click some heads here. That's a second kill for her on the overclock. And yep, great way for Sakura, knowing they had the ult advantage and making the most out of it.
They shut down all the value from the rally. I think Scuffed popped it. I don't know if it was like as EMP went off or like right before, but that is a massive ultimate shutdown. You only use 2 ultimates. Very winnable situation here for Axel Sakura Movidity. Now, I will say, these orbital rays from NY have been absolutely ridiculous this map. But it could, again, be the thing that earns them the flip and potentially the round-winning fight.
It's the best ult in the game right now, and I don't think that there's much that can really go against it. I mean, so many ults are popped here. Regime gets the sound barrier off before the EMP hits, and I mean, it's just chewed through. That pillow cushion, you were just stuck. It doesn't do much against the knife that Exo Sakura were working with there. One fight territory, Jesse?
Yeah, I would say so. Exo Sakura have nothing to work off of. That is the only worry. Nenwai, a little bit of an out-of-spawn speed boost, then goes over to the Hyper Ring. They get everybody over. Ivory, a lot of pressure. If they can find some opening picks here with that overclock and save everything else, then I think it could be at least one more fight guaranteed for them.
But Ivory's in trouble. Jagged wall at their back. Can't do anything about it. Phone helps shut it down along with Amari, and it seems the chaos of Exo Sakura has been reeled in just enough to take these full team fights that have been needed, and look what it gets you. At least one map win in this series.
Already better than how they did in Swiss. Exo Sakura avoid the sweep and start the potential reverse sweep. We were worried initially, but hey, how is this Hazard going to do, right? Especially when Hitori, for plays like this, has been just running the lobby at times. But I would say Mari, no, they didn't like outshine Hitori, but they had their moments. They kept their team in the game and allow it. Honestly, it was Winter and Phone who really started to step it up on Suravasa and at least guarantees them another round.
It was interesting to me that we saw Bun pick up the Sombra too, because I saw that and I'm like, this is just the comp that, you know, it's what Exo Sakura are going to do. I don't think you're going to beat him at it with how good Bun is on, or excuse me, how good Phone is on the particular Sombra hero. So why did we try to do it? I mean, equalizing with the hacks, I guess, makes sense when it comes to the tank pressure. But between that, Winter had a lot of pop-off moments here. Ivory was shut down pretty well, all things considered. So that was a lot better for Suravasa. The problem is, this concerns me a little bit, Jesse, because this was a conditional map. You had the Hazard ban already. The Sombra ban's already been out. The Freya's gonna be back, whether you like it or not. We are in some risky territory for Exo Sakura moving forwards in the rest of the series. Can they continue to rally back and give us a reverse sweep, or will they fall to Avidity once again? That's what we are going to find out right here after this quick break. We thought they were down and out of it, but not quite yet. Exo Sakura rally back here, and Saravasa going to all 5 points. Keep their heads above water in our upper semifinals, avoiding the lower bracket, at least for the time being. Because, Jesse, that was close, and it was on a composition that is arguably the best that we are going to see from Exo Sakura.
Yeah, that feels like the best comp they could have thrown out. The issue now for Exo Sakura is you have no Hazard ban. You have no Freya ban. Where is next? And at least we know the map we're going to. It'll be King's Row for map 4, but you don't have those bans on like the key heroes for Avidity now. So now the worry is, hey, what is going to be the pivot? How do you allow your team to still, play really well and breathe? Because even though, yes, I would say Mari, she played, I would say map 3 is definitely her best map, even if it wasn't her most comfortable hero. So far in this series, it at least felt like she was very confident in the Hazard mirror of maintaining stability in the front line. But now I really worry as we go into King's Row. Yes, we can see dive looks, we can see rush looks. I would love to see what the Avidity ban is to really start us off.
Yeah. The one difference we did see between these teams was the support line. Lucio Brig, actually, has been the preference for Avidity, or excuse me, for Exo Sakura for the most of it, and it really worked out. When they wanted to speed in, they had the Suzu as like a get-out-of-jail-free card that was used to darn near perfection. I wonder if that's a target, honestly, to ban either the Lucio or the Kiriko, to force the Juno Brig mirror, because when we saw it back on Runasapi, I think that's what looked the most shaky to me, other than the Ivory just going ham on the Freya there. So now that Freya's back for you, I'm assuming, especially because Avidity get that first ban, it's going to be either the Lucio and the Kiriko. Boom, I nailed it. There's the Kiriko. Genji.
Okay, and they banned Genji.
They don't like Bun.
They do not want Bun to have fun. Like, and I get it, Bun, she's played really well tonight. I won't lie. The Sombra gameplay, we can kind of push that off. It's obviously not the best, and you're going against Phone, who's one of the best Sombras out there right now. So it makes sense how that maybe didn't go exactly their way. But yeah, you called it. The Kiriko ban is perfect from Avidity because you shut down the Lucio Kiriko comps. So you either go into that Brig Juno. With it being King's Row, you could see the Ana, right?
Yeah.
We could see the Brig Ana show up. We haven't seen Ana very much in this series after seeing it a ton in our first series of the day. But this is a map to where, hey, if, Proto wanted to go over to the Ana, it's not like it'd be out of their wheelhouse.
No, I mean, it's there, but with how dive-heavy these teams are playing, do you really want to work with a liability it can be in Ana? I think at this high level of gameplay that in Ana, as good as her utility is, it's just not worth the risk of her just getting smacked around by like a Genji trace. I mean, you don't have to worry about the Genji, so that's something cool. But nonetheless, Hazard, D.Va, Winston, we're looking at dive for this first point. May switch it up for the rest of the map, but it just kind of depends on how these players are feeling, where exactly they want to go with these specific selections. It will be Avidity on the defense, and we'll be looking to lock in this Hazard. Once again, not a doubt. I think Hitori still looks like the slightly stronger Hazard, in my opinion, but Mari did an excellent job with matching that for the majority of last map. With some things changing up, I was kind of waiting to see if NY swapped. We're getting the Life Weaver. We're getting the Life Weaver.
This very much feels like, hey, Hitori, you're getting a little too far forward. As a yoink. Like, that is very much, I have a feeling, why the Life Weaver is getting played here. Well, great skin. Love the skin.
It's true.
But
now we're putting Hitori on a leash.
Comp. Yeah, basically like, hey, Tori, come here. Like, come on. You need to just relax for a second. For Exo Sakura, they're starting off, well, again, they're on attacking spawn, so they could always change a bunch here. That's just for us, the sonar. But still, Phone, no shock on the Sombra. Mari will stay on the Hazard for now. So she obviously feels good enough, considering how map 3 went, to continue with the mirror against Hitori's Kihiro. But this Life Weaver definitely throws a different shade into this comp.
Yeah, it gets less protection for your backline, I feel like, but it just, Hitori, go in, and if you need help, I'll just pull you back. So you do what you need to do, and enabling Hitori further is great for Avidity, and a scary thing for Exos. You're already, there's no leash. Hello? Yeah, we got one job for you, NY, and they just couldn't find the angle. They were pressured so far back. The Heaven platform. Just boom! Oh no, they pulled Ivern into danger. Then why? What are you doing, buddy?
The sacrificial
Oh,
lamb.
dear.
That was Ivory. Oh no.
And then why still died?
Yeah, and then like, all right, the fun's over. I'm gonna swap it off this. Not worth it at all. And Exo Sakura, 5.5 minutes going into streets.
dear.
It's a great time bank for them. Winter's already at 80% and counting.
Yeah.
For the alt bank, just so much time for her now to kind of play off this high ground. They have the Bola shot ready soon, already 50% over Ivory. So this has been a really good start for Exo.
Yeah. Winter, second half player? Question mark. And she
Maybe.
really looks good in these last two maps. And she could even hold torch to Ivory back on Runasapi. So far, a much different story. What in the world were those shots? Ivory didn't even know what hit them there. Bola shot onto the tank. And Tori is as good as cooked. And Exo Sakura, they're snowballing their way through. All they needed was a little momentum.
That's what we talked about after map 2. It's like, hey, they just need to find something because it's been avidity. Almost every single fight, and now it's Hittori swapping off the hazard, which I did not see coming. She goes over to the Orisa to try and cancel out maybe a little bit more phone. An Orisa hack is, can do a lot still. It's not as useless, I would say, as a hazard that gets hacked, but well, I did not see that coming. I won't lie.
No, not at all, but I mean, it's clearly they're struggling with something, and Mari making the swap, ending a boost to the ego of Exo Sakura. An even better one moving forwards. EMP at Do. Hittori falls over like a stack of dominoes, and suddenly Exo Sakura, they're just gonna get themselves the second point, I would imagine. I mean, Ivory's gonna chuck the ult, and what really are we gonna be able to do with it? The orbital ray is just too oppressive for this team to handle. We're at the point now that we don't need a bandage. We're full on chopping off a live and starting over. 5 minutes for point 3.
Accompanying the payload.
This is nuts. This is a reminder. This is Avidity's map pick. This is not Exo Sakura's map pick. This is from Avidity.
Yeah.
And they just cannot find an answer. Bun will go over now through the summer to see if she can make a difference in challenging phone. But if Surabasa was any real indication of that, the answer is probably not. As Rally's he's already still playing aggressive.
I mean, they're so far up there. I mean, you do get regime. So the shutdown of the rally, pretty big. Avidity needed something to go their way, but I mean, Winter still gets the trade. All right, pretty nice to look at. The Orisa will be a lot stronger here on this third point, so I do wonder how long Mari will stick on the hazard.
I doubt she's on it long. I have a feeling they will use the downfall of this fight to maybe pair it with the Bola shot and swap. Like, I don't foresee them staying on it for super long, because like you said, this is really when those dive heroes really aren't as great. You lean more towards the rush. So definitely a little bit more challenging here for Mari.
Winter's
Winter's
already
just gonna die, that's
dead, so not ideal. 1-for-1 trade, and there's the downpour in the back. Scuffed, locked up, and not even the shield of Minwai can keep them alive. Scrappy fights back to what we've been used to seeing for the majority of this series, and it's just the power of the tank. Mari can stand at the front line, take all this damage. Can't say Ivory does the same.
Yeah, Ivory, no, not as much. And it's been very weird that Ivory's just been quiet, but now both has the EP. They are spotted though, so it's a little bit harder. No, they're gonna go in anyway. All right.
Nope, this is an Ivory is not allowed to exist in this corner of the map. Winter, yeah, just making it her own playground. This is what Kings Row has been so far. Will barely manage to hang on to life. Couple of armor packs from Regime. Keep her cooking as another final blow onto Scuff. She just can't be stopped. The problem is these respawns, they're so close for the defense. I mean, even with all of that chaos, Exo Sakura should have won the fight, but because they never got a full wipe, the payload moved nowhere.
Yeah, payload never moved. They're never able to get that full wipe, like you said, and now everybody's back for Avidity, and the EMP is on the way from Bun.
EMP, yeah, but they don't really want to use it in this orbital array. Regime already took out Do. It's a massive rally from them. I mean, they've done so much value, or not even rally, just a whip shot, and full on just protecting the team, finding so much impact. Exo Sakura, Jesse, dare I say, this actually might not be over.
Wow. That's all I could say. Like, going into this map, like, man, this is... You have the bans no longer in your favor. You banned out a lot of the top picks for Avidity, but, like, they just don't care. They're like, okay, you want to play the hazard? We're feeling good on it. why not? Let's just run it. And Mari seems so confident now on this hero. She's been just up front, constantly putting a lot of pressure, especially onto Scuffed and Ivory, which has led to Winter being able to pop off even more in the Freya duel. So all signs so far lead to a map 5, but it's King's Row. Snowballs happen on this map quite often, so by no means is this done. Avidity will have a chance, but look at Hattori 3 and 5. Bun is 4 and 6. Look at the other side. Mari never died.
Wow.
16-2-0, 5.5k damage. Unreal. And Proto also leading the lobby by a mile in heals by a good 3k.
I mean, everything's working for Exo Sakura right now.
Everything is.
And Mari, I don't blame her for not wanting to play the hazard sooner. It's against Hattori. Like, it just doesn't on paper sound like a good idea. But now that she's tried it, she's like, oh, okay, I can do this. Just walks up like, hey, come at me, buddy. There just hasn't been a chance for Avidity to get their grip back on. And they're also forcing Bun to play the Sombra, which it just hasn't been working nearly as well as it has on the other side. So we'll have to see what can manage to change if Avidity can withstand this pressure that Exo Sakura have been applying.
Yeah, and it will just be the standard hold for Exo Sakura. Playing up on the high ground. Usually you see the Ana perched up, but with the Juno instead, a little bit more flexibility on where they want to play this as Hattori tries to find somebody up on the high ground, but nobody. Oh, but instead it's Denwai. It's gone.
Yep, I mean, the execution between Phone and Mari, much more experienced with this Sombra-type gameplay. Again, being on the same team, not just for this tournament, but also the previous one as well. And that's a major factor for this team in terms of synergy, and it shows why it can work. However, your Sombra does just get squished by Hattori, who is known to leap in on any opportunity she can try. With Mari going down, the danger button is off. We need you back up, please. Thank you, Exo Sakura. Completely zoned out, and I think that pick on a Proto, that's just going to deny a recontest altogether.
You know, that's it. As soon as Bun's able to pick up that pick, she can just play fully aggressive, even though maybe not that aggressive. Bun barely makes it out. And the same time bank for Avidity going into Street Space. So very much anyone's game. Mega Health Pack is hacked by Phone. A little bit of an advantage if they can keep it up over these next few fights. And not as much, you know, ability here for Hattori to get some quick health back, but doesn't matter. Bun already done. And
Okay.
so good right now on this.
Yeah, I mean, this is just looking better and better the longer it goes, but I mean, perfectly timed hack too. Phone sealing the deal on Ivory's life, and yeah, now we get this first point hold that didn't exactly exist when Avidity were on the defense, so Exo Sakura, they gotta rotate their old Pokemon.
Yeah, Avidity never got this opportunity. They got staggered out so much they never got it, and Bun is stuck once again.
Yeah.
The scouting's been unreal onto Bun. It's kind of the same thing that happened to Bowen over on Runasapi, but it's just been the other way around. It seems like everybody on Exo is just on the lookout 24/7, throwing a little bit of a cheeky virus throw at the very end. But no, look at this ults galore for Exo Sakura, but Ivory still has a bunch too and finds the opener.
That was kind of gross, sniping the Sombra out of the air. But you gotta favor having a one less DPS over one less support, and yeah, Avidity not looking too hot. However, looking to change that. Orbital raise landing from both teams. EMP tries to cancel out the downpour, but it's just a little bit too late for that to happen. Well, Tanks now 6 feet under, and it seems that Exo Sakura are losing numbers fast. Ivory will be there to clean up the sports.
Ivory never gets taken out when they get hit by the downfall because everyone's just trying to live. They're not trying to play aggressive with that downfall from Mari. Even though she's able to get a few, they just have to try and play to live. Winter, a critical stagger. That allows so much more real estate for Avidity. And this will practically be just at the end of second phase now. No earlier. Fight Phone needs to live, and they do for now. But it seems like Ivory, the map 2 Ivory we saw on Freya, they've returned.
Let's take a look at last. I mean, Phone has the EMP. It's been pretty successful, like near 100% for Exo Sakura so far. If they can cancel out Nenwai from getting a rally here, that would be great, but look at that defensive bolt. It actually does more harm than it does good for the sake of Exo. Avidity happy to just roar right back into this fight off the back of Nenwai's rally, and what should have been a one fight there off of an EMP perfectly kited, and oh man, this turned around real fast. Avidity, 4 minutes now entering this third point. can count.
Yeah, and Proto. Yeah, well, you know, sometimes it really doesn't matter. Right? Like, they're going to have plenty of time. As long as they finish with time on the clock, they will have an OT push. But Exo Sakura, at least if they win one fight, they're guaranteed a better time. Right? Like, that's all they are really going to care about. But, of course, they would like to finish it here in regulation. But Regime dying so early.
Regime, why am I getting flashbacks of map number 1? I mean, Winter just opts to, basically just sacrifice herself, knowing that this fight is as good as done, and preventing stackers is going to be the key point. Exo Sakura, I mean, they're just routing this final quarter. Like, what can they throw out? A bullet shot?
Yeah, not much. Like, you have to basically wait for Orbital Ray while withstanding the downfall, but so far so good.
Yeah, the EMP a bit more of a concern, though. It's a 2-for-1 trade and favoring the attackers at that. Avidity are going to deny any sort of progress here for EXO, and it seems that they are going to roar on back and get a higher time book along with their full completion. Exo Sakura, I think they felt a little bit too comfortable there for a minute.
Yeah, their offense great. The defense is all the answers were found by Avidity to shut it down. Phone was getting scouted out more. Yes, they weren't getting killed all the time, or they were at least getting forced away. They weren't able to be setting up Mari for her to go in for some of these initiations. So a great counter play from Avidity. 2:36 for Avidity, 2 minutes flat for Exo Sakura in this overtime as Exo try and bring us now to a final map, but a much better attack for Avidity, and it made us come down to who can actually clean it up on defense, because both teams did fantastic on their attacks, not so fantastic on the defense. So that'll really be the big question here on the slight pivots they can make. And for Nenwai, it helps that you're not starting on Lifeweaver.
I was about to say, the start of that snowball was Nenwai doing a little trolling on the Lifeweaver.
Well, just a little bit.
Just a little bit. So we don't have that anymore. Because it is overtime, by the way, we do get everyone's perks up too. So a lot of these heroes will be a ton stronger. Hazard likely is more survivability. Sombra can do a lot more of the damage that we're used to seeing. But overall, mirror comps looking the same. Exo Sakura, they gotta get this ball rolling and do so quickly. 2 minutes to work with.
2 minutes, mirror comps coming out now. Both teams very comfortable with this, at least the meta comp of this matchup playing out. And already Ivory is having to play a little bit more subdued. Winter hitting some of her shots up on the high ground will force a reposition, but that early wall, honestly, more from Mari, just lets her live, not allowing a lot of that punish to come through from Hattori. But both teams, you can tell, very scared to let go of that overhead.
Yeah, taking a risk here is kind of a no-no for both sides with how little the time is, the distance of the defensive spawns. But when they find a target, oh boy, are they going to pounce. Hattori just explodes under the pressure of the hack, and all 5 members of Exo Sakura looking in her direction. That's kind of, might be the straw that broke the camel's back, too. Losing a tank like that and everyone else having to run for the hills at least avoids being staggered. Hopefully this time. Yeah. We're looking at a first point capture guaranteed. How far can this... Oh, no, never mind. They're going to come back and touch. It looked like everyone had zoned out completely. But I bet you wished it did, considering Nenwai is already dead. And the pick onto Ivory isn't going to do you too much favors with how little support can be pumped into the remaining players of Avidity. Exo Sakura, they're going to get that point plus some.
Oh, I really don't know if I agree with that, Molly. I really don't.
I don't.
Like, you could just play Archway, and you're in a decent spot to stall a lot of time, but instead, Exo have so much time. Nenwai was the only one who got close spawn. They're actually just trying to get out right now. A little bit of pressure from Phone, but Hattori is there to save her support. But no, look at this. So much time for Exo Sakura. This next fight will be an OT, but Rally Online and the Bola ultimate factor in the favor of Exo Sakura, but Bun has the EMP.
Yeah.
If they can get it off first, it could be
Wait,
big.
but Bun got scouted again. This keeps happening. Phone and Bun run into each other while they're invisible on EMP.
God, no.
Oh, it's completely removed from the equation. Oh, the accidental snipe there. Oh, Exo Sakura. This is a massive fight win for them because only investing the Bola shot. Jesse, that's huge.
That's massive. Only the Bola, which out of the 5 ults, maybe tied with Mari's, is the least impactful in these fights, but now you have EMP, both support outs. The downfall maybe just to deny some of this initial push through to try and contest near the end of second phase. All signs lead right now to a third phase from Exo Sakura if Avidity cannot find that early pick first. And granted, they have the EMP to set it up, but they need to pop it first. You cannot wait.
But Phone's gonna get there. Phone's gonna grab it, but gets stuck by the wall. She can't move anywhere at all. Hitori is into this fight, and so is removed. Exo Sakura. He stopped just before second point. My goodness, did that get dicey. If Phone doesn't get shut down there, we're looking at a much different outcome.
Yeah, Proto never gets to pop the orbital ray.
Yeah.
That was the big factor. Like, Scuffed can just use theirs, fly on in, help the rest of their team, and from there on out, yeah, Exo Sakura, that overtime ticker was so fast already. But I don't think they're going to complain, right? Like, you get almost, basically, Avidity have to complete phase 2, which is not the easiest thing to do in this map, especially if you hold for a while over on point A, if you hold over by Archway. This is a map that you can hold, but can also flip the other way like we saw during their attack. So, Avidity now still, I would say, have the power in their hands, the advantage on their side, but it's no longer a given, considering how Exo Sakura have found some of their counters, and Phone has really shined on this Sombra so far. And like you said, the accidental scouts some of the time against Bun, it's been fantastic.
Yeah, even if it's just pure luck running, two invisible Sombras running into each other, the Phone was just with her team, or with their team, and Mage was not. Simple as that. So, Exo Sakura here, great benchmark to be able to work with, but I mean, Avidity, they kind of snowballed on their own attack. What's really stopping them from doing the same at this point? Mari has to be careful. Getting hacked here, denying the leap away, that's exactly what did them in last time.
Yeah, it's exactly what happened to Hitori in this same position, right? And there you go. Look how quick she was like, no, it still might happen. No, they get out. Okay. So she knew as soon as they start engaging, they got it. You cannot die like Hitori did on the other side.
Race to these EMPs, honestly, I think is what we need to look at. That ultimate is so impactful in these fights, and Phone can't build up ult charge if they're dead. Bun just completely shuts them down there, and yeah, if you can grab some stackers here and deny a touch, but it doesn't seem Bun has the reinforcements to do it. Instead, they're on the high ground trying to deny this extra bit of escape. The pick onto Proto should go ahead and do it. Exo Sakura, their margins of victory getting slimmer by the second.
Yeah, that is an efficient attack from Avidity. They at least have time. It's not like Exo, when they were moving into second phase, they practically had to play in an OT scenario. Avidity, they have a fight to lose before they really have to enter that territory. And like you said, the race to EMP strongly in favor of Bun because they're able to win the summer 1v1 even though they see 4 as they turn that corner. They dip out very quickly. The ults to look out for. Winter by far the nearest to their ult as she is able to get this Bola shot online early. Could at least force some of this aggression off from Avidity who are trying to play an early EMP.
Now, Ivory very close to matching Winter's Bola shot. And you have to imagine the attackers will try to initiate on this. It depends on who can really get an angle. Ivory has been hit with wall after wall. This corner in particular, I mean, you just can't find much life as hit scan unless you're just going so far forwards. Phone is dead again. The EMP, and that looked like a far-fetched miracle if it's even going to happen at this point. Avidity, they should be able to clean up here. Staggers are going to be devastating for this team.
It won't matter.
Yeah, it'll be, I believe, Proto just actually gets the group spawn. So at least that wave respawn, Winter will go over to the sim to try and allow everybody to get there a little bit faster, but Phone still needs to live here if you are Exo Sakura.
Phone touch. And the team touch. There's the EMP, though. We mentioned how important getting that ultimate first is, and Bun showing us just that. No orbital ray to be seen again from Proto. Knocked out of it entirely, and it'll be Avidity taking their second win of the spring playoffs for this Calling All Heroes bracket.
Whew. All right. Look at that. Avidity guaranteed a top 3. I'm going to check because I don't want to spread misinformation, but I believe either guaranteeing themselves a spot in the COD Championship later on this year or getting very close to with how they are guaranteed to finish in this event. But man, Avidity continuing to show that, hey, for one, the Swiss result was not a fluke by any stretch of the imagination, but they are a team to watch here the rest of the tournament, their night is over. But for now, already a fantastic result against an EXO team that did push them a little bit.
Yep.
Right, EXO Sakura, they win that map 3. We thought they were in a great position in map 4, but Avidity, very good adaptations over on King's Row, leads them to win.
EXO Sakura, they're no slouches. Let's be real here. They did win the Radiant Academy 101 for the Calling All Heroes season. So, coming into this as those established victors here. However, this is a new-ish, I say ish roster, because all of these players have already played with each other at one point. We cooked in the kitchen. We combined the remnants of our 3rd and 4th place teams in Rad and Timeless Ethereal to get this, Avidity Calling All Heroes, who does not seem like they're going to be stopped anytime soon. I want to know what happened when this team played DK, because if anybody can manage to beat the consistency that this team was able to put out, minus the Sombra, which we'll talk about that later, it's going to shock me.
I think the Sombra is more, okay, we're playing EXO Sakura.
Yeah.
We almost need to. Like, you can't just let phone go unchecked, and it's really difficult just to not have a Sombra on the other side to deal with phone. So I think that was probably more of why it got pulled out. But yeah, they have a date confirmed with DK. Winners finals.
Okay.
They take down Moth Genesis 3-1, which I said, Moth Genesis, hey, you steal a map, you maybe at least, give yourself a little bit of a chance in that lower bracket, but they are sent down. But all 4 of these teams now done for the day. But man, what a result for Avidity, like you said, guaranteeing themselves in that winter final. And I cannot wait for them to play DK. Like, that is going to be such a good game.
I think Avidity takes it. I mean, I haven't seen DK play just yet, but if dropping that map to Moth Genesis and having some interesting results in the Swiss stage, I mean, this could be a serious run back. And mind you, I'm saying this after I know Avidity got 3-0'd by DK in the Swiss stage. So this is a full-on vote of maybe recency bias, but if we continue to see that type of performance, it could happen. On the other side of this bracket, though, EXO Sakura, they found their rhythm, but it was just too late within this series. They figured out what worked, and I think having time to cook on this Hazard Sombra more will get them back to a spot like the lower finals, but it's going to take a lot running through this lower bracket.
Even if they weren't necessarily, comfortable with the Hazard going in, I think they show that they can run it.
Yeah.
Like, Mari was very comfortable. She was awesome on the Hazard. At times, it just sucks when you're going against a Tori, which the Hazard is arguably her best hero. So it is a little bit of a shaky situation, but I wouldn't complain if Mari showed more of that in the future games. But we do have a quick break for you, an interview ahead with Avidity right after the break.
upper semifinals are set and done with an Avidity 3-1 victory over our previous reigning champs, Exo Sakura. We'll see how that run will manage to continue, because Avidity, the team play, the discipline, the flexibility, it was there in every regard, and I think it is only fair that we get to hear from the players themselves. We have, I believe, Nenwai joining us here for an interview breaking down this last match that we just had. Nenwai, are you here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we sure can. Okay, I just want to get right into this. You know, Avidity, y'all are coming in. You were on, it was like a 50-50 split, right? Between the rosters that you were on in the previous Radiant Academy tournament. How has it been kind of merging together for this current spring season?
With the roster changes, we wanted to keep as many players from our WCS team together as we to help out with scheduling and keep up consistency in gameplay. And then we just, Wisp is out, taking a break, working on IRL, so we had to get a new hit scan. We picked up Ivory because a lot of us are familiar with Ivory, and we like Ivory. They're pretty good, so. And then with Bun's we all have experience with Bun, also an old teammate with some of the other COD teams, and even with like Avidity. So it was a pretty obvious pickup for her.
Yeah, so we were talking about it here on the desk. It felt like you guys always had like a fight plan going in. You were disrupting Exo Sakura's plan a lot of the time. Was your plan going in like, hey, we just need to play super aggressive and kind of throw Exo Sakura off? Or was that kind of just naturally how the game played out?
I don't think we like had a plan against like this team specifically. I think it's just kind of like how the meta plays out with Hazard, just like jumping in and look for kills. We do have like, I would say we definitely have a big flex DPS advantage because I would say Phone is definitely more of like a Sombra specialist, and then Bun is a lot more flexible. But Bun is also really good at the Sombra and able to match Phone, so we could match the Sombra if we want. But on the other maps, like we were able to play like the Genji and Tracer and just like be able to play for like those hits.
Okay, and how are you all feeling now? Obviously, we talked about it here. It really does feel like it's you all, it's Exo Sakura, and it's DK really who are sitting on this top three, maybe Moths, Genesis, maybe just standing on the outside looking in. How do you all feel you're kind of sitting now that you've guaranteed a top three and have a date with DK set up?
I think we should definitely be beating all the teams, so I'm not worried at all. Hitori wanted to bring up that we FF'd the game versus the DK.
Ah, okay. That makes a lot more sense.
Like hearing that.
That does make a lot of sense. Okay.
She's getting upset about the 3-0'd, but I think we probably that day just had like OWCS complications, so we had to forfeit that game. But we're not worried. I think we should be good for first place.
Okay. That's what we like to hear. 'Cause I saw this roster and I'm like, there's no way that this is like a second, third place team that's dropping weird maps. Like, it's 3-0ing the previous champs from the Radiant Academy 101. Like, that's no easy feat to do. Doing it here again today in a 3-1 fashion, I'd imagine y'all are feeling pretty good heading into that matchup. Is there anything before we go ahead and send you off? I know you've had quite a long night that you're kind of looking forward to as you get to play DK next week.
No, I don't think I have much to add. I'm just, I'm excited to play against DK. A lot of good friends on that team, but I think we're better, so I'm ready to stomp them.
Awesome. We look forward to going ahead to watch this. Those are some fighting words there, Nenwai. Fighting words. So we're going to go ahead, let you go, and get rested up for the rest of the night. Thank you so much for coming here to interview with Tedesque today.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
All right.
Ooh, very confident.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yes.
I'm glad we had that, because I saw that 3-0 and I'm like, there's just no shot. Like, DK, they're good. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, they're fantastic.
Like, a 3-0, like, that just doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
We got a game on our hands, people.
We do. I cannot wait for that game. For now, it's DK like, yo, like, relax with a little bit of this talk going on in the interview. They will feel like they have something to prove Yeah, Moth Genesis taking a map off DK is, I would say for DK, like, you need to work on a little bit because Avidity are not going to be that easy on it. So I think a lot of work to do for DK, but I think Avidity right now, like you said it right, I will say you're right. I was not familiar with the Avidity game as much as I thought I was.
You.
I will say they should be the favorites now the rest of the way, but we'll have to see, if a challenger arises.
That is what we'll have to find out. Avidity, looking good, looking pretty strong, blinged out, you could even say. And speaking of some bling, oh boy, do we have just the thing for you. Pura Vida has been the wonderful sponsor of our Calling All Heroes spring playoffs so far, and we have to walk you through everything that the sponsor has to offer, because look at all of this. We have our lovely bracelets that are themed after each of our types of heroes. You can go on, pick and choose which ones are good for you. I have a feeling a lot of people are going to go for the Guardian Angel one in particular, representing Mercy, and you can customize it just like we are here. And look at this. I would do that. Her healer, just think about how many people will do it. It's like the Kitten of Discord tag in Overwatch all over again.
It's fantastic. You and I were having so much fun messing with this, and yes, you can put your zodiac sign on there if you want. You can pull your favorite quotes. Like on mine, it's not going to show up very well on camera. Well, I got more of a Genji carbon fiber lineup going on with I need healing on it. So I had to, right? You gotta have a little bit of fun with it. But no, everything is fantastic from the site. You can have so much fun setting everything up, the GG Gamer Pack, the Tracer set. So it's really been fun to kind of mess around in as well. I know you got your own, but I got the Lucio combo going on the other hand.
No, I kid you not. When we got told that Pura Vida was doing this, I'm like, okay, hold up, cracked my knuckles. I spent a solid 45 minutes going through.
You were so quick to it.
I was on it. I spent 45 minutes going through and picking and choosing everything that I thought would be great for a bracelet. I picked Venture. Venture's my hero. If y'all don't know me, I love my Rock Muncher. Inspired off of the top skin I always wear, and you probably can't read it here. It says, I can dig that. That is my go-to phrase. I love that hero so much, and Pura Vida. They made it possible. I can rep it on an everyday basis, and I didn't even go for any charms. Look at all of the options that you can do to customize it even further.
Yeah, almost everything on here is customizable except the normal bracelets, but you could even pair those with the rest. So it's a great gift even for yourself. If you have, a birthday or an anniversary coming up for your significant other, why not get a Pura Vida bracelet, scan the QR code, or go to PuraVidaBracelets.com. Look at all the Calling Our Heroes set. There is just so much awesomeness going on over there.
Yeah, I've absolutely loved having Pura Vida as a sponsor for this event. And speaking of which, y'all are going to want to stay tuned because we do have a giveaway that will be going on after our third match. So I want to make sure before we go to this quick break, you're going to stay here. You're going to get ready for a Pura Vida giveaway, and we will come back with our lower round 2 matchup right after this. wonderful first day here for the spring playoffs of our Calling All Heroes season. However, some good things must come to an end, and it means we have to bid farewell to one of our teams here. We are heading to our lower round 1 matchup as we look at our 6th and 7th seeds facing off Hiveman Baddies against Fable.
Yeah, Hiveman Baddies and Fable, and it seems like two teams who have two names that have been around for a long time. Obviously, Hiveman Baddies, a very recent rebrand of the name, but who is Nadokado? This roster has been around a long time, and the Fable name, and a good chunk of this roster has also stayed together for a long time. So, really curious, two big names here in the Calling Out Heroes going at it here, and one of these teams going out tonight, Molly, which is just very weird to say.
It's sad. I know. I hate saying goodbye to these teams. They just mean so much. And I mean, it does show how much this competition is truly just gone upwards. To think like a 6th and 7th seed that we could formally see make runs in like the top 4. Now have to fight for elimination here. So this match in particular has quite a few implications going into it. But if we're able to, if we could take a look at this bracket. Oh, never mind. That's not the bracket. I like Hiveman Baddie's roster. By the way, when I say baddie, by the way, this roster just came to, I keep thinking of this K-pop song by Hive. I don't know if y'all know it, but highly recommend listening to that during this song. But that's okay. Hiveman Baddies, as you said, this team, this core of players, except for Mickman, has been together for, what, 6-ish months? Which in Calling All Heroes standards, Jesse, that's quite a long time.
It's a very long time for Calling Our Heroes. There's a lot of roster revamps that happen. So the fact that this team has stayed together for a long time is pretty exceptional. And obviously, we have to talk about Nadokado, who the former namesake of the team, and we've seen her pop off time and time again. So really curious to see how she's able to do tonight against Fable, who, not the best Swiss stage, admittedly, from either of these teams. And Hiveman Baddies, they lost to Fable 2-3 in the beginning of Swiss stage. So looking for a little bit of revenge here in the bracket.
That is what we like to see. And, despite being the higher seed here, I gotta favor Fable just a tad bit. And it's not like that much either, because Fable are one of these teams, Jesse, that, Swiss stage, I don't like to count it for them, because historically, they've had bad performances in every Swiss stage. They come in, like, bottom half of the seedings, then make runs to, like, top 3, top 4. Is this another one of those runs? Like, it honestly could be. Kindred being on this team, top 4 tanks you're going to find in Calling All Heroes, loves her brawl style. H-Key as well, up there with the likes of Bun when it comes to these support flexibilities. And, I mean, everyone's been making a name for themselves in other places on this roster in particular. So, despite some inconsistencies previously, Fable historically can rally in lower bracket situations.
Yeah, the fact, Benevolence has been gaining some momentum over in Face It with Wizard Cats, have a lot of success over there. And again, this is a team that, looks a little bit different. There's been some players that have been kind of mainstays for this team, including, Z Panther moved on from this team after, they were on this team for, it seemed like ages. Yeah. So it's a really big shoe to fill here. If you're Paulette entering this team, a lot of pressure to kind of live up to the hype and your predecessor. But here for Fable, you just got to keep doing what you've been doing, at least against Hiveman Baddies. You won last time around. Like you said, it was not, the best Swiss stage for Fable, but it's also kind of their go-to. Like, they will either have a little bit of a rough start and then just go on a miraculous run in lower bracket, or they bomb out early. So, this could be very well the determining factor of, hey, are we going to see Fable kind of get dropped early, or are they going to, at least begin a potential miracle run through the lower bracket once again?
Yeah, we can take a look too at that bracket just to see how they got here in the first place, because both these teams did lose in that first round. It was to the likes of EXO Sakura, of course, so very strong team, and Avidity. So when we got to see those two teams play, that was scary. Understandable that those losses were 3-0. I think it's possible to rebuild and get yourselves back into this game. I did have a little bit of a break since those games too, so I think that time to regroup is really going to come in handy, because this is a long lower bracket to go through.
Yeah, it is a very long lower bracket. Here we go. Looking at it here. First up, obviously this matchup, the other side of this, Hypnos Iceless going up against Quick Nova, the winner that plays EXO Sakura. I would not want that matchup. I'm just going to be honest. Exo Sakura will be playing very mad next week, so good luck to whoever wins that. But this is a matchup against Moth Genesis, who has been very good as of late. But this is both teams, could technically find a way to upset them, because even though, yes, Moth Genesis actually 3-0'd Fable, and they never did play a Hivebind baddie. So we really don't know how that would go. But Genesis have the matchup against Fable, but that's not something we're going to worry about until next week, until we actually know who it's going to be. So really curious on how this is all going to wrap up. Obviously, it went 5 last time. So like these teams are not very far apart at all. It'll just be who is better on the day. And honestly, I have a feeling we could be in for at least another 4-map, potentially a 5-map banger.
We could. I'm down for that. I mean, we've scaled it. We got a 3-map series. We got a 4-map series.
Yeah.
Ended on a 5. I mean, my voice isn't going to like that, but I'm sure as heck hyped if we can get that far into this game. And there's a little bit of a, bad blood between these two teams, too. And, having Mikmin and Persona previously on the Fable roster when Fiery was still there. Heck, back when Avery was still on this team.
Yeah.
I mean, whoa, boy, that's a throwback. And finally, we do get our map pick in. 3 for 3 on Ilios today. Everybody wants to play the dive control map, and I can't exactly blame them.
I don't blame him at all, and you'll see how Ilios plays out. Obviously, with no Lijiang Tower available, it does change it up, right? Like, you can't always go Lijiang. As much as Lijiang is fun, don't get me wrong, Lijiang is very fun to play, but you can't always go for it. So I at least appreciate we are seeing a little bit of a different look from time to time, but now we're waiting on these bans to come in from both sides. Fable, I believe, is the higher seed, so they should get first hero ban. I'm so used to like the old model where like it was, so Fable is higher seed, so they will get that first ban going their way. Honestly, at this point, you kind of just go towards comfort. I wouldn't necessarily go for a target ban this early, just because you don't really know what Hivemind's strategy is going into this, and you don't want to ban something that they may not pull out until, a map 2, a map 3, especially on a map like Ilios, where it's very much dive orientated, except for ruins.
And I've kind of talked about it before. Kindred known for her brawl tanks, I'd say, more than her dive. It's not unplayable, but I think seeing Kindred Mauga, not that I'm summoning this. Please don't play Mauga. I'm not a Mauga enthusiast, but I think having something like that, if you see a Winston and it's really a problem, that could do it. There's been some teams that don't particularly like the dive as much that opt to go in that direction. Between HK and Benevolence kind of locking down this Genji Tracer combination, probably Freya over to Benevolence if I had to guess. Like, I'm assuming that's where we'll go. But if there's one thing we've had every single one of our series so far, Jesse, everyone has banned Freya, map 1.
Yeah. Freya is like, no fun. Just not allowed to play the meta hero, which I get it. Like, you don't want to start off this series having to deal with a Freya. You'd rather, like, really start to get your basic mechanics going. And, like, all right, then we're going to throw in the wild card that is Freya. So I wouldn't blame either side if they want to go that direction, but it's also hard to tell how comfortable these teams are with Freya, because it's not a guarantee that everyone's playing Freya every single scrim. You're going to have those comfort differences. Like, we even saw Winter earlier on in the previous series. Wasn't super comfortable with her initially, wanted to play more Soj, realized it wouldn't work, and eventually got the Freya to work to a decent degree on maps 3 and 4, but it's not always a guarantee, and we will not actually see Freya banned.
Okay. Tracer and Juno are the picks. I think the Juno, pretty self-explanatory. It locks you into either this Ana Brig or Lucio Kiriko, which everyone has been favoring so far. Don't mind that at all. The Tracer one almost feels a little bit targeted towards, I'm assuming that what would be Mikmin on the Tracer. I mean, one of their best heroes by far, other than the Genji, which is something HK is a lot more comfortable matching on that front. So, depending on what this first round is, perhaps more of that Genji, maybe the Ana Brig if we're on Lighthouse.
Yeah, maybe more of that Ana Brig, I'd say, especially on Lighthouse, but definitely we could see a variety here. And if you want variety, we were talking about it. Pura Vida, they have a variety of jewelry you can get. Giveaway is going on. So make sure you go check that out. It'll be Pura Vida will be giving away a set of exclusive Calling Our Heroes bracelets to one winner during each broadcast over the next 3 weeks. So make sure to type !Pura Vida in chat for your chance to win. Again, !Pura Vida, all one word. And to make sure you enter in for your chance to get these incredible bracelets. Like, I'm still wearing mine. The ad read's already over for us, and I'm still wearing them. Like, why not? I'm gonna wear them all night. They're great.
It's a vibe. It's a vibe. It actually is. I mean, we have the Calling All Heroes ones too. They're actually really sick with the yellow, the pink, the purple, and the blue. So, one winner per broadcast, by the way. So, even when this comes back next week, it will still be active. We'll be rolling out on, well. Yep, that's where we are at. Hive Mind Baddies teasing the Winston out of Eve, one of her more comfortable tanks by far. So when we look at the other end, are we going to get this kind of hazard gameplay that a lot of teams have been leaning towards? Kindred seems to be her choice for the time being, but all can change when these doors open.
Anything can change, but now, yeah, it seems like after the TPs go through, Mikmin over to the Pharah, HK on the Genji. There's some very different looks here. I'm very surprised. It'll be a little bit difficult for HK having to go against the Winston, but I do feel like Mikmin's Pharah is going to be relatively uncontested.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about it. I mean, we did see some Freya's earlier that kind of put pressure onto Pharah's. So Benevolence will likely be the one to take up that task. And so far, Fable has been completely zoned out from every single entrance of this objective. Even though, under a lot of pressure, lost about half of her HP just in these shots of Benevolence. So eventually we'll back off after capturing the point, recognizing that Pauline is down, regaining some health, trying to touch a toe in and out, extend this capture, but yeah, no, it's not really going to do too much if your entire support line's back.
Yeah, if you don't get your supports, it's just a done deal. As not able to get anything else from that point on. Fable playing fairly aggressive, but Benevolence almost gets caught out. Because of that fact, they will back up as the rest of the team is trying to posture around. They can play this slow game here as the rest of the Hive Mind Baddies work their way around and almost Eve taken out.
Boy. Kindred, A-OK, there's a lot more sustain if you end up getting hit with some Nado-Kado bolts there. A bit of a trade between these flex DPS players as Benevolence runs for cover, bola shot, almost online, but instead it'll get these Kitsune rushes between Pauline and Grisham on the other side, but yeah, neither of them amounting to too much. Of Kindred is just exploding the second she peeks around a corner. Benevolence opting to retreat, understanding without a tank this fight is pretty much lost, but you're still going to try to sustain on this point as long as you can. And I mean, HK certainly helping here. Wait a minute, these DPS, they're not going to let this fight end as quick as it could have. Buying some more extra percentage, don't really have a win con in terms of an ultimate unless Fiery decides to commit into her sound barrier, but I really don't think that's all that likely considering the point was lost.
Yeah, point lost. So there it is. Never mind, but Pauline gets moved off by the Primal. Kirako's traded.
Okay, you know what? I can just eat my words. That's okay too. I mean, Fable still not in a great space though. I mean, Kindred's dead again. Surely this time. No, we're gonna pull the Dragon Blade. Okay, yeah, pull the Dragon Blade. Deflect the rocket into Mikmin, because why the heck not? And HK's still alive, even if the blade amounted to notch straight in the backline. And yeah, Hive Mind Baddies at the point the whole time.
Yeah, they would have flipped that early, and that would have been what considered and compared to the 59, it would have been like 80 to 90% for Fable. So flipping that early is a massive win for the Hive Mind Baddies, because now they're basically even going into this fight. Instead of playing a long game, as we have a pause requested. So going back to us here for just a minute, but still, you know, sound barrier and Pharah and ults available here for Hive Mind. So definitely some abilities available. And a nice little fight there to really spread out the play. They're not trying to allow the hazard to really roll over the rest of the team. They're just trying to find that traditional poke style, but also like almost trying to play dodgeball against the hazard. It's a very weird comp they're trying to play against, but they're at least that last fight went pretty well.
Yeah, no, that was a lot better, especially with the amount of time that point was capped. I mean, Crump now has an unmatched sound barrier, too. So, Hive Mind Baddies certainly happy with what their current situation allows, as they will go ahead and pass Fable in percentage here momentarily. But there's a fireworks show going off indoors. Don't do that, people. Not recommended, as Kindred has exploded. Hive Mind Baddies up once again. Even without Mikmin here, they'll be fine to stabilize off of that.
Yeah, just stabilizing from there on out. Benevolence, I said, hey, they may have a rough time trying to take out Mickman, but they've counted me out wrong. Like, Benevolence has been great so far. And Mickman, she just feels like they can't really do anything throughout this, but Eve dies early, and that will allow a very quick flip from Fable, and no ults needed for it either.
This has been some weird, like, exchange. I don't even want to say team fights, because we're not team fighting. We're just, like, getting one pick, and then we trade it out in weird places. So, getting a further stagger to Kira here is a massive. I mean, Fable should just get up to one fight territory off of it.
Yeah, it should be one fight territory for Fable, and I would say maybe a fight and a half territory for Hivemind baddies whenever, if they're able to win it, but it'll be the Kitsune Rush here. Paulie not be able to pop theirs just slightly before Kurama, so that could be a big key factor. Yeah, there she goes.
There we go. Sound barrier is out. Downpour completely negated. We know that ultimate's bad, but the Kitsune Rush, on the other hand, should have done a lot more work for Pauline, who is currently sitting in a box. Courtesy of Mickman. The second now for this Bora has reigned uncontested. Fable, it's not the end of the world. You got it to that one fight territory. It's all about making Hivemind baddies expend as much as they can to come back for a final fight.
Now, Kindred, they go over to the Diva here for the contest after the downpour was used. So that is really putting a lot of pressure on the Benevolence and HK. HK, she has the ult in 10, but already the bowler shot popped.
I mean, that's a huge thing. It forced the Primal Rage out, too. Ooh, Benevolence should be able to hang on to life, but, I mean, you don't have a tank here. I said that before. Doesn't really matter for Fable. If HK lives, you got a Dragon Blade. Maybe it wouldn't have matter, but yeah. Hivemind baddies did a great job zoning off Fable's attempted attacks, and we'll go ahead and claim a close well round.
Yeah, as soon as the Diva gets there, like, they just get fried.
Yeah,
like, it's that quick of a fight. And as much as Kindred's like, oh my god, I gotta get there, it's like, you also have to live. You also have to, like, allow your Genji to pop lane. And obviously it's harder, it's easier said than done. So I understand how everything played out, and Hivemind baddies able to claw their way back 12-1 for Eve is absolutely nuts so far. But now we'll go over to the second round here, and I believe it's Lighthouse that we are going to the second time. And so, you know, Benevolence kept pretty quiet, only 4-1 part.
Yeah.
We're going over to Ruins. I got baited. And this is easily... Kindred will stay on the Diva. Maybe play more like a counter dive setup here against...
Can you refresh us on the score of Hazard versus Diva today? Like, I don't know about this.
Did not go well 2 out of 2 times, so yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, 2 out of 2 there for the Hazard. So Kindred already not having a great time, but neither is Mickman. Thought was going to roll on the far. I've actually swapped with the Sombra last second as the power of HK there. Getting those dash resets, certainly a scary sight to behold when she can just slice and dice as she pleases. So Fable, I'm going to go ahead and grab the first cap off of it.
Okay, so maybe we're a little bit too quick for the 2-0 Hazard v Diva today.
Okay, but the Diva didn't touch the Hazard, though.
The Diva didn't do much against the Hazard. That was more HK. She was just living life in the back line, able to find 2 before she gets taken out. So, Fable, like, if they can rely on HK more, and again, Mickman taken out early. What? What?
Okay, I'm pretty sure the Diva's, like, scouting out Mickman, and then people are just hitting him. Like, while they're revealed. Like, that's 2 for 2 now, but we're still sticking on it. But the rest of Hivemind's been pretty staggered. I take that back. We just lost 2. Fable, what are we cooking?
A little close to the spawn of Hivemind baddies, our Fable. I will say, like you said, Kindred's been doing a great job. Summer wasn't in either of the other rounds during this matchup, so maybe that's where it's helping a little bit. Is Rush, just fends off Hivemind baddies. They have to use cleanse, and they just have to soft resets while trying to allow their own Kitsune Rush to finally build up.
Yeah, Hirayami Misaka has not had that one up yet. Wow, that is a mouthful to say. But Hivemind baddies should be able to re-engage with that Kitsune Rush if they actually need it. I mean, having the advantage on a fire race certainly helped, but Fable seem to do better in these scrappy fights than they do the ones that are taken head on. Not this one, though. Hivemind baddies will just go ahead and close it out in a neutral.
Yeah, no Kitsune Rush needed. I'm, talking about like, hey, they need to build up the Kitsune Rush to go back in. They have the rush advantage, and then just didn't need to use it. Which is like, hey, fair play. She just doesn't need to at that point. Might as well hold on to it if you're Hivemind. And now you have 3 ultimates, soon to
Again?
be 4, and again an early pick, but even pays the price for it that time.
Yeah, okay. That, you know, I thought it was bad for Fable. They need Journey to get the 2 most important players in Eve and Gertie Amisaka, and I'm like, okay, never mind, this is fine. Fable very easily able to rebound with the help of the D.Va.
Man, like, they've been really capitalizing on Hivemind. Baddies just playing even a little aggressive. Bigman has been spotted so many times, and it feels like there's just nothing they can do against this because Kindred's looking for them 24/7, and now HK and Kindred, they both have the ultimates available. So does Benevolence. This could be over with the blade.
Yeah, maybe, but the sound barrier is just put between a rock and a hard place. That's where HK is. But the life steal on the Dragon Blade keeps her alive a lot longer than she should have been. I mean, Hivemind baddies have been holding ults for what seems like forever. At this point, I mean, Gertie Amisaka still has not used a Kitsune Rush. I won't need it, granted, but I mean, we're very conservative about what is being invested in these fights, even if it's overtime.
And you almost get into that space like, yes, you don't want to waste an ult, but you also just can't hold on to it for ages and ages because then you could use it later on and you're almost detrimenting yourself more than you're helping yourself by trying to hold it for that quote-unquote perfect moment. So we'll see if this next fight is the perfect moment for Gertie Amisaka to pop the Kitsune Rush, but it's the downpour first.
Downpour, I think that just gets on a Kindred, who ended up with a wall against her back. Has a self-destruct to attempt a remech, and yep, go ahead and snag that sound barrier. He can revitalize as well, but that's exactly what Mikman was waiting for, the EMP to come through. The boom from Crumb, Fiery had no way to clutch onto the wall. A second one now. Crumb sends them reeling over the cliff on 3rd for the Lucio. Hivemind baddies. Woo, coming alive here in this fight. The Sombra, it finally worked.
Finally worked. That's disrespectful. But you know what? It works out. HK goes over to the Widow, tries to find an opening pick. Not able to. And now Fable all of a sudden again, after building a decent lead during the first half of the round, is playing from the back foot in the final fight. They need to find a touch. And Benevolence will not be part of it.
Yeah, you don't have Benevolence. There's the Kitsune Rush from Gertie Amisaka. Denies the space that Pauline's should have bought. Nadokado pumping the damage into the tank. Goodbye Kindred, and likely goodbye Fable along with it. Took a while for the Sombra to stick, but once it does, there's no peeling her off. Hivemind baddies gonna go ahead and take Ilios.
This seems like whenever these rounds get to about the halfway mark, Hivemind baddies are like, all right, lock in. we're just locked. And Crumb, I want
to see this, yeah.
This was absolutely great. So able to get one boop and the assist over on the H key, and then they go over a nice little boop kill, not fully off the map, but still a kill regardless. And it just seems like Crumb doing anything they want. And they will get the first map, and now putting Fable, after being in a decent position both rounds, into the position where they need to pick the map.
Yep, this is a rather I wouldn't say unexpected situation, but you know, Fable, I think on paper had a slight bit of an upper hand coming into this, just with, I mean, the at least having more experience on their roster. But at the same time, I don't think Brawl is necessarily their strong suit, nor their favorite. They struggled against the Pharah. Once the Sombra started working, that became an issue as well. So even with H-Key having her pop-off moments, as we're used to seeing, it's not really enough of that cohesion to turn that into a winnable situation. So I'm hoping with the remainder of this map pick that we go to something that maybe favors Kindred's hero pool a tad bit more, that you can play and enable H-Key further, to keep popping off as she has been.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the real key here if you're Fable. Like, you need to kind of feed into, like, hey, allow HK just to do whatever the hell she wants. Like, just go in, pop a few kills. If you die, cool. But you're at least able to get a worthy trade out of it. Because the fights where HK go into the back and she's able to get 1 or 2. Benevolence, especially during that first half of the first round, able to get a lot of good picks over on the Freya, but it just didn't feel like anything else really, you know, built upon. And even the first half of Ruins, right? Like, Kindred's all over the place. She's getting great kills. She's having good scouting and a lot of great DM usage, but they're not able to build on it late stage. So Circuit Royale, another fresh map for us tonight. We're seeing a lot of diversity in the map pool. It's crazy what, you know, not having Li Jiang in does to that, but this is a great map for us to at least get into map 2, and
Yeah.
maybe you could either look at it as, hey, we're going full on poke, or we could even see more of the rush style that's kind of built upon itself over this last few months.
We're rushing. I'm calling it now. We're rushing. We're putting
We're probably-
Kindred
we're
on a
probably
Ramatra,
rushing.
and we're rushing. That is how this is going to work. If it's not how it's going to work, I have some concerns. Eve as well. I mean, the Winston, I think, is what I know them the most for. But outside of that, has shown to be a pretty flexible tank. I mean, Circuit Royale, it's been in a weird, like, growth period of, are we still this, like, I want to be a Sigma poke, Sigma mirror map, versus are we now I'm going to play Winston, or I'm going to run it down with Mei, Bastion, Ramatra kind of
We've
thing. We're
seen
having an identity
Zarya.
crisis. Don't, yeah. Okay.
It's been all over the place.
Do we
Like,
pick
oh,
a
it's-
Zarya here? I think that'd be
doubt
crazy.
it.
I don't
I
think so.
doubt it, but it's like, oh, we're Sigma Poke. We love Double Sniper and Widow and Zen Bap and maybe a little bit of Alari. Now it's like, what are we? I woke up from a coma from 2 months. What happened? What is this map now?
Y'all broke
Like
it. That's
it's
what happened.
it's all over the place, and I do think it's for the better. Like, don't get me wrong, not having this just be Sigma Poke City is great. Love having a little bit more diversity over in Monaco, but
Yeah.
overall, I'm curious to see, because like you said, especially like I would not be shocked if Fable just want to run it down with Rush, like especially with Kindred. Like I would not be surprised if they just want to run the Ramatra Rush, maybe pull in like a Mei that we've seen very weirdly popping up as of
Yeah.
late, and letting HK be really aggressive with that Benevolence, maybe onto a Soj, or continue to run the Freya. That could be a really good spot for Fable if they want to tie us up at 1 apiece after 2.
I look at Fable's roster, and I mean, I see HK. I think of 3 things when it comes to HK: Genji, Tracer, and Mei. You can play Mei here.
Yeah.
Kindred, play Brawl, please. It looks so like I don't feel like you're using this team to your full advantage if you're not playing that specific composition. This is one of the few maps I think that actually, like, it's so miserable to play dive sometimes that you just have to mirror the Brawl. I think it's one of the few maps that still exists that you can do it. So Fable needs to use that to their advantage and get themselves back in the lead. I don't think it's necessarily going to be an easy thing. Mikman spelled a lot of problems for this team.
Yeah.
Pharah also very good on this particular map. So if they continue to run that down, and we could be in a whole nother set of problems.
Yeah, this could get very interesting very fast if we go down that line. And it just, especially with tonight, we've seen so many series and even fights. They're like, oh, we think this fight's going one way. It's like, nope, ultimate's getting thrown in, ability's getting thrown in, and it just turns into this back and forth. But interesting. So no tank ban. Fable will ban out the Pharah. That feels like maybe a little bit targeted over to Mikman. Like, yo, relax. We don't want to see it. The Zen, I don't mind it. I don't think Zen is as oppressive as it used to be on this map. You can easily run Alari in their place, but I don't mind that ban here coming in from Hivemind. So let's see how this all goes out. But I do think all signs point to Rush.
It should be. It really should be. And if we get to see where this goes, I mean, it's gonna be Freya. May? That's my guess. Freya May is my
Maybe?
guess.
Yeah.
I mean, Freya's just too good here. I mean, she's not banned. Like, I don't feel like this is a situation you don't play Freya unless, like, literally can't because she's banned. So that's my guess. Mikman also does have a mean May. That's also on the table. Eve can play Brawl tanks. Like, this isn't a bad map pick for Hivemind baddies by any means. I think the Zenyatta actually ban tells us we are going to play the Ramatra, since it's kind of miserable to play against any tank that can't easily get away from it, like a Ramatra can. So these are all theoretical, all predictions nonetheless.
course.
They could completely just like. I want to see him pull out a Zarya. Now you said it. I want to see it. Give me variety. We saw a Doomfist. Why not?
That's one of like the favorite pastimes of these teams, is just to mess with casters.
It is.
Like, we'll be like, oh, we want to do this. And we think they're going to do X, Y, Z and run ABC comp. And it's like, what? It's like,
Yeah.
what are you doing? Especially, regardless of what tier you're at, they love throwing curveballs. So I'm curious to see what each team are going to run. We're finally getting into the game here on Circuit Royale. So I want to see, hey, maybe a little bit of a difference. That is not. I'm gonna ignore Mickman for now because that might be bait. So Fable,
we should do it. Do it.
You were right. But hey, Kindred's on the ramp. HK playing the Mei like she should, and Benevolence on the Freya. This is a very standard rush comp for Fable. I think it can work really well. Hive, I gotta wait to see if that's bait because that'd be interesting, and actually would not be bad against what Fable are running. You can break the walls fairly quickly. You can put a lot of pressure onto Kindred up front.
You got baited.
Man, it's off. Okay, well, great.
Hey,
It was fun to think about it when it lasted.
I saw into the morrow with this comp. Just calling it out there. I mean, Mei, for both Mickman and HK, I'd say top 3 within their hero pools, and kind of these Ramotras duking it out. Likely up to Freya, though, to get these first eliminations. Oh, wow, look at that. Benevolence blows up Nadokado. Losing the support here is a bit of a problem. So, with how close these spawns are, even if Fable, like, kind of wipe this here, I'd still be concerned with how far Fiery is.
Yeah, at this point, if you're Fable, like, you can just kind of relax for a second. Be like, okay, we don't have a Brig. We can't really push up unless someone is egregiously out of position, or Benevolence, you know, already getting a few more. And much more damage in there, and really forcing Nadokado away.
Yeah, and double the ult charge, too, from Benevolence right now. Putting on a ton of work that's coming to this Freya. Hive-Man baddies, though, will manage to get to this first corner, which is like the actual test. I don't think this, like, stretch actually exists on this point. It's can you get attacked this corner? Defense has so much space to work through, while everyone else is just bottlenecks if you're trying to attack. Eve already forced for the Nemesis form here, and with the walls kind of doing some little geometry splicing, if you want to call it that way. The Blizzard, though, much more of a concern. Got Chili out there real quick. Eve and Crumb turned into popsicles, and Hive-Man baddies yet to get past the corner of death.
Yeah, and that's especially with this Mei comp right now. It's so hard to get through it, because even Mickman, they do the right play. Right? They're able to wall off Kindred. She has to really play passive. They lose the Nemesis form because of it. And so we're gonna look at this!
Whoa, 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 what are we cooking? We are in there like swimwear. Hive-Mind baddies just set a trap, and Fable sprung it in the spawn room. But who sprung it, really? Eve pulls out this annihilation, knowing how important it is to team wipe and get to this last corner. It seems like they'll be able to do it, completely catching Fable by surprise.
Yeah, that was... I don't mind it from Fable, but I'm also like... That's a little ballsy. Especially when you're in a great position to hold corner. Like, if this card was kind of where it is at now, and you can't really hold corner, fair enough. But you're in the perfect position to hold corner and just continue that egregiously hard choke. But now you're... Yeah, still in a decent spot at this corner, but already a lot of util force.
Yeah, the Juno ults here, I mean, having that unmatched, it should just be an automatic fight win for Hive-Mind baddies. Kurayamisaka, excuse me, had the shiny win button for the day, and goodbye Pauline as a bit of a late stagger. So Hive-Mind baddies, importantly, getting this high ground, and will have to force Fable through their own choke.
Yeah, Fable all the way out. Hive-Mind baddies. Yeah, just a simple... Yes, it's both support ultimates in the end, but the orbital ray was what won the fight. Yeah. They can just waltz on in, no care in the world, and Hive-Mind baddies can play very aggressive with the follow shot, and this time that gets punished.
I don't think there should be a situation where your Freya is the one walled off. Yeah, that is just what happened to Nadokado. Flew a little bit too close to HK there. And yeah, Fable only really dealing nothing to get through that. Just a nice Mei wall out of HK. Oh, dear.
Oh, wow, what a stagger from Benevolence. They're able to find Mickman. They're trying to make their way back to spawn. That'll be a little bit of a delayed spawn for the Mei, and just a little bit of some pop shots going on here. You know, Benevolence and Nadokado like, hey, this is a very fun hero. Totally, a little bit oppressive at times, but totally fun hero. Just almost like, just jump up. Hey, we can float, make a pop shot, fly back down. Why Freya is just so damn fun right now.
I'm sorry, I was laughing at the sound that Kindred's primary fire makes. It's just over again. It was kind of funny. I'm sorry. We're in an actual fight now that we care about. Mickman Blizzard down. Kindred locked up, but actually frees herself with the Nemesis form there. Eve is blown to bits, cut off from her support, but not by her own wall, which is quite an interesting factor. So Fable working from back to front, and will hold on. Second point.
Yeah, and now look at this positioning. They're not even playing high ground. They are playing basically the end of first phase and treating the old archway where we thought they were going to hold until they failed to spawn hold.
Yeah.
Just playing incredibly aggressive, but this could backfire as Eve has they're all, but never mind. Bola shot missed.
Yeah, that doesn't hit, but ooh, that shot from Benevolence certainly does. Nanokado certainly be feeling that in the morning. Minute 44 to work with here. I mean, Haiba and Baddies just stuck in another one of these terrible offensive spots.
Yeah, and as soon as that orbital race pops, like, all right, we just kind of have to lose the fight if you're Haiba and Baddies. Like, there's not much you can really do unless you find a random pick onto a support. And now with, the orbital ray gone, Fable have to play a little bit more conservative. But all of a sudden, Freya Benevolence wins the duel again.
Ew! All right, Benevolence. Okay, they had the high ground, fine, but that was a nice set of shots there. We're invested in the orbital ray. I was just about to say that if we hold this, there's a chance. I mean, you get Kindred and probably Pauline, but no, the Void and Benevolence burnt down Eve before she can actually get close to Pauline. Oh, this has turned tragic real fast. I mean, Haiba, they had such an advantage with the orbital ray, they just blew it.
They're trying to take advantage. Oh, we need to punish Kindred, and they do, but they're not able to take anything else out of it. And Benevolence again on Nanokado. They're just on an unreal level right now. Now trying to find them. Ray is able to find them. This is just unreal. Take it over the lobby.
And Benevolence, Godspot, Freya, name a better combo. I mean, it's just been looking so good for Fable on the second point. Really just this defense as a whole. And I mean, one more fight here. They got nothing, Jesse.
No, they have absolutely nothing going into this fight. Mickman will try and TP the team out of this choke, try to at least allow them a chance, but Nanokado, she has to find something here if they can build a follow, but that's not the start.
Oh, and she's still going. Goes with the melee on the flying Juno 2. Oh, she just cannot be stopped. Benevolence so good on this Freya. Single-handedly, they shut down the attack there. Wow, Fable, you better be giving Benevolence a pat on the back.
Oh, it's like, hi, thank you, Benevolence, thank you. It's like, they just took over lobby. Like, that wasn't even funny. That was just Benevolence's world. We're all living in it. Look at 22, 2-1. That is unreal. That's just not human, Molly, at all. And even, like, you can look at the rest of this. Like, HK's got 14, Kindred's got 18, Pauline even has 14 and 15. But it's just, they're shutting down Nanokado so much. 22-9, the difference.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. That's tough, buddy. That's tough. Like, Benevolence is just on another level right now. I think it's a lot easier to pull off on the defense, but even having the impact that they did, it was just bola shot after bola shot, and it farmed them so quick for getting that many final blows. So we will look towards now. What the heck do you do to defend this? How do you stop a Benevolence who just doesn't miss? You put a wall up, you try to deny these sight lines. It will be much easier for Nanokado now, but she just barely could get a word in that matchup last time.
Yeah, it just felt like Nanokado, they weren't even in like that bad of positions, right? She was in pretty decent positions. She's exactly where she needs to be. And then Benevolence just always has an answer. They were going for this thing, like, nope, chicken down to that one as soon as Haiba turned the corner.
They flicked too hard. They flicked too hard. Thought they're still playing Freya and just flicked out of the TP. Unlucky. I can only imagine what that VC sounds like. But it doesn't matter. Holy Benevolence. Just hit 3 shots in a row. Goodbye, Kuriyami Saka. The smallest hitbox in the game, mind you. The rest of the team is going to topple over with no supports. Just ripped out from under them. I mean, HK, okay, just got 4 final blows, and we're still talking about Benevolence.
And she's like, hey, what about me? Like, she is popping off on the Mei, setting up a lot of these great walls as well. Mickman, regardless of, what hero, they've done a little bit of hero roulette at times. They've been kind of shut out in the Mei duel by HK. Look at this position. She's just trying to find Eve in an awkward spot when they push forward, and there it is.
Yep, Eve. Oh, okay, that's the wall not exactly where you want it to be, but it certainly makes them panic. HK now in a small one with Mickman. Ice block is forced here, so this is a little bit of scary territory. Mickman double dink onto the opposing Mei here, kind of looking like Benevolence out there on the other hero, or Mickman is just them. Like, I don't know. That's 3 vital blows now for them. So HK get a highlight on the Mei. He's like, okay, it's my turn now.
Yeah, it's my turn. Like, y'all been talking enough about the Fable DPS. You remember who won map 1? Yeah, us. So, great play from Mickman. That's, yeah, rotate above on high ground after they take out H-Key to put pressure on the Benevolent. Ends up just, having to finish them off as Nadokado lands a nice explosive crossbow shot. And this is where we thought Fable were going to hold. It's just this corner, but instead, look at this. Already wall forced.
And Ice Block too. Mickman likely throwing the blizzards. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there it
Gonna
is.
lock in Kindred. Does have enough support to keep her alive? Oh, hanging on for dear life. No, the Orbital Ray down just a hair too late.
HK.
But who needs healing if you have damage? That's what HK Benevolent said. No need to heal if all of the enemies are dead. And that is looking to be Hive Mind Baddies' fate. Despite the challenges, Fable, they're gonna roll on through first point.
Just Benevolence and HK. It seems like almost every other fight, they're just popping off.
No!
And no!
I'm sorry, that was a little loud for me. I
Mid-duel!
apologize.
Oh, that's rough. Well, honestly, still plenty of time here for Fable to finish off the map, go 1-1. We understand now why they picked it, that's for sure. It's just Hive Mind Baddies. They gotta try and find a way here to find some sort of answer to HK and Benevolence that's consistent other than chucking a whole bunch of ults at it, because it hasn't worked. And, map 1 was the story of, hey, Fable do well the first half of the rounds. They're building well. And then Hive Mind, they find a quick answer, and they're able to win out the rest of the round. That halfway adjustment has not happened so far in Circuit Royale, and it shows.
Nope, not quite. For
Not quite.
Hive Mind Baddies, you got some highlight moments, but again, Orbital Ray has been the difference maker in any of the ultimate fights, and the instances Paulines have it, it's been great. The one exception is when Kurogami Saka opted to use it after 3 of their players were dead. Just kind of burned down Kindred, and it was a really tough kind of matchup there, but because they're so off-tempo, I think there's really good potential for Hive Mind Baddies to get a stabilized spot here. It's not like Nadokato's slacking in the slightest. If you can remove Benevolence or Fable from this high ground position and just kind of keep them on the low, then this is a very different game. Oh dear.
Yeah, Benevolence almost taken out early, but instead they will just build up the bola shot. Nice little explosive on the Eve, but they have the Annihilation. If they want to play aggressive, they can.
They're gonna think about it. The Annihilation to stay alive. There's an Orbital Ray that you should be scared of. The Kindred said, oh, you press the shiny button. Watch this. Bola shot is out dead center onto Nadokado. Nowhere for her to run. I mean, Benevolence uncontested on this high ground. The Annihilation's just bearing the test of time. Kindred should last longer, although Benevolence drops down to where Mickman can land these icicles. Not too sure about that decision, and in fact, you probably end up regretting it. Neither of these tanks are in a too scary spot when it comes to health pools, although Eve certainly about to be, considering Kindred just treated their backline like a punching bag.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
Hive
just
Mind
done. It's
Baddies,
done.
yeah, will not even get close. And just like that, Fable, what a way to even us up at one apiece.
Wow. Okay. See,
Yeah.
I was in kind of the Fable basket from the beginning, but I mean, to the degree that Benevolence dominated, HK2 had, I think, outstood Mickman a bit more on the Mei. Like, this was great. I love to see it. Jesse, you can't do this on any other map.
Yeah, hey, I will say this, the curse is gone. The curse has been lifted, everybody. The sweeps are gone. If you know, you know. But this
Okay.
has been... That's a great answer from Fable. It's the best map 2 answer we've seen all night. Of like, hey, we know what we did wrong over in map 1. We know how to fix it. We go to a comfortable map, and Fable just run the tail. It didn't even feel close on Circuit Royale. It was their map, and overall, everything works in the favor of Fable. And now that's a very quick map pick. They know exactly. Hive Mind know exactly where they want to go, and it's not Flashpoint or Push. So that will be our last 2 maps, depending on how everything goes. But yeah, Kings Row will be map 3.
Yeah, without a second thought, too.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
whew.
that was quick.
Oh dear. Okay, so what does this really tell us then, Jesse? Because do we go back to this Hazard kind of diva dive that we saw on Ilios? Are we going to attempt to stick with this Ramattra May that was working really well? I feel like, though, if you are Hive Mind baddies, you need to ban either the May or you need to ban the Freya. Either of those picks need to go bye-bye. You will suffer at the hands of one of them. I think the Freya covers more bases, but it does leave the door open for this Ramattra May comp to return.
I would go May here only because this is probably the last map that May is going to be super viable.
Yeah.
Like, you're not often going to see May on push. Flashpoint very rarely, especially not on New Junk City. You might see it a little bit occasionally on Suravasa, but I would personally go the May ban because, yeah, you can always go Freya. Freya's good on pretty much every map right now. So you might as well save that ban for later, depending on how Benevolence does here in map 3. And on the other side for Fable, I think you just do whatever you feel comfortable with. You kind of see what Hive Mind baddies want to ban. If they do ban DPS, and you got to think of something, maybe you go the Ramattra, but the Ramattra still worked pretty well for Fable. It's not like they were uncomfortable on it. So it might just be some sort of comfort ban to block out something from Mikmin or Nadokado. Or no, sorry, from Crumb and Navia, sorry.
Even if we ban the May here, like, it just puts HK back on Genji. Like, I don't know if you want to face that anymore than what is already.
I'd rather have played the Genji
seen.
than the May, considering what just happened, though.
Yeah, that's true. The May was kind of gross. I don't lie. And I agree with you. Fable, their hero ban, I think they could go so many directions with it. I was like, oh, maybe you could try to ban a dive, but Eva can play the Winston, Eva can play the D.Va, Eva can play the Hazard. Like, you ban one of those, it doesn't really matter.
Oh.
The Winston makes sense. I mean, Eva went like 22-1 or something on Ilios with the Winston, or 12-1. I don't know where I got 22 from. 12-1 on Ilios when the Winston was played, so that does make sense. Brig, though, Jesse, what are we? What's the thought?
What are we doing?
Brawl. They want to deny the Juno Brig brawl. That's my guess.
Which, I understand that to a degree, and if you want to force more of like that Lucio Kiri comp that we've seen a bunch, like, I get it. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it, but I can see where they're coming from. And hey, jury's still out. They can easily prove me wrong. It would not be the first time a team has proved me wrong today. Avidity. So easily could be the other way, and this is a 5-head play that they're gonna pull out here, but I'm not so sure how I feel on the Brig ban yet. The Winston ban, like you said, you might as well. You take that off the board. It was really good for Hive Mind on Ilios. And Winston, especially these first 2 phases, can really work. So you just push that out. You kind of almost force the Ramattra brawl unless they want to go like Hazard and D.Va, which again, it's doable, but I don't know. The Hazard can even get a little tricky here.
I mean, I think Hazard's probably your best choice when it comes to a dive. Reminder, we are still 0-for-3 in D.Va versus Hazard matchups so far.
Oh, yeah, we are.
So, let's not refresh that. We did see Kindred, I think, pull out the Hazard a little bit at the tail end of Ilios. At that point, it didn't really matter all that much. I'm more so interested in, can Benevolence keep playing like they have been, despite likely more pressure that's going to be applied?
Yeah, that's a big question here because, like, Benevolence, they were not totally quiet, but they were kind of shut down on Ilios, and then Sugar Real, they're just everywhere, right? So it's really interesting. I want to see how they kind of settle it now. Like, okay, you had your highest of highs, you had your lowest of lows. Where are you now going to kind of settle in on this map? Because it will really, help determine, like, hey, who's going to be leading here? Who needs to pull off the 2 in a row going into maps 4 and 5? Unless, God forbid, I'm going to knock on my desk when I'm saying this, it ties, and then, we get into a whole other situation there. But, it's late night. Everybody in NA, unless you're West Coast, it's getting pretty late. If you're EU,
it's morning.
It's still pretty
Good morning.
It is morning. It is literal morning. But I think at this point, it's also like, how long can you keep the engine going? Because exhaustion's going to hit at some point. These teams, they had at least a little bit of a break during our match 2 of today. They had a good hour and a half break to kind of relax, but it is really, still it's 11:05 here for me in Central. It's midnight for you out in the East Coast. So yeah, it can be a little tricky when you get to the slate of the evening, and it will be the rush. Okay.
All right, yeah, I think you gotta stick with it. Kindred Reinhardt would be something. I don't think she's gonna do it, calling her bluff, but would be cool. Hive and baddies, that's what I expected to happen. Now with, I think the one piece that is interesting, they've been on the Tracer instead of the Genji. I'm not a huge fan of Tracer on this first part of King's Row. It just feels like there's so few places for you to go sometimes, unless you're playing parkour really well. Like a Genji is so much more favored. However, that changes if you are expecting kind of that Mei brawl type of thing out of Fable. So, and Hive Mind are prepared, they're fast, they are zoomy, but can they handle the battle of Kindred? Okay.
A little close for comfort. Just a tad. Like I said, this could be a little tricky for Mickman. It's like, this is Overwatch, not American Ninja Warrior. Like, it can get a little hard with all the parkour you have to pull off, unless you're just playing purely for hotel control. Really rough spot, but she's able to get up pretty well.
Yeah, she's fine. She's Mei. She's basically a tank on ice skates. Goodbye,
Yeah.
Crumb. Not really a chance with that. Problem is, you turn it around for a little bit, you lose out on the tank. Benevolence still hitting the shots as expected there. So Fable are taking their time moving towards the point, with Eve still being full health. I mean, I say that as Benevolence looks in their general direction and just shreds about 3/4 of that. Kindred should be walking back to the point by now, and you can start to force out some of Hive Mind baddies right before you spawn.
Yeah, Kindred's back, and she just can kind of set up on point, and again, H-Key. Able to find an early pick, this time on the Kuria Misaka. And no, this is really where it gets difficult, because you only have Lucio heals, and yeah, that's just not going to be sustainable.
Yeah, no, not even close there. I mean, Benevolence, H-Key, still firing on all cylinders. Even if Kindred has had a terrible time so far in this game, the DPS are still popping off where they need to. We'll get at least 2 ticks there. I believe that's Crumb that I just saw flying through the
Crumb's just
back
running
there.
around.
Crumb's
and
dead.
no longer running. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Bye, Crumb. Nice knowing ya. No recontest. That's first point. 5 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, Crumb left no crumbs, sadly.
Okay. Good job, Joseph.
Yeah, that was a bad joke. It's 11, man. So some of these are gonna hit, some of these go miss. But man, what is it tonight? Very fast attacks on King's Row. Like almost 5 minutes here for Fable. We saw it in the last series as well. Benevolence. I don't know if I'd be peaking Benevolence as often as they are right now.
Someone's got to keep Benevolence's ego in check, right? I mean, if
That's
you ego
true,
peek, they'll
yeah.
ego peek, and maybe that works. It hasn't. I don't recommend keep doing it. Fable though did just get Tsune Rush out without the tempo, but wait, it's blocked. It actually collided with Kindred's jagged wall there, so it doesn't get fully around the corner, and they can't get much use out of it. Re-engage now with Fiery Stoneberry and the downpour. That should just drag them out of the sky entirely. Goodbye, Kindred. Still is just like 0 through 3 right now. Has not had a good time on the tank, but the DPS were having a ball until the weather turned rather sour on their side. Benevolence was, or Natakata was locked up in a blizzard, but yeah, not for much longer. Hive and baddies will get some stabilization going.
Even though it didn't win them the fight, that bola shot from Benevolence was absolutely filthy. Like, that was disgusting on an Natakata. Mid-air, but not able to get it done. Fable, they used everything to that fight. So did Hive Mind, except for the sound barrier. So a pretty easy fight on paper here for Hive Mind. There you go, very aggressive.
I thought for a second that wasn't going to get over the Mei wall, but Crumb actually ended up on top of the Mei wall, so it was fine. Hive Mind baddies, and it's a tempo beat. I don't really like those, and this is exactly why. You get aggressive, the other team kites off at their own speed cooldown, and suddenly it's a problem. Even though eventually just catches Kindred off in a corner doing who knows what, playing Spider-Man, I guess. But yeah, Fable will resume their attack.
Yeah, checking their phone, seeing what, getting those drops, making sure they got their phones set.
Good
That's what they
comms.
were doing over there. But yeah, that was, like you said, I don't always like the ego, I don't say the ego, but the kind of the rush beat, but it worked out that side, but now it's the other side. Fable, they're really starting to get close to theirs, and Eve, they gotta be a little careful.
Yeah, I mean, Fable, we're back up to Kitsune, we're back up to Downpour, so pulling these early, there's not many places for this team to run. I mean, Natakata, just a fish in a barrel for the likes of Benevolence, especially HK2, back on the Genji. Look what happened. Both supports are dead completely by herself, and it's these scrappy fights that Fable have done better with in the past. Both their DPS set to pop off.
Huh. I think that downpour was a little
I mean, it's not like an
adventurous from Eve. Like, granted, like if all the ults that throw out there, yeah, you might as well just throw out the down one because we've talked about it before. It's not the best ult in the game right now, but great, it doesn't need to be because Hazard, like, the Hazard kit is really good. So they had to nerf them somewhere along the line. Fable's still a minute 45. They have the Bola shot, able to beat as well. Can answer practically anything, but there you go. Force out the Suzu early.
I feel like a hate crime against Eve there with the amount of shots that Benevolent just chucked in. Didn't go below half HP because that's Hazard for you. Sound barrier though from Fiery won't save H-Key. The finishing power of the team is certainly down the drain, and Hive Mind Mighty's no problem picking that back up. These support ultimates have been so off tempo from each other.
They've been very weird. And I don't even say that in a bad way. It's just been, like, we're so used to, like, okay, you know, we go through the motions of a fight and everything. They've just been kind of all over the place. And I don't mind it. Sometimes, like, a very random ultimate can throw a fight into your favor. But overall, it really hasn't done that so far for either side. Now, Fable got a minute left. Gotta play this at least somewhat up-tempo if you want another fight at this. If not, you can play it super slow
Parkour?
to build up.
Ooh, parkour!
Blade
I like
and
that.
the parkour. Yeah.
All right, Nadokado. Fiery certainly wasn't expecting that. It was like basically on top of her head at that point. So, I mean, hey, Nadokado, giving us shades of benevolence, or rather, we should have just been saying Nadokado all along, since she was the original Freya pop-off in this scene. And I mean, that's another fight that Fable, they just can't get anything done.
We were talking about the parkour from Mikmin, but Nadokado pulled it out instead. At least for Fable, hey, very quick fight. Like, fight done. You don't really use a lot. Still have Blade with the downpour already. Well done. You go to Lucio. That sucks.
I'm getting like taste of regime, just trying to get in there, and there's just some Freya in the way, and Nadokado is just popping off here on this defense. Not a toe towards this field. I lied. Okay, there is a toe by the name of H-Key. No Blade. Goodbye. Classic Genji Dragon Blade moment. Hive Mind baddies. And that was a 5-minute hold they just pulled here on the street phase. Lot of hope for the future of this map.
Yeah, that was, like you said, almost 5 minutes in a map that historically snowballs a lot of the time. Being able to hold it there for that long, especially Fable. Going back to the drawing board here on the streets of London as Hive Mind baddies really starting to find their form once again. And yeah, they've, even though, you know, I was critical of, you know, the band of not going on the Mei or Freya. I will say, you know, Nadokado is playing way better on the Freya this time around. The 12-kill lead over Benevolence at the moment. But I do think not having that Brig, and they were probably wanting to run the Brig Juno. Instead, they have to run the Lucio. And it's been a little bit of an issue for Crumb here and there. But overall, like, you see the kills. Like, they're tied for second in kills right now. That's kind of nuts.
There's a couple takeaways from this, too. Is that Kendra's been getting bullied. Like 7 deaths as a tank. I mean, it's granted you started on Orisa, and that was 3 of them, but Kindred hasn't been allowed to go anywhere. I mean, Benevolence, we haven't seen the same colors that we got back on Circuit Royale, mainly because Nadokado has that better positioning, and Eve has been doing an excellent job disrupting where this Freya wants to set up. I do think Fable's comp is a lot more lethal on the defense. We're back to this Ramatra, kind of Mei, Freya. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, I think you need to swap pretty instantly.
Yeah, I would agree. Oh, well, Mikmin, Icicle to the face. That will change how you want to play it.
Ooh, that's a problem.
Ooh, that is a very, very big problem here. Benevolence has now a lot of pressure on their shoulders. And unless H-Key, we've seen H-Key do some pretty nasty stuff, but if she's able to take out Mikmin, that'd be pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Kindred already put through the blender, had to just weave around a wall while walking backwards. I think Fable forgot that the Pharah hero exists because it was banned last map. I don't blame him. I mean, this is just not a fun matchup to go into. And I mean, look at all the space that Hive Mind baddies have been able to take just off of the pressure from the Pharah. Like, Fable are stuck in this kind of choke point. Kindred tries to buy some space, the Nemesis form, but with it down, so was a lot of her survivability as a jagged wall at her back. Suzu burned, and I mean, Hive Mind baddies, they're up in this cooldown game. It's only a now at a time before eventually those eliminations start rolling on in. And yeah, Fable, I don't think this comp works. You're just trying to, it's a fight just to stay alive.
Yeah, I really don't think it works. And as much as Kindred will want to stay on the Ram because it's comfortable, it doesn't work. And yeah, Kindred, Pauline, Dagger, and H-Key now makes the swap over. A nice little tech there with the Frida as well. Just trying to get on up there. And I think now this is where you really... They're not going to swap. Wow. Granted, second phase, this is where Ram is probably the best.
Pharah.
This is where Ram is the best on this map, so I understand it to a degree. But it's definitely a massive risk here for Fable. You're really putting this map's lives in the hands of, hey, can you actually keep your Ram out?
I just don't think Kindred has had very much fun on any tank hero, and the Hazard in particular. Like, well, on paper, that's the best option. She just can't get any of the space that's needed, and now without the Mei, I think it's only going to get harder. And HK swapping to Mir the Pharah, it's pretty necessary. It adds pressure on to Mikmin, and also Nadokado, who dipped pretty dang low there. But, like, look at this. Fable, they just can't contest anywhere because the amount of air pressure that's been going on. Bullet shot will land true onto Benevolence, but the Kitsune Rush, Kindred's Ramattra, much better in that than the likes of a Hazard here. Eve, a brunt of force chucked into them, and yeah, Fable will eventually make this Pharah work, but only because of the better Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, that Kitsune Rush was fantastic from Pauline. It just allows everybody to play so aggressive, and now this is where they need to hold, right? They need to hold Archway, especially with the Ram. I get it. You don't have Mei to play around. It gets a little more difficult, but it's still the best spot, so you can't allow Hivemind to really spread the battlefield out as much, but just like that, they have to back up.
No, oh, the Suzu a little bit mistimed. Pauline ended up getting stuck after all. Hivemind baddies, they want to snowball their advantage further, more so sustained through what would have been the annihilation. But yeah, no, Eve has had enough of it. This payload gonna get near this point. Can they get deny contest here?
They should be able to contest.
I'll
It
run the
won't
D.Va
be
again.
a great one. Pauline, yeah, they will go over to the Juno for that exact reason. Use the Hyper Ring to get out. Kindred also over to the D.Va. Realize that, hey, well, the Ram is not great, but you can also help out by getting there faster. They do have the Sound Barrier, though. They can stall this out for a little bit, but this barrage of Nickman could be massive.
I mean, you have a defense matrix now, so
True.
that's something for Mikmin to have to work around. I mean, hey,
There it
what
is.
did I tell you? Defense matrix, people. Sound barrier, though, I mean, that's quite a bit late, all things considered. It is a 3v3 and with tank and support, so I would give Fable better terms, at least in terms of longevity. Eve, so much pressure, those micro missiles burning down their health bar. And there we go. Fable, they're gonna hang on by the skin of their teeth.
For now, 2.5 minutes still to go, but it was a very long stall at this very point that Hivemind baddies were able to do onto Fable. So now, the roles are reversed. Nadokado trying to take advantage of H-Key, not seeing them, and H-Key, she will go back to spawn, and that just opens up the door here for the baddies to waltz in.
Why is Nadokado so good at this? Oh, the bullet shot. You can't climb that wall. You're not Genji. Hate to tell you that, Nadokado. Perfectly placed out of Benevolence and actually gives Fable somewhat of a chance at holding, assuming you're able to keep your Freya alive. With that not really being an option anymore and the rest of the pieces crumbling around them, Hivemind, they very well could just take this map right here and right now. Crumb showing up with the kill feed, just like we've been used to seeing. Kurdiaki-sama pulls the ultimate dodge, climbing the wall, but not really. Hivemind baddies will take map 2, and with it, match point.
Yeah, go up 2-1 on the series after map 3, and man, this series just back and forth, back and forth. This may end up being, hey, what do we end up going on map 5? That is the feeling right now, is this Hazard, again, just so good on this. If that's the one downside I would fear if you're Fable. Flashpoint and Push, historically, are very good for the Hazard. So now you really put yourself in a tricky spot to where, yes, you can ban Hazard in one of them, you're not going to be able to in both. So you have to really play this tricky and smart because, hey, do you want to save the ban for a map 5? Well, that's a big question of if you get to a map 5.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation. You gotta say, because we're gonna head to either Flashpoint or Push, and I think any of these maps in the pool you play the dive. Maybe Rudasapi. I think that's your best shot at continuing with this Ramattra, but even then, you'd have to Hazard ban. And
Yeah.
I don't know, like, what's just stopping Eve from picking up the Winston? again, honestly. Like, there still seems like there's so many options here for the hive mind baddies, whereas Fable, it's wearing thin. They found success on one thing. It was off the back of Benevolence, but it's just not reasonable to expect Benevolence to pop off every single fight in that way. Nadokado stopped into the limelight, and we saw some pop-offs on the Hazard. Hive mind baddies looking good, but can they close it out in 4, or do we get our first map 5 of our spring playoffs? That is what we are going to find out right after the short break. Shall the prophecy fulfill itself once more? Do we get a second map 5 series between these teams, Jesse? I don't know. We still got map 4. If Fable do manage to win it, we will get that map 5. But they got another hurdle in their way, and that will be their last map pick and last first ban. Last first sounds bad to say it together, but that's just the reality of it for this series. What do you do here? You're going to push. I expected it would be Runasapi, but this ban, like, what in the world do you ban? Like, do you take the Freya away from both Benevolence and Nadokado here? Like, I don't know. That just doesn't seem right.
I wouldn't mind it only because Benevolence didn't play as well on King's Row. It did feel like Nadokado got the better of the matchup. So I am curious. We do go off. Okay, so I'm curious. All right, we're going back. All right, we're going back.
Okay.
We're back.
Bands?
We bands.
Drum roll, please.
3, 2, 1. Oh.
Ooh.
Okay. So Fable don't want, Crumb to be able just to run it down on Lucio, which I get it.
So Juno Brig.
So Juno Brig. Oh, Juno Brig is 1,000% what we're playing. And then on the other side, banning out the Genji onto H-Key.
Okay.
Knowing that they can't play Mei.
Okay. Could. Never say never.
Well, the Mei would not be great in this spot. But I understand where both teams are coming from, honestly. And if you're Fable, you were able to keep that option of, the hazard ban alive. Unless, Hive Mind ban a tank first and during the final map, and then you can just ban Freya. Yep. So I don't think they're in that bad of a spot.
Yeah, I mean, like, when you look at these two teams as well, like, Pharah's still there. Pharah's still an option, Jesse, from what we get to see. And, I mean, that on its own, that's a little bit crazy if we're talking about. But you know what else is crazy? Is that if anyone here is in chat and not participating in our Pura Vida giveaway, that is right, people. You have the opportunity to earn a set of Calling All Heroes bracelets. Go ahead and type !Pura Vida in the chat to enter, or go ahead and scan that QR code. Check out what is all available. There's sets designed for each, some of their different heroes, or you can be creative and make your own. I know, Jesse, you did one for Genji. I did one for Venture. There's a whole bunch of options that you can do. Pura Vida has been an excellent sponsor for Calling All Heroes.
Yeah, you gotta get in there. Do your own set. There's a few pre-made ones. You got the Mercy, you got the Widowmaker, the Lucio sets, but you can also do like we did, like mix a little bit of it up, make your own set, and why not? They look great. They shipped incredibly fast. I don't know about you, like mine was here within 2 days, like fully customized, everything shipped correctly.
It was great.
Like it was fantastic.
I would say that, but I think my dad accidentally stole them because he thought they were his packages. They were not. I was looking for my bracelets, and I was sad, and it turns out he had them in the garage the whole time. But we found them. Good news. Everything is A-okay. And just as it seems, we will be heading into Runasapi momentarily. Takes, that's a question mark. Freya Pharah seems very likely for me. I don't think you play Tracer here if we're expecting Mickman to pull a Pharah, unless that's what Mickman actually does do, is start the Tracer. I think I heard Tracer noises, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe?
But I don't know. My ears might be deceiving me at this point of the day. I've played too much Tracer. It's just like a voice in my head now.
That's fair enough. Like at this point, like we've all played so much, and it's like I even had to like snap myself out of it. I've played a lot of Stadium recently.
Oh, see, there it is. I knew I heard it.
Yep, there it is. For whatever reason, I feel like, they're shooting the Ursa when they're using Jasmine. Isn't that deflecting? Like, no, that's Stadium. No. Like, it is not the patch, thankfully. We are on right now. But yeah, the Ursas on both sides. The hazard ban not even needed it'll be a full mirror. Okay, yeah, I wasn't even going to talk about that. I feel that's bait. TP out from Mickman. Do they swap? Are they actually running? No. Okay. So eventually Mickman will be late, but it'll be Hive Mind who are here early overall.
Yeah, I don't like TPing on this map since the actual exit door is far from where you can actually swap heroes. So I don't think there's too much benefit to actually be gained from that little sense of parkour. Either way, these teams will end up meeting in the middle, and Mickman, guessing this momentum on their side goes up and wallops H-Key across the nose there. Well, Fable, down there Tracer, and down there Kindred, still on the trend of I'm not allowed to play tank because Nadokado won't stop shooting me.
I feel so bad for her. Like, Kindred, just whatever they play is just getting bullied. And it's honestly, you know, a great plan from Hivemind Baddies. Like, if you punish Kindred super hard, you're allowing Eve just to do whatever they want in the front. They can kind of just waltz up, put a lot of pressure over onto Benevolence and Pauline especially, and it really just opens up the rest. Is already almost 40 meters, but HKey, she wins the better of it this time.
I believe that was also like it was Mikmin on a kebab served up instead of just a true Tracer 1v1. But either way, you take that revenge for the HKey. However, Nadokado not in the same track. Benevolence will win out that duel and is now free to cook as they please here. Fable gonna go ahead and whip that robot right around.
Yeah, Nadokado went a little bit of an adventure into the Fable backline. It was not
a choice.
Not the nicest trip, a little bumpy back there. But Fable, they at least get it over to mid. They can start building some of that progress. And I think if you're both teams here, you want to build an early lead. You saw how oppressive that can be. If you build, you know, 60, 80, 100 meter lead early, it can be really difficult to try and fight back from. But already the Bola ready for both Freyas. Is who's going to send it first?
Oh, Mikmin. I'm able to grab the health pack. It was a little iffy there for a second. Just had his Bola shots. First one. Yeah, from Nadokado, and he goes a little bit shy of where Benevolence was currently floating. Can't say the same for those shock darts, though. Beautiful aim from both of the Freyas. Will each get a kill, but with Nadokado still alive, that is the deadlier Freya. People good by Fiery, and yeah, Hivemind Baddies, they actually might be able to get close to a checkpoint off of this.
Yeah, they should be able to at least get roughly close, because, yeah, HK, Kindred, and Fiery all spawn together, and they have all 5 points, right? Like, they didn't use anything during that fight. That's the only real benefit here. They should be able to at least maybe get a touch in from HK, and then she has to just recall and allow everybody else to go in. So, yeah, they should be able to get a recontest. They just can't use everything. Like, you need to snowball this if you're Fable. You can't allow them. Well, oh, they just barely don't.
That's a problem. No Fiery, so we press the automatic win button that Kuriyami Misaka does not have up just yet. There's a Bola shot from Benevolence too, and yeah, eventually get the Juno. Again, no orbital ray to come through for Hivemind Baddies, but I mean, Fable, they don't really have the stabilization. They walked so far forwards after Pauline was dead and Fiery was still walking back from spawn. It's just Nadokado to lead everyone up.
Yeah, it's like, yes, you want to take advantage of the orbital, but you also don't have that secondary healing, and you know, instinctively, like, Pauline wants to play aggressive off the orbital rate. So does everybody. But you don't always have all of the healing needed to necessarily do that. So now Fable in a really rough spot, and already rally popped early.
And Nadokado, an attempted flank angle there. There's a lot of bailing out from the support, but here we go. Unmatched orbital ray. This one in the LOS of both of Hivemind Baddies support. So Fable crumble under the pressure, and yeah, we're starting to get to that point where the lead gets a little scary.
Yeah, just a little bit rough here for Fable. And Kindred, she goes around the corner to try and play aggressive. That's when orbital is popped. And neither Pauline or Fiery are even in LOS at that point. Fiery had to back up because they got so lit during rally. Pauline had to heal Fiery, so yeah, it was just a domino effect of Fable really getting punished up and off spot.
No, and Fable too, like, they know they have the better positioning from that, so it's actually pretty smart for Hivemind Baddies to back off and not play directly into that staircase. Granted, that little balcony that you see Benevolence sitting on isn't that much better. See where that goes. We Tracer read Rig, and yep, Mikmin will stick it again. 100% stick rate, by the way. On this point, we get a Bola shot combo on the other side. Well, never mind. It was an opposite Terra Surge and Bola shots, and Fable, no supports. Once again, I mean, Mikmin has been doing so much work on this Tracer.
Yeah, this has just been Hivemind being like, all right, we're going to end this now. Like, we just want this series to be done. We want to go to bed. That is the vibe right now from Hivemind Baddies. On such a run, Nadokado, they have a util available. Mikmin already forces the recall early. It'll force HK to play more safe.
Yeah, and Kindred using that ult It wasn't in a great spot. There was no team to follow up. It was just like an effort like, hey, I'm going to try to get something done, and it doesn't amount to anything. Fiery again, the first one down, did a deja vu with kind of this orbital raid that everyone at Fable, they can't use it. Hive-Mind Baddies, they're already out of the fight. No utility to be made from the Space Ray, and Yamasaki, quite the opposite story. There goes Kindred, Benevolence follows suit, and yeah, Hive-Mind Baddies, they're going to continue this forward progress. I mean, they're just going for full cap at this point.
Yeah, they want to finish it off, and Fable, Kindred will go over to the Ramattra, just seeing if she can try something else to throw a wrench into this. But Hive-Mind Baddies have just been playing perfect. Fable never able to finish off any of these fights, and it's turned into now a 115-meter lead for the Baddies.
Yeah, I mean, Kindred's just the victim of Eve's staple gun, aka Javelin. Like, I don't know. This doesn't seem fun. Mikman, though, the pulse bomb gets HT. The flying character dies to the pulse bomb placed on the ground. Okay, I don't even know what's real anymore. Eve, Solidara Surge, pulls Benevolence back in, survives with a sliver of HP. Oh, nope, never mind. That's the Javelin to go ahead and turn them into a skewer. Hive-Mind Baddies are going to opt to back off, respecting Fiery's rally. They have all the time and space to give.
No, they have to lose like 5-6 fights at this point to
Yeah.
lose this map, so they can just play it really slow. And there you go. Rally's gone. Right back in. Fiery's dead.
Yeah, no, Kindred lands the killing punch
God.
onto Crumb too. No, and I thought that's the one shot you needed to hit, and it misses just to the side. And Fable, this is not looking too hot for them. Eve came back, brought the broom with him.
Yeah, it is. This is done. It feels like, Molly. It sucks to say it. Like, there's
Yeah.
like 3 minutes left here, but Fable, man, you have to play this perfect for at least into 1 or 2 fights into overtime, let alone what you have left in regulation. And this bot has been circling between where the barricade is right now and the tick. The last, what, 4 or 5 minutes? Fable just have not found an answer to try and get out of this choke point.
Not at all. I will say, if there is a push map that you're gonna make a comeback, it is this one.
It is this one.
But we're not just looking at Mount Everest, we're looking at 2 of them stacked on top of each other, especially if Kindred just waltzes into the middle of Hive-Mind Baddies, says hello with absolutely no friends to back her up, got jumped, and yeah, we're right back to where we started like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, we're just right back.
Mikman.
And Mikman's just unbelievable. Like, we talked about Nadakato a lot earlier. Mikman's like, I'm here. Like, I am here wanting potential player of the match honors, and look at this, just stalling up the point a little bit. Just trying to irritate Kindred ever so slightly. Minute 45 remaining, and now they're looking for another pulse bomb.
Oh, this
and on the
Brig!
Fiery, and misses that time.
You can see it. The Tracer's mouth just waters at the sight of a Brig standing like that. Oh, that one won't connect. Oh, that's a nice air shot onto the Judo. Gets a second on a Nadokado. All right, HK. The Rockets landing true here. I'm going to go ahead and pick up a couple more for the rest of the team. And okay, we get to see more of the map, Jesse. It exists.
We get to see the other half? No. No.
That's crazy.
Finally, after, God, it was 7 minutes, advanced spawns are taken away for Hive-Mind Baddies. And now at least we can have somewhat of a neutral fight here. HK has the barrage. There is no ultimates online here for Hive-Mind Baddies. If anyone can start rotating these ults, it's doable.
Well, there's the barrage. That's a nothing. Because you're
rotated.
alive, so that counts. Oh, never mind. There's Crumb. Kablooey. Bye-bye. That's a support down. Can they manage to snowball it forwards? I mean, Mikman clearly struggling without the supportive armor packs of the Brig there. And Hive-Mind Baddie's not in a great spot, but HK's just chilling on the ground, exactly where Mikman wants her to be. Bullet shot, though. That'll connect with Kurayami Saka and Fable. I mean, they should be moving forward. I feel like at a much faster pace than they're going, but it's been a snail's pace, and only now can they manage to clean up this couple of eliminations. Benevolence coming back into themselves here, and when it's needed the most. I mean, we're looking at 12 seconds, Jesse. Overtime push of a lifetime to keep Fable alive in this tournament.
Yeah, Eve and Mikman do a great job just stalling it out because Pauline will not get close spawn. So it is a very long turn here for Pauline to get here. Fire will have to pop the rally early in hopes that Benevolence or Kindred can maybe pop their ults later on. And Mikman now has gone over to the forward. Fire's already dead.
How did Fiery die so fast? She just got burned through like it was nothing. Nadokado's back. There's no supports. I mean, Pauline, yeah, you're back, but with how much else to work with? Like 20, if that. Mikman dips HK in the sky battle, and the one nice thing, you don't have Eve to contest the point, so Mikman is gonna have to work twice as hard to keep the players off the objective. Kindred ends up using the Annihilation just to survive and eventually punches Mikman across the jaw, but even that is not enough. Fable will fall short, and Hive Mind baddies will run it back and can stay alive in the Calling All Heroes lower brackets.
Condolences to Fable. They will drop out here in the top 8, but my oh my, the Hive Mind baddies. Yes, just one map really didn't go their way, but the rest of the time it felt like it was their series to lose, and this push was a perfect example of that. Not even their map pick. Like, that was the Fable map pick, and it looked like Hive Mind have just been running it for ages and ages and ages. They had it down to a T, and Hive Mind, they will move on to the next round here of this spring playoffs, and they get to play Moth's Genesis. That is going to be such a good game, especially if Hive Mind, if they can continue playing like they just were, especially with Mikman having so many pop-offs and Eve as well, focusing the front line. Even though Moth's Genesis, they looked really good today, I think Hive Mind baddies could at least give them a good run for their money.
It's difficult to point out the gaps in the Hive Mind baddies.
Yeah.
If I'm being totally honest, like what? Like, can I say what? You didn't play well enough and on the Tracer maybe, but like even or not the Tracer on the Genji, but like there's Tracer, there's Freya, there's Pharah. Like there's so many things that Hive Mind baddies can pull out and feel comfortable on that, you know, perhaps there's a chance to give the 4 seed an actual run for their money here, and you know, and you have a week to prepare. I think that's another thing to point out. Hive and Mighties, they know who they're going to face off against. You got to see what Moth's Genesis pulled out today. You know that Jeremy's holding onto that pocket for the Venture pick, if anything. Like, I would love to see like either the Venture duel or a Mikman versus Jeremy Pharah. Like, that would be sick.
Yes. Oh, that'd be fantastic. Like, give me that now. Right? Like, Mikman, Jeremy, Pharah battle? Yeah, yes, please. Sign me up.
Yeah.
So, that was, fantastic from Hive Mind baddies. Yes, you know, Circuit Royale was rough. Like, in a lot of ways. And I have Benevolence moment really happened. Like, that was, I honestly think HK and Benevolence show. The rest of the time, I felt like Hive Mind, like I said, I'd say the roster's more fleshed out. Fable are trying to recover. They lost a lot of people over these last few months and last year, and I think it may just take a little bit more time for this roster to really reach the potential that they have. So I'm excited to see how they how they will do maybe in Academy 201 in a few months' time. But for now, you know, back to the drawing board for Fable, but it's back to another weekend now for Hive Mind baddies against Moth Genesis, who are going to be very hungry to keep their run alive.
And it seems that despite having a ton of different players, the curse of the Fable organization still applies. A very boom or bust team. There's no in between, and it seems that the boom kind of rang true. And I know that those players aren't happy about that particular performance. So, you know, when they look at that, they should be able to regroup and recover for later on. But now having the second win over them, Hive Mind baddies feeling good to end off the rest of their Wednesday. But we're not going to let them go just yet. We do have an interview online. I hear that Evie is going to hop on the call with us right now. Eve, welcome back once again. Looking stellar today, out on all of the tanks that we ended up playing on. How does it feel to come back, knock out Fable, who's been a staple in this Calling All Heroes yet again within this tournament?
It feels really good. For the past few Calling All Heroes, we've sort of like seen like Fable is like our rival, since we like always like get really far and then we lose to Fable, and it was like heartbreaking every time. But we were finally able to pull through this time, and I think we're really happy about it.
Yeah, and what do you feel went differently this time? Like, obviously map 2 a little rough, right? Like, Fable kind of had their moment in the sun, but overall it felt like just everything was going y'all's way, especially like the second half of maps.
Yeah, it felt I think what went different was we had a lot of practice on the things that we struggled with against Fable beforehand. We had a few really productive scrims, like we worked on our ult track or our ult usage, and like where we took fights and worked out really well here. I think that was the difference maker in this match.
So now, obviously, top 6 confirmed, but obviously wanting to go farther than that, you have a matchup now against Moth Genesis next week. How are you all feeling going into that, considering you didn't get to play each other in Swiss, so it's kind of still an unknown with these new rosters?
I think we're super excited to play every match ahead of us. I don't know much about Moth Genesis. I watched a little bit of their match, but I bet it'll be really fun. I mean, every team left is really good. All the players are really good. I'm just looking forward to play some Overwatch. Hopefully it won't get this late again because our EU player has school like now.
Oh.
But
Hey, sometimes it's worth it.
it'll
Pull
be
no
fun.
lighter.
Yep, it's worth it.
I'm glad that y'all got the dub. And just for that reason, otherwise you'd be like, oh, why did I stay up all night? Well, this sucks. But hey, you get to do it again next week, just for the heck of it. But Eva, I do want to touch real quick, too, because Nanokata, or High Five Baddies, y'all have stayed together longer than a lot of other teams, came together for the core, minus McMinn, for the LCQ and kind of moving ahead. And it's not something that's super common within Calling All Heroes. I mean, what has it been like kind of keeping this core together? Like, what does that really mean to you to keep having these same teammates?
It's a really great time. I mean, I love this team with all my heart. Friends with everyone here. We hang out outside of like tournaments, practice, whatnot. And it's just, I don't know, we got the power of friendship on our side. It's for the past few CAWs, I've been on like a lot of like really fun feel good teams. I was on Dart Monkeys. I was like Kunoichi. That was like the streamer team. And this is like more of a friend team. It's just been so much fun. That's the sort of teams I like to play on. I'm glad we're sticking together.
That's so sweet. I'm quoting that, by the way. The power of friendship is strong.
Oh, yeah.
Is strong with this one, because we will certainly be seeing y'all again next week when you take on your lower round 2 matchup. Eve, I know it's late. I'm going to go ahead and let you go. But before we do, any final words, shout-out that you'd like to make here on the broadcast?
Shout out Nadokado. Shout out Navilia for playing like when their bus was like about to leave. We were finishing up that last map and they like needed to go to school.
That's what we like to. Well, hey, good thing it ended in 4 then. That we didn't go to that map 5 that y'all did last time. So
that was our motivation for that map.
That's a good reason. Totally honest reason there. Oh man. All right. Well, Eve, we'll go ahead and let you go. Get some sleep. Tell Navilia we said have a great day at school, and we will go ahead and catch up with y'all again next week.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Thank you.
You too.
So wholesome. I love that. I love it.
That's some fuel though. Like, hey, I gotta go to school. Like, yo, we gotta end this thing. Like this, we gotta go. But like they said, like, hey, power of friendship, man. Power of friendship rules. And hey, this is a team that I think if Moth Genesis don't take their time in really dissecting how this team plays, we could be in for a very good matchup next week.
It's going to be preparation for both teams. I think
Oh yeah.
Moth Genesis are a team that a lot of people underrate. And even seeing them at the 4th seed really kind of shows that, to be honest. But if you're looking ahead, I think it's depending on the day, depending on who shows up, it could be a coin flip. We would love to see that, but we have plenty of more matches that we'll also be looking at throughout these next 2 Wednesdays. We got the conclusion of our upper bracket. This is like so nice. Look at this: 3 O's across the board, 3 1s, and it's like the team that's on top that won it each time. Like nothing was actually flipped around.
And now it's setting up for a 3-2 winners final.
Ooh,
you know,
that- ooh.
like 3 O's, 3 1s, 3-2 potentially for that winners final. Should be a fantastic game between DK and Avidity. But yeah, overall, I think, yes, it's been quote unquote the script so far, but it's been a very entertaining script over on the upper side, especially Moth Genesis pulling a map out and on DK, Avidity, Exo Sakura. Felt like it could have maybe went 5, but Avidity locked in and really ran the table. But now we get to see, Moth Genesis and Exo Sakura try and run it in lower bracket to get that revenge.
And run it they certainly shall, because we still got 4 teams down here in this lower bracket that were able to remain alive for the remainder of this week. And it'll be quick. Nova got the 3-0 over Hypnos Iceless, our 8th seed there, will be sent home. So, I mean, pretty scripted bracket. Our 7th and 8th seed are the ones that are eliminated, and everything else has moved to plan so far. I think it's once we get into next week's matches that those seeding numbers are going to mean significantly less.
Oh yeah, the seeding starting next week is gonna be all over the place. Like, I think it is really just going to really diverge from there. Like, hey, you know, Hypnos and Fable, they sadly go out. Here we go. Like, get the food ready, get the party ready. This is when it's really going to get interesting here in this bracket, as I feel like a lot of these teams now are so close together, and it truly is anyone's game here in this lower bracket.
No more 3 Overwatch. Woohoo! Okay. Might have
Please.
just jinxed it. I might have just jinxed it, but we're gonna hold out hope, because there's some serious competition going on between these two teams. Power of friendship, the underdogs, the storylines. I mean, they're just writing themselves at this point, Jesse. It has been a wonderful first day of our Calling All Heroes spring season playoffs. But all good things must come to an end, but only ready to resume again next Wednesday at 8 p.m. EST or 5 p.m. PST. We will go ahead and catch you right here again on this broadcast. It's been Tiny Shiny and Twin Salty. Have a great rest of your night or morning if you need to go to school, and we'll see you again.